Chapter 1563. Danghun Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was the only one in the 5 regions. Danghun Mountain produced gutsgu. It was a monopoly trade. As long as there were enough souls, it was an inexhaustible gold mine. The value of this was huge, multiplied by 10 times. It was the price that land spirit of Langya had to compensate Fan Yuan. If it was an ordinary blessed land or even a grotto heaven, this compensation might not even be enough even if they sacrificed themselves. But for Langya blessed land, it had the ability to pay back. Back then, when Fan Yuan and land spirit of Langya agreed on this compensation agreement, how could Fan Yuan not consider this? There was no doubt that Langya blessed land was the #1 blessed land in the 5 regions, especially after Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed. Its foundation was extremely deep. It had the ability to compensate. Fan Yuan had no doubt about this. Putting everything aside, Fan Yuan first mentioned Wisdom Gu to land spirit of Langya. I need to move Wisdom Gu into my immortal aperture. So the first compensation is the method to move Wisdom Gu. This method was the core of Langya sect's inheritance. Fan Yuan had always wanted it, but even when they exchanged true inheritances, he did not succeed. Land spirit of Langya firmly held on to this method. He was not stupid. If he gave this method to Fan Yuan, wouldn't that mean that Fan Yuan could take Wisdom Gu away himself? Although Wisdom Gu was wild, it did not belong to Langya sect. Back then, Langya blessed land's Harryman Gu immortals came to Hu immortal blessed land and brought Wisdom Gu. Land spirit of Langya's expression changed. Fan Yuan's request was like a sharp sword, stabbing at land spirit of Langya's heart, making land spirit of Langya have no choice but to agree. Land spirit of Langya's scheme was to use lifespan Gu to feed Wisdom Gu, attempting to control Wisdom Gu. Thus, he was willing to pay lifespan Gu to help Fan Yuan raise Wisdom Gu. Unfortunately, even now, land spirit of Langya had not achieved his wish. This method did not seem to work. Fan Yuan's request now was the same as asking for Wisdom Gu again. This way, the land spirit of Langya's previous efforts would all be for naught, and Fan Yuan would have worked hard. Of course, he was unwilling, but he couldn't bring himself to oppose it clearly. After all, Wisdom Gu might be a wild immortal Gu, but it was taken from Fan Yuan's blessed land by the Harryman Gu immortals. Therefore, the land spirit of Langya said hesitantly, "Is this okay? Actually, if we can control Wisdom Gu, we can use it as the core to construct the immortal Gu house secluded residence. With this house, not only can I protect myself, but I can also guard against the schemes of almost everyone in the world." Fan Yuan smiled and said, "Supreme First Elder, although your plan is good, it is very difficult to realize. Are you confident that you can realize it as soon as possible?" The land spirit of Langya was at a loss for words. Fan Yuan continued, "The situation is dangerous now. It is not good for you to conceal Wisdom Gu. Feng Jioga found Wisdom Gu. Feng Jioga's discovery represents that Celestial Court has also discovered it. They will not let this matter rest. They will definitely invade Langya blessed land again. By then, what if they take Wisdom Gu away?" The land spirit of Langya sighed deeply. Fan Yuan was speaking the truth. Secluded residence was only a castle in the air. The Celestial Court was attacking now. Actually, the land spirit of Langya had already tried his best to conceal Wisdom Gu, but Feng Jioga's investigative methods were extremely sharp. They were discovered by the latter in the end. Wisdom Gu was once Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's possession. Now that it was discovered, it was obvious that Celestial Court would place great importance on this place. The next invasion would definitely be a fierce one. It would be a huge threat. Fan Yuan's words were reasonable, but he was truly unwilling to let the land spirit of Langya give up on his plan. At this time, Fan Yuan said again, "First Supreme Elder, secluded residence is good, but it has its disadvantages too. If Langya blessed land was truly turned into a paradise, a place where no one would care about, would the Harryman Gu immortals still have the motivation to cultivate? We want to create Harryman dominance. If these Harryman Gu immortals live under the protection of secluded residence, wouldn't they return to their previous state?" The land spirit of Langya was stunned. Fan Yuan's words made sense. What hairy man Gu immortals lacked was a sense of danger. The previous land spirit of Langya protected the hairy men too well. These Gu immortals did not have the ability to fight at all. As a result, when Shadow Sect invaded, they were almost conquered by Shadow Sect. They could not return to their previous state. The land spirit of Langya breathed in deeply, nodding heavily. Fan Yuan, I agree to your request. I will give you this method in its entirety. 10 Dang Hun mountains as compensation. This method is worth half a mountain. All right. Fan Yuan did not doubt the price of the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya would not lie. Negotiating with him was very beneficial to Fan Yuan. Next, I need some lifespan Gu. Fan Yuan raised his second request. If he moved wisdom Gu into the sovereign immortal aperture, he would no doubt have to bear the burden of feeding it. Even though Fan Yuan had lifespan Gu, it was not safe to rely on them. All right. The land spirit of Langya agreed readily this time. He was the land spirit. As long as Langya blessed land existed, he could exist with it, thus he had no need for lifespan Gu. Of course, the hairy man Gu immortals in Langya sect also needed lifespan Gu to extend their lifespan. However, hairy men were variant humans, their lifespan was much longer than humans. Secondly, feeding wisdom Gu was more important than extending the lifespan of the hairy man Gu immortals. Thus, Fan Yuan used 1.5 Dang Hun mountain as compensation to obtain a large amount of lifespan Gu in Langya blessed land. Long hair ancestor was a person from 300,000 years ago. Langya blessed land had a long history. After 300,000 years, it had obtained a large amount of lifespan Gu. In this compensation, even though Fan Yuan took away most of the lifespan Gu, Langya blessed land still had some left. Fan Yuan calculated this way: if he used all the lifespan Gu he had on himself, he could extend his lifespan to over 4,000 years. Red Lotus Demon Venerable had only lived for over 3,000 years. This also meant that if Fan Yuan used all these lifespan Gu, he could live longer than Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Of course, the prerequisite was that he would not be killed by external forces during this period of time. And if these lifespan Gu were used to feed wisdom Gu, they could last for a long time. However, Red Lotus Demon Venerable had the shortest lifespan among all the Venerables. Limitless Demon Venerable and Reckless Savage Demon Venerable had lived for over 6,000 years. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was over 7,000 years old, while Giant Sun Immortal had lived for over 8,000 years. The three who lived the longest were all in Celestial Court. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was over 12,000 years old, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was 19,000 years old, while Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was over 25,000 years old. He was the first Immortal Venerable in human history, and also the person who lived the longest among all the Venerables. Immortal and Demon Venerables have lived for a long time, but in history, there were also many Rank 8 and Rank 7 Gu Immortals who lived for a long time, reaching thousands of years. There was no lack of Immortal and Demon Venerables as well. But now that the 5 regions' chaotic war is approaching, the Great Era is about to begin. In this era, lifespan Gu will become fewer and fewer. Especially when Great Dream Immortal Venerable becomes Rank 9, lifespan Gu will become extremely rare. Heaven and Earth will no longer produce them, until there are no more lifespan Gu left. Fan Yuan thought to himself, the lifespan Gu in his hands were extremely valuable, and as the era progressed, their value would continue to rise. According to historical records, many great experts and old monsters were willing to pay any price to extend their lifespan and live for a few more days. Lifespan Gu was only immortal Gu, but there were many examples in history where lifespan Gu were exchanged for immortal Gu. The compensation that Fan Yuan wanted now was based on land spirit of Langya. It was based on the current value of lifespan Gu. This undoubtedly gave Fan Yuan a huge advantage. Of course, if his Dang Hun mountain developed well, its prospects would be very good. After settling on the compensation of lifespan Gu, Fan Yuan used 1 Dang Hun mountain to exchange for a large number of Langya sect contribution points, as well as beast enslavement immortal Gu. Fan Yuan had used beast enslavement immortal Gu several times before, it was very useful. As for Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Fan Yuan did not need to think to know that Land's Spirit of Langya would not give away this immortal goo. This way, out of the 10 Dang Hun Mountain compensation, only 7 remained. Fan Yuan was prepared to make a big move this time. I want to use 7 Dang Hun Mountain compensation to exchange for something in my sect, Fan Yuan said to Land's Spirit of Langya. Land's Spirit of Langya immediately became nervous. It shuddered and asked, "Oh? What do you want to change?" Chapter 1564. In exchange for what? Fan Yuan smiled lightly, continuing, "Naturally refinement path true meaning." Ah. You actually knew that my sect had refinement path true meaning? Land's Spirit of Langya almost jumped in shock. This was Langya sect's greatest secret. It was also the deepest and most valuable treasure in their treasury. What was true meaning? True meaning was actually a type of will. Wisdom path had 3 elements: thoughts, wills, and emotions. True meaning was the will of the 3 elements. Of course, not just true meaning, there were also fake will, special will, intentional will, deliberate will, hostile will, battle will, and so on. There were countless wills, but true meaning was the most valuable among them. It was also the most attractive. It could even make Gu Venerables chase after it endlessly. The northern icy plain of northern plains was created by reckless savage demon Venerable back then. It contained reckless savage's true meaning. Thus, when Gu masters undergo immortal ascension in the northern icy plain, they would draw out reckless savage's true meaning. When Gu immortals obtained this true meaning, their transformation path or strength path attainment levels would rise. Dream realms also contained true meaning plus 3 true meaning. The reason why Fan Yuan could raise his attainment levels of all paths in the dream realms he explored was because he had absorbed the true meaning within them. Thus, true meaning often meant that one's attainment level would rise. Why was the chaos of the 5 regions the unprecedented and most magnificent era? The root reason was because dream realms appeared all over the world, allowing many people who successfully explored them to obtain the true meaning within, causing their attainment levels to rise. The accumulation of attainment levels often required a long period of time. But because of true meaning, this process was greatly shortened. This allowed elites and geniuses to surge out from all over the world, competing and killing each other, creating an unprecedented chaotic world. The importance of true meaning went without saying, but the true meaning hidden in the deepest part of Langya sect had an even greater origin. Thus, the true meaning originated from Long Hair Ancestor. Who was Long Hair Ancestor? A rank 8 refinement path great expert, known as the number 1 refinement path immortal since ancient times. In the long history of humanity, spanning over 10 million years, in this long river of time, there were 3 peak experts in refinement path. They were Old Eccentric Tian Nan, Old Immortal Kong Ju, and Long Hair Ancestor. Long Hair Ancestor's skill in refinement path was something that even thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had to admit defeat. The 2 Venerables had asked Long Hair Ancestor to refine Gu for them. Later generations had calculated that Long Hair Ancestor had refined at least 38 immortal Gu in his life. And this was just a summary of historical events, not including the legends and stories. If unofficial records and rumors were included, the number of immortal Gu was enough to surpass 100. More terrifyingly, most of these immortal Gu were not rank 6, they were rank 7 or rank 8, high-level immortal Gu. Langya sect's refinement path intent was the intent left behind by Long Hair Ancestor. It was perfectly preserved. If Fan Yuan obtained it and absorbed all of it, his refinement path attainment level would immediately soar to quasi-supreme Grandmaster. This was equivalent to reaching the heavens in a single step, an ant growing into a prehistoric giant beast in an instant. It was like a starving beggar suddenly becoming the richest man in the country. It was such a concept. The reason why the word quasi was added was because Supreme Grandmaster level required one to surpass the foundation of the entire world in this path, to create a complete innovation from nothing. Fan Yuan naturally could not do this. If he obtained this refinement path true meaning, he would only be inheriting Long Hair Ancestor's entire attainment level. He would not be able to improve on this foundation and surpass the refinement path foundation of the entire world. Fan Yuan did not have extravagant hopes of becoming a Supreme Grand Master. In his opinion, this title was more of a supreme glory. Quasi-supreme was enough for Fan Yuan to look down on all the refinement path Gu immortals in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. As long as he obtained this true meaning, he would go from a small hill to the highest peak. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, while man was the spirit of all living beings. There was no strongest Gu worm in the world, only the strongest Gu immortal. And what did Gu immortals mean to be the strongest? Attainment level was definitely one of the most important criteria. With quasi-supreme Grand Master refinement path attainment, it was equivalent to having a transcendent height and the most solid foundation. Everything else could be attached to it. Using the compensation of 7 Danghun mountains to exchange for a will? Wouldn't Fang Yuan suffer a loss? Of course not. No matter how many Danghun mountains there were, it only represented a large amount of cultivation resources. And among the numerous cultivation resources, what was the most precious? Attainment level was definitely the answer most people would give. You want the refinement path true meaning left behind by my main body after my death? Impossible! Land's spirit of Langya flatly refused. Fan Yuan was already mentally prepared for Land's spirit of Langya's attitude. He smiled. First Supreme Elder, our Langya sect has stored this will for over 300,000 years. This true meaning has always been stored and has not been used. What difference is there between it and a dead object? Don't tell me you want to leave this refinement path true meaning to the current hairy man Gu immortals? Land's spirit of Langya quickly shook his head. Ever since Langya blessed land was created, the previous land spirit has been testing it, but these hairy man Gu immortals are not qualified. Then give it to me. Fan Yuan immediately said. You are even less qualified. Land's spirit of Langya said directly with a firm attitude. Fan Yuan let out a silent smile. Right now, this land spirit of Langya that he was dealing with had the ideology of hairy democracy. He firmly believed that hairy men were superior to humans. Hairy men should rule the world and humans should rely on hairy men to survive. Land's spirit of Langya did not even care about those hairy man Gu immortals, much less Fan Yuan who was a human. Long hair true meaning is the supreme treasure of my hairy man tribe. No matter how useless it is, even if my hairy man Gu masters benefit from it, I cannot let a human like you enjoy it. Land's spirit of Langya's thoughts were roughly similar to this. Fan Yuan breathed in deeply. The following persuasion would be crucial. He had already thought it through. He solemnly said to Land's spirit of Langya. First Supreme Elder, it is not like you do not understand the current situation. It is very dangerous. If the Celestial Court fails once, they will attack a second time, a third time, until they succeed or fail completely. The Celestial Court will not give up. I understand this. Land's spirit of Langya said in a heavy tone. If I have this refinement path true meaning, my strength will rise by a lot. I will be more confident in helping Langya's sect resist the Celestial Court. Langya's sect has helped me so much. This is my home. I will not watch the Celestial Court destroy it. If I become a refinement path quasi-supreme Grand Master, I will be able to refine immortal Gu and modify the superformation in Langya blessed land. You also know that I inherited the inheritance of Shadow Sect. There is a lot of information regarding the Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Earlier, we only exchanged true inheritances. This time, I will share all of this information with you. I have already deduced that Feng Jioga and the rest used Fixed Immortal Travel's killer move to invade the Blessed Land. After we agree on the compensation, I will use Wisdom Gu to think of a way to defend against Fixed Immortal Travel. Other than that, don't forget that I have some subordinates. You know about these Gu immortals, they are all battle elites. Land's spirit of Langya was silent. Fan Yuan's words were very reasonable. It did not matter during peaceful times. But in this current situation, the Celestial Court was eyeing the blessed land. They did not know when the next attack would come. Land's spirit of Langya was not ignorant. The more he understood about the Celestial Court, the greater the pressure he felt. Even though Langya's sect had an ancient battle formation like Heavenly Giant Sola that could match rank 8 Gu immortals, the battle with Feng Jioga earlier had already exposed the flaws of this method. Langya sect needed more help. The snowmen, inkmen, and rockmen could also send out a rank 8 battle strength. The strongest battle strength was still Fang Yuan's side. Land Spirit of Langya already knew that Fang Yuan, who had reverse flow protection seal, was the strongest battle strength among them. Land Spirit of Langya and Langya Blessed Land needed Fang Yuan's strength in the future. Oh Fang Yuan, if you need to refine Gu, I will do it myself. Don't forget the other Supreme Elders, everyone can help you. Land Spirit of Langya was silent for a while before saying. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Your strength cannot be underestimated. I have already experienced this when I asked you to refine Gu earlier. But can everyone's refinement path abilities be compared to quasi-supreme beings? Of course not. Furthermore, using others to refine Gu and refining Gu yourself, there is a huge difference, isn't that so? Land Spirit of Langya fell silent again. These were all true reasons, they were placed in front of Land Spirit of Langya. Even if he wanted to deny it, he could not. But just with reason, he could not convince Land Spirit of Langya. Fang Yuan knew that he needed to use emotions. Supreme First Elder, the communication between you and me has always been a heart-to-heart. Don't you know my current situation? Don't you understand my current feelings? After I escaped, I saw the news of Langya Blessed Land being attacked. I was really anxious. It was like a fire was burning in my heart. I wanted nothing more than to rush back immediately. Langya sect is my home, in this huge world. Only this place can accommodate me. Although I am a human, I am more willing to be a hairy man. Unfortunately, heaven is playing tricks on me. I was born a human and not a noble hairy man. But I am willing to become a hairy man forever in the future. I am more willing to live in Langya Blessed Land forever and marry Shui in the future. We will unite the other variant humans and assist you in achieving the hegemony of the hairy men in the world. Fang Yuan spoke very passionately. He had goosebumps all over his body. Land Spirit of Langya heaved a long sigh. Oh Fang Yuan, I understand your intentions, I have understood it long ago. But this matter is very important. I need to think about it carefully and think deeply. Right now, I am unable to make this decision. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with brilliance. In this situation, he could not let Land Spirit of Langya think too much. The more he thought, the smaller Fang Yuan's hope became. Thus Fang Yuan said, First Supreme Elder, you should think about it. It is definitely right. No matter how long you think, I will wait for your reply. During this period, I will keep an eye on the Celestial Court. I will try my best to gather information. If they have any suspicious movements, I will report to you. These words made Land Spirit of Langya make a decision. He sighed bitterly. The situation is dangerous. If I still keep the true meaning, I am afraid I cannot even protect Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan, you are one of us, I can trust you. Honestly speaking, if you were a hairy man, I would have already handed the entire Langya sect to you. This refinement path true meaning. I will leave it to you. I won't let you down. Chapter 1565. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Huff, huff, huff. Fairy Myrtle stood on the spot. Her pupils shrunk to the size of needles as she breathed roughly. Her expression was still filled with fear, it did not fade. Around her, there was a huge empty space. The Grand Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Soul Suppression Hall had completely vanished. Danghun Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It had a vast number of down marks. It was comparable to a Rank 9 Immortal Gu. Once itself detonated, the power that erupted was terrifying to an unimaginable level. The pitiful Soul Suppression Hall had no time to react. The explosion happened from within. It became a victim of Danghun Mountain's explosion. Fairy Myrtle was completely unharmed. Around her, starlight specks flickered, they were dazzling. It was as if she was wearing a thin veil made of stardust. This was Immortal Gu House Star Constellation Chessboard, an Immortal Gu House created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. If not for Star Constellation Chessboard's protection, even if I did not die, I would have been heavily injured. Fairy Myrtle barely calmed down as she squinted her eyes. Her expression was grim. Danghun Mountain was actually affected. I inspected it several times but did not find anything. I'm afraid this is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's doing. In order to deal with Shadow Sect, I had already gained a rough understanding of Celestial Court's soul path inheritance. But I still fell for it, and was schemed against by Fang Yuan. It can be seen that our Celestial Court's soul path foundation is still inferior to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. And Star Constellation chessboard is also greatly damaged. Even though Fairy Myrtle was not injured, thinking of the danger and losses this time, she wanted to vomit blood. She shifted her gaze and looked straight ahead. In front of her, there was a lump of dense black shadow. It was extremely deep. It was like a deep pool. It was accumulating here and was emitting black light. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable! Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth in hatred. This time, Dang Hun Mountain's soul explosion did not harm Spectral Soul. It was a blessing in disguise. A vast number of soul path Dao marks were hidden inside to nourish his body. Dang Hun Mountain's soul explosion technique was originally created by him. After the soul explosion, Soul Suppression Hall was destroyed. Spectral Soul gained temporary freedom. He did not run away blindly. Instead, he used this huge opportunity to hide himself in the sea of soul path Dao marks. In this way, who knew how long it would take for the Celestial Court to search his soul? Originally, the Soul Suppressing Hall shouldered the heavy responsibility of searching souls, but now, the Soul Suppressing Hall was gone, completely destroyed. Spectral Soul made use of this temporary terrain advantage to recover. Humph, you can try your best. Fairy Myrtle sneered. As long as he was in this celestial court, Spectral Soul was trapped. He could not escape. Spectral Soul's outcome would not change. However, it was quite troublesome for the celestial court to remove these soul path Dao marks. At the very least, it would take a long time. Inside the dark whirlpool that was as deep as a pool, no sound could be heard. Spectral Soul remained silent. Fairy Myrtle's anger intensified. But right at this time, there was a thunderous sound as bolts of lightning illuminated the area around the celestial court. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. This is a phenomenon from the immortal graveyard. Back then, when Duke Long woke up, the whole of the celestial court was shaken. I wonder which wise sage has awakened this time? Fairy Myrtle looked up and saw this. She was shocked before becoming joyful. Rumble! With a final loud sound, dozens of bolts of lightning in the sky gathered into a lump. The deep blue lightning suddenly exploded, and a figure jumped out of the lightning ball. The figure was extremely fast. He flew to Fairy Myrtle almost instantly, floating in the air. So my senses were not wrong. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, you were really captured. Ha! This Gu immortal who had just woken up laughed loudly. Fairy Myrtle looked carefully and saw that this person had the appearance of a young girl. She was wearing pitch-black armor. The armor was sinister and flamboyant. The edges were pointed up and lightning was flickering on it. On the chest of the armor, there was a dark blue giant ghost head with a bloody mouth. And her helmet also resembled a ghost. It was a clear contrast to the young girl's delicate and cute appearance. The immortal graveyard was unfathomable. Even Fairy Myrtle did not know how many great experts were hibernating inside. But she knew the origin of this person in front of her. Immediately Fairy Myrtle bowed. Junior Z-Wei pays respects to predecessor Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Oh? What day is this? Someone still remembers my Jing Lan's title? The black-armored girl was slightly surprised. Her gaze moved from the dark whirlpool to Fairy Z-Wei. Fairy Myrtle was inwardly excited. This Jing Lan was a great expert selected by Black Heaven Temple. She cultivated two paths. One was Lightning Path. The other was Soul Path. The two paths did not conflict with each other. Her method of non-conflict was her own creation. Only the Thunder Dao and Soul Dao could do this. She was a very active Gu immortal during Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's era. She was extremely proficient in battle and was a capable general of the Celestial Court in resisting Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. She had once caused great trouble to Spectral Soul, but after Spectral Soul became venerable, he slaughtered the world. Nobody could stop him. Jing Lan could only quietly die and hibernate in the immortal graveyard. Thinking about it, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had the highest killing nature, But Jinglan was actually able to keep her life. This showed how strong her methods were. Senior has great experience in dealing with spectral soul demon Venerable. Ziwei would like to ask, how should we deal with the current situation? After conversing for a while, Fairy Myrtle bowed and asked. Jinglan narrowed her eyes, snorting coldly. If I had all my immortal goo, I could use 33 heavens to break this tortoise shell. When a goo immortal hibernated, almost all of their immortal goo would be handed over, except for a few exceptions. After all, these immortal goo needed to be carefully cared for and fed by the goo immortal. Fairy Myrtle closed her eyes and inspected the information path goo worms in her phantom aperture, revealing a troubled expression. What is it? Jinglan asked. Some of the immortal goos Senior left behind have been destroyed due to various reasons. Fairy Myrtle answered. They are used in the righteous path of the celestial court. If they are destroyed, then so be it. This is also making the best use of them. Jinglan smiled unconcerned before asking, how many are left? Fairy Myrtle answered in detail. Jinglan slightly frowned. 3 core immortal goo are missing. Many methods cannot be used. If I were to deal with spectral soul, I would need at least 3 months to solve this problem. Fairy Myrtle was a little disappointed. With her methods and the help of Star Constellation chessboard, she would only need over 2 months to solve this problem and capture spectral soul again. How about this? Although spectral soul has been captured and brought to the celestial court, his inheritor is very active. The explosion of Danghun Mountain this time was also the work of this inheritor. Fairy Myrtle said. Humph! Demonic past scoundrel, everyone has the right to punish him. You are saying this, you want me to get rid of spectral soul's inheritor? Quickly tell me, where is this inheritor? I want to pull out his tendons and skin him alive. I will cut off his head and send it to spectral soul for him to admire. Ha! Jinglan laughed loudly, her battle intent surging. With Senior taking action, that Fang Yuan will definitely be doomed. As for his location, Fairy Myrtle smiled confidently. Senior only needs to wait for a moment. Junior will deduce it for you. Chapter 1566. Connecting Heaven Goo? Land Spirit of Langya communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies, quickly completing an immortal goo transaction with Fang Yuan. The two exchanged quickly, in a few blinks of an eye, they succeeded and retreated. This is perceivable Tao immortal goo. Land Spirit of Langya assessed the immortal goo in his hand. This goo had a round head and tail, it was pitch black and had many segments. Land Spirit of Langya activated. Perceivable Tao immortal goo started to shine with faint starlight. After a while, Land Spirit of Langya's expression turned ugly. There was indeed a hidden arrangement. Using perceivable Tao immortal goo, Land Spirit of Langya found that many Tao marks had appeared in the blessed land. These Tao marks interweaved and formed a mystical effect. Feng Jyoga's group had attacked Langya blessed land. They had secretly set up this trap. Fang Yuan had once been hit by Fairy Myrtle's inextinguishable star target. He had learned from his mistakes. Adding on that Feng Jyoga retreated so decisively, Fang Yuan deduced that they had definitely left behind some hidden arrangements for the next invasion. Fang Yuan was right. It seems we need to clear these Tao marks. Next, we will wait for him to return and relocate Langya blessed land together. Land Spirit of Langya muttered. Although Feng Jyoga's group had used fixed immortal travel to invade Langya blessed land, after this battle, Langya blessed land's current location was no longer safe. Such a decision was definitely safe and wise. Because Prince's impatience had not left, if Land Spirit of Langya blindly relocated the blessed land, there would be a huge commotion and his true location would be exposed. Intense winds blew. Fang Yuan was like a sharp arrow, piercing through the sky, leaving the white clouds behind him. This time, he wanted to capture the upper extreme heavenly eagle again, but he encountered Lu Wei-yin and his plan failed. But it was not like he did not gain anything. In this aspect, he had to thank the celestial court. If not for this external pressure, the Land Spirit of Langya would definitely not hand over the refinement path true meaning to Fang Yuan. Even so, it took Fang Yuan a lot of effort to convince the Land Spirit of Langya. After the two finished communicating, Fan Yuan immediately set off, returning to Langya Blessed Land to collect Wisdom Goo and Refinement Path True Meaning. It was best if Wisdom Goo was not transported through jewel yellow skies. The influence of this rank 9 Goo would be huge. Even though the Celestial Court already knew about Wisdom Goo, but the Celestial Court's knowledge and the world's knowledge were two different concepts. As for Refinement Path True Meaning, although the land spirit of Langya agreed to give it to Fan Yuan, he requested that Fan Yuan had to hand it over in Langya Blessed Land and not through jewel yellow skies. The land spirit of Langya also knew the danger of moving Langya Blessed Land, and this time, he was facing the Celestial Court, so he was under huge pressure. Not only did he want Fan Yuan to return, he was also negotiating with the Rockman tribe, wanting to borrow their rank 8 battle strength immemorial rock dragon to guard Langya Blessed Land. When I return, not only will I retrieve Wisdom Goo and obtain Refinement Path True Meaning, I will also need to borrow the Light of Wisdom to break the immortal killer move Feng Jioge used to invade Langya Blessed Land, and also repair the super immortal formation. Also, I was trapped by Lu Weiyin's method, but I had some comprehensions. Especially in the third dream. Maybe I can use the Light of Wisdom to perfect these comprehensions. Thinking of Lu Weiyin, Fan Yuan's gaze flickered. He was almost certain that Lu Weiyin was Paradise Earth's inheritor. To deal with him, it was not something Fan Yuan could do now. In fact, Fan Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level. Against rank 8 Gu Immortals, his greatest reliance was Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Most of his other methods were not outstanding. Suddenly, Fan Yuan's expression changed. He felt Ghost Official Garment was shrinking rapidly. It was like a candle flickering in the wind and rain. Oh no, someone is deducing my location. Such an amazing Wisdom Path method, it must be the work of a Wisdom Path rank 8 great expert. Fan Yuan quickly activated Immortal Killer Move Yama. At the next moment, his whole body changed. Ghost Official Garment and Ghostly Concealment were connected. Ghost Official Garment was only a rank 7 Immortal Killer move, but after being connected with rank 9 Killer move Ghostly Concealment, it could borrow some of the power of rank 9. This time, it was Fairy Myrtle's turn in Celestial Court to show a surprised expression. She had been very confident, but suddenly, the difficulty of deducing Fan Yuan's location increased by countless times. How can this be? Fairy Myrtle frowned. What is it? Is there a problem? Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan asked. There is some trouble. I have Fan Yuan's Dark Limit Immortal Gu and Gyu Fanjing. These are all crucial clues, but I still cannot deduce Fan Yuan's location. Fairy Myrtle smiled. It is a pity. If it were before, I would have to return in failure. But this time, he detonated Danghun Mountain. Even though the cause was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he was also involved and caused damage to Star Constellation chessboard. I can definitely deduce him now. Saying so, Fairy Myrtle's fingers moved. A translucent ripple appeared beside her as a rank 8 Gu Immortal walked out of the ripple. Lady Ziwei, what can I do for you? This person was Chen Yi. He was supposed to reinforce Feng Jioge and the rest. But after Feng Jioge returned, his mission was abandoned and he was summoned back to Celestial Court by Fairy Myrtle. Come, use your Karma Divine Tree Killer move. I want to use your strength to deduce Fan Yuan's location. Fairy Myrtle ordered. Chen Yi bowed and answered, immediately activating Karma Divine Tree. Using this legendary killer move, Fairy Myrtle activated Star Constellation chessboard and finally broke through, deducing Fan Yuan's exact location. Oh no! The moment Fan Yuan's location was deduced, Yama self-detonated, exposing his true body. The connection between Ghostly Concealment and Ghost Official Garment collapsed. Ghostly Concealment was unharmed, but Ghost Official Garment was almost destroyed. Chapter 1567. Genius in 1 second. Remember Love Go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. To be able to forcefully destroy my Yama, and also after Langya Blessed Land was attacked, it was most likely the Celestial Court who took action. At that instant, thoughts moved rapidly in Fan Yuan's mind. Gu Fanjing was taken away. He has a blood connection with my Time Path clone, but the clone is inside my sovereign immortal aperture. I don't think we can use this clue. My dark limit immortal goo was in the hands of the celestial court. This clue is very important, but just this alone is not enough to destroy my Yama. Then, what method did the celestial court use? What crucial clues did they find that are related to me? Fan Yuan thought as he rapidly moved. Now that his location was exposed, staying at the same place was definitely the worst plan. The urgent matter now was to keep moving. At the same time, he had to repair ghostly concealment and think of a way to solve the current problem. Crack! Fan Yuan flew for 4 to 6 hours, when suddenly, a thunderbolt burst out from the clear sky. The thunderbolt directly targeted Fan Yuan, fiercely striking down. Fan Yuan was already prepared, he quickly dodged. With a loud sound, the thunderbolt hit the ground, the lightning solidified and turned into a human figure. The figure quickly became clear. Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan was wearing a sinister black armor, half squatting on the ground. Crackle, 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 countless tiny bolts of lightning coiled around her armor. The crater created by the explosion had already been completely roasted into a lump of charcoal. Because of the high temperature, white smoke was rising in spirals. Jinglan slowly stood up. She originally had a petite figure, but after wearing the armor, she became over 10 feet tall. Her body was tall and sturdy. Boom! Her rank 8 aura swept out like a majestic mountain. She slowly raised her head, looking at Fan Yuan in the air, saying coldly, "You are Fan Yuan? What do you think you can run to? A Central Continent rank 8 goo immortal. Furthermore, looking at this situation, he is likely someone from the Celestial Court." Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk, his alertness rose to the highest. Love go small say netku. Immortal killer move, myriad self. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed. Facing an unfamiliar enemy in front of him, he brazenly attacked. In an instant, countless Fan Yuans spread across the sky. In Jinglan's blink of an eye, the originally clear and cloudless sky was filled with a sea of Fan Yuan's strength path phantoms. With a hula sound, the army rushed towards Jinglan like a tsunami that shook the heavens. Jinglan closed her eyes and then abruptly opened them. Her originally black eyes had turned a deep blue. Endless electric arcs were like vortexes that constantly rotated in her pupils. She scanned her surroundings but did not find Fan Yuan's true body. Familiar face, humph! Jinglan coldly snorted in displeasure, and suddenly opened her mouth. "Oh!" she roared and thunder rumbled. The sound waves carried waves of blue electric arcs that rapidly spread in all directions with her as the center. Wherever they went, Fan Yuan's strength path phantoms could not even resist for a breath of time before shattering and collapsing. With one move, the clear and boundless sky appeared once again. Fan Yuan's strength path phantoms were completely destroyed, leaving only his true body behind. Lightning path rank 8? Why do I sense the aura of soul path from her? Fan Yuan frowned slightly. He was not shocked by the destruction of Myriad Self. Myriad Self was originally a probing move. Against a rank 8 Goo Immortal's killer move, no matter how many Myriad Self there were, it would be difficult to have any effect. Immortal killer move. Ignited Thought Flying Rock. Immortal Killer Move, Purple Thought Perception Starlight. Fan Yuan pushed with both palms and immediately, countless meteors with long flaming tails smashed towards Jinglan who was on the ground. After completing this move, he clenched his right hand into a fist and suddenly threw out countless dazzling and translucent purple starlight. Jinglan's lightning eyes first saw the ignited thought flying rocks and immediately showed disdain. But when she saw the purple thought perception starlight, her pupils slightly shrunk. This killer move is superb, I need to avoid it. Jinglan's thoughts moved, and with a crack, her body turned into a flash of lightning that shot towards Fan Yuan. Quick, quick, quick! Her speed was so fast that even Fan Yuan showed a shocked expression. Moreover, the lightning was extremely agile and did not just charge around blindly. Along the way, when it encountered the ignited thought flying rocks, it would all be knocked away, but when it encountered the purple thought perception starlight, it would directly dodge and move unhindered. Fan Yuan's offense was majestic, but Jing Lan was unstoppable. After turning several times in the air, she arrived in front of Fan Yuan. "Come at me!" Fan Yuan inwardly gritted his teeth and suddenly turned into an ancient sword dragon, fiercely grabbing at Jing Lan with his sharp claws. Jing Lan's armor was huge and heavy, but compared to Fan Yuan's sword dragon transformation, it seemed a bit pocket-sized. But she was extremely fierce. With a low growl, she did not dodge and directly used the sharp horn on her helmet to collide with the dragon claw. Boom! With a loud sound, both sides were fiercely bounced back. Fan Yuan's claws were soft and limp, feeling numb from the recoil. Meanwhile, all the sharp horns on Jing Lan's armor were broken and her helmet was covered in cracks. At the same time, she felt a slight sense of dizziness. "This is reverse flow protection seal." Jing Lan was well aware of this. She had set out from the Celestial Court, and had naturally obtained detailed information about Fan Yuan provided by Fairy Myrtle. Therefore, Jing Lan was not surprised by this situation. Everything was within her expectations. She laughed and shot forward again, lightning radiance erupting around her body as she charged at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan fought her without any fear. Both sides fought back and forth in the air, fighting until the sun and moon lost their light and the world changed colors. Fan Yuan relied on reverse flow protection seal to fight evenly with Jing Lan, but he retreated as he moved. "This person clearly knows about the countercurrent protection seal. That's why he's using such a powerful technique. Not only does he force me to use the countercurrent protection seal to block the attack, but he also doesn't let the rebound attack harm him." Fan Yuan had a bad feeling. Although Jing Lan could not do anything to Fan Yuan, this situation was only temporary. There was definitely a wisdom path great expert behind her that was closely watching the battle and constantly analyzing Fan Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. Fan Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was constantly being analyzed and deduced. Once it reached a certain level, a killer move that could counter reverse flow protection seal would be deduced. With such a killer move, after breaking reverse flow protection seal, Fan Yuan's doomsday would arrive. "This person is constantly changing methods to probe my reverse flow protection seal. His intentions are clear. She cultivates both Thunder Path and Soul Path. Her Thunder Path attacks are extremely fast and powerful, while her Soul Path condenses into armor that can defend like a mountain and recover extremely quickly." "Retreat!" Fan Yuan used myriad dragons and used Familiar Face to transform into one of them, disguising his identity. The myriad dragons did not attack Jing Lan, but scattered in all directions. "Where do you think you're going?" Jing Bo shouted loudly. Thunder and lightning surged, smashing down from the sky. In that instant, tens of thousands of streaks of lightning scattered the flood dragon army. Although myriad dragons were much stronger than myriad self, they were nothing compared to this rank 8 killer move. Fan Yuan's true body was soon found. Jing Lan continued to attack, chasing him relentlessly. Fan Yuan started to run for his life, rarely retaliating. "Truly a tortoise shell!" Jing Lan was quite annoyed. Fan Yuan clearly only had rank 7 cultivation, but after using reverse flow protection seal, his entire body was covered in thorns that could not be used. "Still not done?" Jing Lan transmitted to Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was far away in Celestial Court, but she was paying close attention to this place, using Celestial Court's Wisdom Path formation to break reverse flow protection seal. As for Star Constellation chessboard, because it was heavily damaged, it could not be used for the time being. "There are some results, Senior, please listen carefully." Fairy Myrtle explained the killer move to Jing Lan. Jing Lan immediately tried. After failing 2 or 3 times, she finally activated it and shot out a profound light. The great profound light hit Fan Yuan, causing the reverse flow protection seal on Fan Yuan's body to ripple. "You have already deduced the method?" Fan Yuan's heart tightened, but fortunately, this killer move was only rank 6, it was not high level and could not shake reverse flow protection seal for the time being. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with starlight. She firmly remembered the effect of the gray profound light. This was not only a result, but also a further probe of the reverse current protection seal. "Ha ha, Fan Yuan, it must have been hard for you to think of such a killer move. Unfortunately, you will die today. Jinglan laughed loudly. Her speed was astonishing, far faster than Fan Yuan. At this rate, Fan Yuan's reverse flow protection seal would be broken sooner or later. Don't you have the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel? Don't you need it now? Jinglan smiled again. With a loud sound, the lightning in her hand struck Fan Yuan's back again. Chapter 1568. Genius in 1 second. Remember Love Go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. To be able to forcefully destroy Mayama, and also after Langya Blessed Land was attacked, it was most likely the Celestial Court who took action. At that instant, thoughts moved rapidly in Fan Yuan's mind. Guyu of Fangjing was taken away. He has a blood connection with my time path clone, but the clone is inside my sovereign immortal aperture. I don't think we can use this clue. My dark limit immortal Gu was in the hands of the Celestial Court. This clue is very important, but just this alone is not enough to destroy my Yama. Then, what method did the Celestial Court use? What crucial clues did they find that are related to me? Fan Yuan thought as he rapidly moved. Now that his location was exposed, staying at the same place was definitely a bad idea. The urgent matter now was to keep moving. At the same time, he had to repair ghostly concealment and think of a way to solve the current problem. Crack! Fan Yuan flew for 4 to 6 hours, when suddenly, a thunderbolt burst out from the clear sky. The thunderbolt directly targeted Fan Yuan, fiercely striking down. Fan Yuan was already prepared. He quickly dodged. With a loud sound, the thunderbolt hit the ground. The lightning solidified and formed into a human figure. The figure quickly became clear. Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan was wearing a sinister black armor, half squatting on the ground. Crackle, 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 countless tiny bolts of lightning coiled around her armor. The crater created by the explosion had already been completely roasted into a lump of charcoal. Because of the high temperature, white smoke was rising in spirals. Jinglan slowly stood up. She originally had a petite figure, but after wearing the armor, she became over 10 feet tall. Her body was tall and sturdy. Boom! Her rank 8 aura swept out like a majestic mountain. She slowly raised her head, looking at Fan Yuan in the air, saying coldly, "You are Fan Yuan? What do you think you can run to? A Central Continent rank 8 Gu immortal. Furthermore, looking at this situation, he might be someone from the Celestial Court." Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk, his alertness rose to the highest. Immortal killer move, Myriad Self. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed. Facing an unfamiliar enemy in front of him, he brazenly attacked. In an instant, countless Fan Yuans spread across the sky. In Jinglan's blink of an eye, the originally clear and cloudless sky was filled with a sea of Fan Yuan's strength path phantoms. With a hula sound, the army rushed towards Jinglan like a tsunami that shook the heavens. Jinglan closed her eyes and then abruptly opened them. Her originally black eyes had turned a deep blue. Endless electric arcs were like vortexes that constantly rotated in her pupils. She scanned her surroundings but did not find Fan Yuan's true body. Familiar face, humph. Jinglan coldly snorted in displeasure, and suddenly opened her mouth. "Oh!" she roared, and thunder rumbled. The sound waves carried waves of blue electric arcs that rapidly spread in all directions with her as the center. Wherever they went, Fan Yuan's strength path phantoms could not even resist for a breath's time before shattering and collapsing. With one move, the clear sky reappeared, and Fan Yuan's strength path phantoms were completely destroyed. Only his true body was left. Lightning path rank 8? Why do I sense the aura of soul path from her? Fan Yuan frowned slightly. He was not shocked by the destruction of Myriad Self. Myriad Self was originally a probing move. Against a rank 8 Gu Immortal's killer move, no matter how many Myriad Self there were, it would not be effective. Immortal killer move, ignited thought flying rock. Immortal killer move, purple thought perception starlight. Fan Yuan pushed with both palms, and immediately, countless meteors with long flaming tails smashed towards Jinglan, who was on the ground. Love go small, say Netko. After completing this move, he clenched his right hand into a fist and suddenly threw out countless purple starlight specks that were dazzling and translucent. Jing Lan's lightning eyes first saw the ignited thought flying rock and immediately showed disdain, but when she saw the purple thought perception starlight specks, her pupils slightly shrunk. This killer move is excellent, I need to avoid it. Jing Lan's mind moved, and with a crack, her body turned into a flash of lightning that shot towards Fang Yuan. Fast, fast, fast. Her speed was so fast that even Fang Yuan showed a shocked expression. Furthermore, the lightning was extremely agile. It did not just charge around blindly. Along the way, when it encountered the burning thoughts flying rocks, it would all be knocked away. However, when it encountered the purple thought insight spiritual starlight, it would directly dodge and move forward. Fan Yuan's offense was majestic, but Jing Lan was unstoppable. After turning several times in the air, she arrived in front of Fan Yuan. Come at me! Fan Yuan gritted his teeth and suddenly turned into an ancient sword dragon, fiercely grabbing at Jing Lan with his sharp claws. Jing Lan's armor was huge and heavy, but compared to Fan Yuan's sword dragon transformation, it was somewhat pocket-sized. However, she was extremely fierce. With a low growl, she did not dodge and directly used the sharp horn on her helmet to collide with the dragon claw. Boom! With a loud sound, both sides were fiercely bounced back. Fan Yuan's claws were soft and limp, numb from the recoil. Meanwhile, all the sharp horns on Jing Lan's armor were broken, and the entire helmet was covered in cracks. At the same time, she felt a slight sense of dizziness. This is reverse flow protection seal. Jing Lan was well aware of this. She had set out from the Celestial Court, and had naturally obtained detailed information on Fan Yuan provided by Fairy Myrtle. Therefore, Jing Lan was not surprised by this situation. Everything was within her expectations. She laughed and shot forward again, lightning radiance erupting from her body as she charged at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan fought her without any fear. Both sides fought back and forth in the air, causing the sun and moon to lose their light and the world to change color. Fan Yuan relied on reverse flow protection seal to fight evenly with Jing Lan, but he retreated as he moved. This person clearly knows about the countercurrent protection seal. That's why he's using such a powerful technique. Not only does he force me to use the countercurrent protection seal to block the attack, but he also doesn't let the rebound attack harm him. Fan Yuan had a bad feeling. Although Jing Lan could not do anything to Fan Yuan, this situation was only temporary. There was definitely a wisdom path great expert behind her that was closely watching the battle and constantly analyzing Fan Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. Fan Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was constantly being analyzed and deduced. Once it reached a certain level, a killer move that could counter reverse flow protection seal would be deduced. With such a killer move, after breaking reverse flow protection seal, Fan Yuan's doomsday would arrive. This person is constantly changing methods to probe my reverse flow protection seal. Her intentions are clear. She cultivates both Thunder Path and Soul Path. Her Thunder Path attacks are extremely fast and powerful, while her Soul Path condenses into armor that can defend like a mountain and recover extremely quickly. Retreat! Fan Yuan used myriad dragons and used Familiar Face to transform into one of them, disguising his identity. The myriad dragons did not attack Jing Lan, but scattered in all directions. Where do you think you're going? Jing Bo shouted loudly. Thunder and lightning surged, smashing down from the sky. In that instant, tens of thousands of streaks of lightning scattered the flood dragon army. Although myriad dragons were much stronger than myriad self, they were nothing compared to this rank 8 killer move. Fan Yuan's true body was soon found. Jing Lan continued to attack, chasing him relentlessly. Fan Yuan started to run for his life, rarely retaliating. Truly a tortoise shell! Jing Lan was quite annoyed. Fan Yuan clearly only had rank 7 cultivation, but after using reverse flow protection seal, his entire body was covered in thorns that could not be used. Still not done? Jing Lan transmitted to Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was far away in Celestial Court, but she was paying close attention to this place, using celestial quartz wisdom path formation to break reverse flow protection seal. As for star constellation chessboard, because it was heavily damaged, it could not be used for the time being. There are some results, Senior, please listen carefully. Fairy Myrtle explained the killer move to Jinglan. Jinglan immediately tried. After failing 2 or 3 times, she finally activated it and shot out a profound light. The gray profound light hit Fan Yuan, causing the reverse flow protection seal on Fan Yuan's body to ripple. You have already deduced a method? Fan Yuan's heart tightened, but fortunately, this killer move was only rank 6, it was not high level and could not shake reverse flow protection seal for the time being. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with starlight. She firmly remembered the effect of the gray profound light. This was not only a result, but also a further probe of the reverse current protection seal. Ha ha, Fan Yuan, it must have been hard for you to think of such a killer move. Unfortunately, you will die today. Jinglan laughed loudly. Her speed was astonishing, far faster than Fan Yuan. At this rate, Fan Yuan's reverse flow protection seal would be broken sooner or later. Don't you have the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel? Don't you need it now? Jinglan smiled again. With a loud sound, the lightning in her hand struck Fan Yuan's back again. Chapter 1569. To be able to forcefully destroy my Yama after Langya Blessed Land was attacked, it is most likely the celestial court's doing. At that instant, thoughts moved rapidly in Fan Yuan's mind. Hu if Fanjing was taken away, he has a blood connection with my time path clone, but the clone is inside my sovereign immortal aperture. I don't think we can use this clue. My dark limit immortal goo was in the hands of the celestial court. This clue is very important, but just this alone is not enough to destroy my Yama. Then, what method did the celestial court use? What crucial clues did they find that are related to me? Fan Yuan thought as he rapidly moved. Now that his location was exposed, staying at the same place was definitely a bad idea. The urgent matter at hand was to continue moving. At the same time, he had to repair ghostly concealment and think of a way to solve the current problem. Crack! Fan Yuan flew for 4 to 6 hours, when suddenly, a thunderbolt burst out from the clear sky. The thunderbolt directly struck at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was already prepared, he quickly dodged. With a loud sound, the thunderbolt landed on the ground. The lightning solidified and turned into a human figure. The figure quickly became clear. Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan was wearing a sinister black armor, half squatting on the ground. Crackle, 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 countless tiny bolts of lightning coiled around her armor. The crater created by the explosion had already been completely roasted into a lump of charcoal. Because of the high temperature, white smoke was rising in spirals. Jinglan slowly stood up. She had a petite figure, but after wearing the armor, she was over 10 feet tall. Her body was tall and sturdy. Boom! Her rank 8 aura swept out like a majestic mountain. She slowly raised her head, looking at Fan Yuan who was in the air, saying in a cold voice, "You are Fan Yuan? Where do you think you can escape to? A central continent rank 8 Gu immortal. Furthermore, looking at your appearance, you are likely a member of the celestial court." Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk, his vigilance rose to the highest. Immortal killer move, myriad self. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed. Facing an unfamiliar enemy in front of him, he brazenly attacked. In an instant, countless Fan Yuans spread across the sky. In Jinglan's blink of an eye, the originally clear and cloudless sky was filled with a sea of Fan Yuan's strength path phantoms. With a hula sound, the army rushed towards Jinglan like a tsunami that shook the heavens. Jinglan closed her eyes and then abruptly opened them. Her originally black eyes had turned a deep blue. Endless electric arcs were like vortexes that constantly rotated in her pupils. She scanned her surroundings but did not find Fan Yuan's true body. Familiar face, humph. Jinglan coldly snorted in displeasure and suddenly opened her mouth. Roar! She roared, and thunder rumbled. The sound waves carried a blue electric light, with her as the center, spreading rapidly in all directions. Wherever it went, Fan Yuan's strength path phantoms could not even resist for a breath's time, shattering and collapsing. With one move, the clear sky reappeared, and Fan Yuan's strength path phantoms were completely destroyed, only his true body was left. Lightning path rank 8? Why do I sense the aura of soul path from her? Fan Yuan frowned slightly. He was not shocked by the destruction of Myriad Self. Myriad Self was originally a probing move. Facing a rank 8 Gu Immortal's killer move, no matter how many Myriad Self there were, it would be difficult to have a good effect. Immortal killer move, Ignited Thought Flying Rock. Immortal killer move, Purple Thought Insight Starlight. Fan Yuan pushed with both palms, and immediately, countless meteors with long flaming tails smashed towards Jing Lan, who was on the ground. After completing this move, he clenched his right hand into a fist and suddenly threw out countless purple starlight specks that were dazzling and translucent. Jing Lan's lightning eyes first saw the ignited thought flying rocks and immediately showed disdain, but when she saw the purple thought insight starlight, her pupils slightly shrunk. This killer move is excellent, I need to avoid it. Jing Lan's mind moved, and with a crack, her body turned into a flash of lightning that shot towards Fan Yuan. Fast, fast, fast. Her speed was so fast that even Fan Yuan showed a shocked expression. Moreover, the lightning was extremely agile and did not just charge around blindly. Along the way, when it encountered the ignited thought flying rocks, it would all be knocked away, but when it encountered the purple thought insight starlight, it would directly dodge and move unhindered. Fan Yuan's offensive was majestic, but Jing Lan was unstoppable. After turning several times in the air, she arrived in front of Fan Yuan. Come at me! Fan Yuan gritted his teeth and suddenly turned into an ancient sword dragon, fiercely grabbing at Jing Lan with his sharp claws. Jing Lan's armor was massive and heavy, but compared to the sword dragon that Fan Yuan had turned into, it seemed a bit smaller. But she was extremely fierce. With a low shout, she did not dodge, but instead used the sharp horn on her helmet to collide with the dragon claw. Boom! With a loud sound, both sides were fiercely bounced back. Fan Yuan's claws were soft and limp, numb from the recoil. Meanwhile, the sharp horns on Jing Lan's armor were all broken and the entire helmet was covered in cracks. At the same time, she felt a slight sense of dizziness. This is the reverse flow protection seal. Jing Lan was well aware of this. She had set out from the Celestial Court, and had naturally obtained detailed information on Fan Yuan provided by Fairy Myrtle. Therefore, Jing Lan was not surprised by this situation. Everything was within her expectations. She laughed and once again shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Lightning erupted from her body as she shot towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan fought her without fear. Both sides fought back and forth in the air, causing the sun and moon to lose their luster and the world to change color. Fan Yuan relied on the reverse flow protection seal to fight evenly with Jing Lan, but he retreated as he moved. This person clearly knows about the countercurrent protection seal. That's why he's using such a powerful technique. Not only does he force me to use the countercurrent protection seal to block the attack, but he also doesn't let the rebound attack harm him. Fan Yuan had a bad feeling. Although Jing Lan could not do anything to Fan Yuan, this situation was only temporary. There was definitely a wisdom path great expert behind her that was closely watching the battle and analyzing Fan Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. Fan Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was constantly being analyzed and deduced. Once it reached a certain level, a killer move that could counter reverse flow protection seal would be deduced. With such a killer move, after breaking the reverse flow protection seal, Fan Yuan's end would come. This person is constantly changing her methods to probe my reverse flow protection seal from all directions. Her intentions are clear. She cultivates both lightning path and soul path. Her lightning path attacks are extremely fast and powerful, while her soul path condenses into armor that can defend like a mountain and recover extremely quickly. Retreat! Fan Yuan used myriad dragons and used familiar face to transform into one of them, disguising his identity. The myriad dragons did not attack Jing Lan, but scattered in all directions. Where do you think you're going? Jingbo shouted loudly. Thunder and lightning surged, smashing down from the sky. In that instant, tens of thousands of streaks of lightning scattered the flood dragons. Although myriad dragons were much stronger than myriad itself, they were nothing compared to this rank 8 killer move. Fan Yuan's true body was soon found. Jing Lan continued to attack, chasing him relentlessly. Fan Yuan started to run for his life, rarely retaliating. Truly a tortoise shell! Jing Lan was quite annoyed. Fan Yuan clearly only had rank 7 cultivation, but after putting on a layer of reverse flow protection seal, he was covered in thorns that could not be used. Still not done? Jing Lan transmitted to Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was far away in Celestial Court, but she was paying close attention to this place. She was using Celestial Court's Wisdom Path formation to break reverse flow protection seal. As for Star Constellation chessboard, because it was damaged, it could not be used for the time being. There are some results, Senior, please listen carefully. Fairy Myrtle explained the killer move to Jing Lan. Jing Lan immediately tried. After failing 2 or 3 times, she finally activated it and shot out a profound light. The gray profound light hit Fan Yuan, causing ripples to appear on Fan Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. A method has already been deduced? Fan Yuan's heart tightened, but fortunately, this killer move was only rank 6, it was not high level and could not shake reverse flow protection seal for the time being. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with starlight, she firmly remembered the effect of the gray profound light. This was a result, and also a further probe into reverse flow protection seal. Ha ha, Fan Yuan, it must have been hard for you to think of such a killer move. Unfortunately, you will die today. Jing Lan laughed loudly. Her speed was astonishing, far faster than Fan Yuan. At this rate, Fan Yuan's reverse flow protection seal would be broken sooner or later. Don't you have the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel? Don't you need it now? Jing Lan smiled again. With a loud sound, the lightning in her hand struck Fan Yuan's back again. Fan Yuan did not say a word, he fled with all his strength. Chapter 1570. Die! Jing Lan shouted, looking at the beam of light shooting towards Fan Yuan. Her eyes were filled with joy. Although she had rank 8 cultivation and extremely strong battle strength, she had lived under the shadow of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable all her life. In the Celestial Court, she had woken up because of Danghun Mountain's self-detonation, seeing Spectral Soul's stubborn resistance. The emotions buried in the depths of her heart surged. Shock, anger, pity, schadenfreude, as well as fear. O Spectral Soul, you were once so strong, but now you have become a prisoner of the Celestial Court. Now that your inheritor is about to be killed by me, I have awakened at the right time. After killing your inheritor, I will eliminate the fear that you have planted in the depths of my heart. Then I will bring Fan Yuan's head to see you, and you will also be killed by me in the end. Ha ha ha, one day, you will also die by my hands. Unbelievable, it is like a dream, ha ha ha. At this moment, Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jing Lan laughed wildly in her mind. Something is wrong, quickly stop. At this time, Jing Lan suddenly heard a voice. Too late. Jing Lan's eyes were filled with killing intent and bloodthirst, but she was also slightly stunned. This voice is somewhat familiar, that's right, it is that Junior Z Wei. So it is not Fan Yuan's reinforcements. Wait, what does she mean? A thought flashed across Jing Lan's mind like lightning. The bloodthirst in Jing Lan's eyes immediately dissipated by more than half, replaced by reason and clarity. She quickly wanted to retreat. It is already too late. Fan Yuan's expression suddenly changed. The fear and panic from before disappeared without a trace, and what replaced it was the determination to win and soaring fighting spirit. He moved his dragon body. Not only did he not dodge, he even charged forward in defiance of the heavens, aiming at Jing Lan's sure-kill attack and colliding with it. The beam of light ruthlessly struck Fan Yuan's body, but the layer of reverse flow protection seal covering Fan Yuan's dragon body instantly changed. Not only did it return to its original state, it even circulated with traces of mysterious profound light. At this crucial moment, reverse flow protection seal produced a completely new transformation. Change of technique. The pillar of light couldn't break through this reverse current protection seal at all and was reflected back. This? Jing Lan's pupils fiercely shrank. Even though she was a veteran of hundreds of battles, at this moment, her complexion suddenly changed, revealing a shocked expression. In her previous battle with Fang Yuan, the techniques she used were very restrained. Even if it was reflected, she could either retrieve it or endure it. But this strike was completely different. This was her full-strength attack. It was a rank 8 level immortal killer move. She was determined to succeed in this attack. Not only would she be able to break through the reverse current protection seal, she would also be able to kill Fang Yuan. But now, the killer move she used with all her strength was reflected back at her. Jing Lan had forced Fang Yuan into a position where he had no chance to dodge. The distance between the two was very close. Right now, Jing Lan wanted to dodge, but there was not enough time. Her emotions were also fluctuating intensely because of the shadow planted in her heart by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, and the most important reason was that her condition was not good. As a rank 8, although she had the ability to penetrate deep into the regional wall, she did not have the sovereign immortal body. Her body was still suffering from backlash and injuries. While chasing Fang Yuan all the way, taking revenge, and occupying the upper hand, Jing Lan did not feel it. But now, when she wanted to dodge, she suddenly realized that her condition was already so terrible. With all these factors stacked on top of each other, Jing Lan could not dodge the pillar of light in time and could only take it head-on. Boom! The pillar of light bombarded Jing Lan's body, erupting with extremely dazzling light like the sun had descended on the battlefield. Even though Fang Yuan had transformed into an ancient sword dragon, he had no choice but to tightly close his eyes at this moment. But at the next moment, the light weakened slightly, and Fang Yuan endured the pain and forcibly opened his eyes. Kill! He could barely make out Jing Lan's tiny and delicate body within the endless white light. The sinister and thick armor that covered her entire body had completely disintegrated, revealing her immortal body. After being struck by her own full-strength attack, Jing Lan's eyes rolled back and blood gushed out from all the pores on her body, causing her to fall into a temporary state of unconsciousness. Fang Yuan opened his huge mouth. His dragon teeth were as sharp as spears. His dragon body suddenly pounced towards Jing Lan. His muscles bulged to an exaggerated degree as Fang Yuan's dragon claws ruthlessly tore down. Damn it! Damn it! I actually fell for his trap. In the celestial court, Fairy Myrtle's eyes were wide open. She was angry and blaming herself. He actually deduced reverse flow protection seal to such an extent, and even changed his moves. The original reverse flow protection seal was a trap specifically targeted at me. Once I deduced it successfully, he changed his move, and the reverse flow protection seal after the change was completely different, completely new. This Fang Yuan, inconceivable. How can his wisdom path attainments be so deep? Fairy Myrtle had always been overestimating Fang Yuan, but the reality in front of her was a ruthless slap to her face. She had thought she had the upper hand. Ever since the Battle of Reverse Flow River, she had been collecting information and working hard to deduce reverse flow protection seal. In the following process, including when Feng Jioge chased after Fang Yuan, she had been working behind the scenes to deduce everything, until Thunder Ghost's true monarch appeared. She felt that this was the result of her many accumulations, but to think that this was all Fang Yuan's trap and scheme. The wisdom path attainment that Fang Yuan displayed far surpassed Fairy Myrtle's expectations. But how is this possible? Wait, did he borrow the power of Wisdom Goo? But Wisdom Goo is clearly a wild creature. Only rank 9 venerables can refine this goo and use it for themselves. Fang Yuan was only rank 7, no one in Langya's sect had such an ability. Even if he had rank 9 immortal essence, he would need the venerable's will to fight Wisdom Goo. The Celestial Court recorded that after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable reached rank 9, she spent close to 100 years to refine and subdue the rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Fairy Myrtle could not understand. Her forehead was covered in sweat. In just a short moment, there was a layer of cold sweat on her forehead. Senior Jing Lan will definitely suffer heavy injuries from this attack. Hold on, you must hold on. Fairy Myrtle had deduced a rank 8 killer move. She naturally knew the power of this move. The investigative killer move that she had placed on Jing Lan was also destroyed by this attack. Fairy Myrtle had completely lost her ability to investigate the battle. She immediately sent Chinyi and the rest to the regional wall battlefield to reinforce Thunder Ghost's true monarch. But she still had to stay in the Celestial Court. Duke Long was wholeheartedly nurturing Feng Kimhong. He was no longer here. Spectral Soul was resisting stubbornly. He needed to be monitored at all times. The Celestial Court also needed her, Fairy Myrtle, to oversee the overall situation. Crack, crack, crack. A series of sounds came from Jing Lan's body. Fan Yuan's dragon claw was sharp as a blade as it stabbed at Jing Lan's chest. But at the critical moment, a dense layer of lightning armor appeared in front of Jing Lan's chest, intertwined with arcs of electricity. The dragon claw scratched this layer of armor like it was scratching the hardest steel. This was a rank 8 killer move, passive defense. Even if a Gu Immortal was unconscious, it could still be activated by external attacks. Normally, Fan Yuan would be like a mouse fighting a bull. But now, this layer of lightning armor was damaged from the previous attack. It was not in a complete state. Thus, Fan Yuan used all his strength to tear it apart. The dragon claw firmly chopped down, piercing Jing Lan's skin along the way, from her left shoulder to the right side of her waist. Wherever it went, lightning flashed and the lightning armor was torn apart. Jing Lan's ribs were even harder, but 3 of them were cut by Fan Yuan's dragon claw. The dragon claw was completely undamaged. Immortal essence was rapidly consumed. Reverse flow protection seal had been maintaining it, loyally protecting Fan Yuan. If not for this layer of protection, just the dragon claw alone would have broken countless bones and shattered half the distance. The intense pain stimulated Jing Lan to open her eyes. She was worthy of being an experienced rank 8 great expert that could resist Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. In an instant, she understood her situation and let out a sharp scream. This scream was not meaningless, it was an immortal killer move. Fan Yuan only frowned, he was unscathed. On the contrary, this attack was completely reversed by the countercurrent protection seal and struck Jing Lan's body. Jing Lan's eardrums were instantly destroyed and her mind was in chaos. Large amounts of internal bleeding occurred in her head, thick blood gushed out of her eyeballs and her vision turned blood red. Jing Lan had outstanding battle accomplishments. But maybe because she had just woken up from her slumber and had not exercised her body, her first battle was with Fan Yuan. Or maybe, after she was woken up by the pain, she realized she was heavily injured and subconsciously defended herself. In short, her reaction was too fast, and she forgot that Fan Yuan's reverse flow protection seal had already undergone a new transformation, resulting in this mistake and causing her to suffer heavy injuries again. Take her life while she is ill. Fan Yuan's dragon pupils were filled with a cold and sinister light. He fiercely swung his dragon tail and ruthlessly slammed Jing Lan down from the sky. With a loud bang, the ground shook and Jing Lan was smashed into the ground like a rubber ball, creating a deep pit with a radius of 3 meters. Damn it! Jing Lan gritted her teeth and struggled to get up. Her injuries were extremely heavy, her armor was intact and her ribs were broken. From the outside, her beating heart and expanding and contracting lungs could be seen. Roar! At the next moment, Fan Yuan opened his dragon mouth to its widest and let out a dragon breath. Sword-light dragon breath. Surging to the extreme, incomparably sharp. The silver-white dragon breath was like a waterfall that soared to the sky and heavily crashed into Jing Lan's body. Jing Lan had just stood up and the thoughts in her mind had mostly settled down when she was struck by the sword dragon breath and knelt on one knee on the ground. I was actually forced to kneel on the ground by a rank 7 Gu Immortal? Thinking of this, an intense feeling of humiliation filled Jing Lan's heart. Anger and hatred immediately surged up. Ah! Jing Lan raised her head and roared. As she roared, blue lightning shot out from the countless pores on her body. The lightning interweaved and suddenly expanded. Rumble! Endless lightning formed a hemispherical light barrier that repelled everything in the surroundings. Wherever it went, whether it was Fan Yuan's dragon breath or the surrounding miasma, they were completely destroyed by the lightning. Chapter 1571. Fan Yuan activated his strongest offensive method. Dragon roars resounded, silver scales appearing like a sea. Tens of thousands of flood dragons surged forward, savagely encircling Jinglan in the center of the deep pit. Damn it! Jinglan gritted her teeth, the anger in her eyes like blazing flames. After the attack just now, her aura had fallen to rock bottom. The myriad dragons pounced over and were all killed by her. These little earthworms are nothing at all. Fan Yuan, you coward, come, let's fight with our true bodies! Jinglan roared. Fan Yuan sneered, his true body hiding in a corner. Myriad dragon! Myriad dragon! Myriad dragon! Myriad dragon! Disregarding the expenditure of immortal essence, Fan Yuan frantically activated Myriad Dragon Killer move. Jinglan's aura rapidly weakened, she roared again and again, provoking Fan Yuan. But Fan Yuan did not move his true body. Myriad Dragon was a peak rank 7 killer move, but it was nothing to Jinglan. Because Jinglan still had abundant immortal essence, and her immortal goo were not damaged. But every time Jinglan used the killer move, she would suffer the backlash of the regional wall. Even though she had methods to weaken this backlash, she was heavily injured at this moment. The backlash was very fatal. Don't forget, she still had to heal herself. But how could the injuries on her body be so easily healed? It was very difficult to treat Gu Immortal's injuries. Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal body was unique in the world. Jinglan saw that she could not lure Fan Yuan's true body, so she snorted and chose to break through. Myriad Dragon could not stop her, even though she was heavily injured. This was Thunder Ghost's true monarch who could resist Spectral Soul Demon Venerable back then. Her battle strength was peerless. Fan Yuan sighed. He knew that he was strong in defense, and although his battle strength could barely reach rank 8, against a person like Jinglan, he could not keep her life. Gu Immortals who reached this level would not die easily. Unless they ambushed the Gu Immortal in the Immortal Battlefield Killer move and killed the Gu Immortal before the Battlefield Killer move was unraveled. Of course, from another perspective, Fan Yuan couldn't kill Jinglan, but Jinglan also couldn't kill Fan Yuan. No matter how fast she was, she couldn't stop Fan Yuan from entering the boundary wall. Even so, Fan Yuan clearly understood that even if he couldn't kill Jinglan, he still had to pursue her. I need to weaken this person's battle prowess as much as possible so that I can buy some time for myself. Fan Yuan reached out and pointed. Immortal Killer Move, Directional Confusion Fog. The original Directional Confusion Fog was purple fog. It was not big but could make rank 8 Gu Immortals lose their way. After Fan Yuan's first modification, this move had no effect on rank 8 Gu Immortals, but its effect on rank 7 and below Gu Immortals was increased. Not only did its color change, its range also expanded greatly, but it only lasted for a short period of time. After the Battle of Green Ghost Desert, Fan Yuan's Theft Path Attainment soared and he modified this move again, adding many Theft Path Mortal Goo and even fusing Great Thief Immortal Goo into it as the core to steal the enemy's perception ability. Thus, its power soared and it could affect rank 8 Gu Immortals once again. In an instant, large amounts of clouds and mist shrouded Jinglan, causing her to lose her sense of direction and lose her sense of direction. Fan Yuan took the chance to order the myriad dragons to encircle her again. Oh no! I lack many immortal goo, I can't even break this killer move? Jinglan tried many methods but was shocked to find that she actually had no good way to deal with this killer move. What's going on? Fan Yuan observed for a while and saw that Jinglan couldn't break out of the encirclement. He was baffled. This killer move had been modified by Fan Yuan and was even more convenient to use, but it was only at rank 7 level. Fan Yuan had not expected to block Jinglan with this move. His true intention was to delay her for some time. But Jinglan couldn't break out. This surprised Fan Yuan. From outside the fog, Fan Yuan could clearly sense the aura of an immortal goo. Jinglan had been using her methods to try and break it. Her move was not ineffective, but the effect was not great, it only thinned the direction confusion fog a little. Fan Yuan's eyes shone with bright light. After observing for a while, he immediately activated direction confusion fog. The fog continued to increase in density, layer upon layer, firmly trapping Jinglan inside. She really can't break out. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly. If he had known this, he would have used this move earlier, and he wouldn't have had to struggle so hard to escape. However, any killer move's effect would diminish after being used too many times. Not only would the enemy be on guard, they would also give themselves away, leading to deductions and breakthroughs. Thus, it was a wise move for Fan Yuan to keep this killer move with him. But he had not expected it to actually trap Jinglan. This was a pleasant surprise. Oh no! Jinglan also realized the situation was far from good. At this moment, she truly felt the aura of death. Kill! Countless sword dragons drilled into the direction confusion fog, besieging Jinglan from all directions. Jinglan couldn't break out of the fog and fell into a bitter battle. The regional wall was still rejecting her. Every time she used a killer move, she would suffer a backlash. Could it be that I, Jinglan, the Grand Thunder Ghost True Monarch, am going to die here? As time passed, the situation became increasingly disadvantageous to Jinglan, making her heart sink. No, I still have to persevere, I still want to fight. Even if I die, I will drag this Fan Yuan down with me. Jinglan's gaze fell on her chest. The wound on her chest was extremely large, exposing her heart. Her heart was very special. Every time it beat, traces of purple lightning would burst out. This was her final trump card. Such powerful battle strength! Even with such heavy injuries, she can still persevere and still has strength to spare. Moreover, her will is also invulnerable, even though I secretly use so many wisdom path methods. After a long while of encirclement, Fan Yuan sighed and gave up. Time was crucial now. Fan Yuan needed to deduce and improve Ghost Soldier Garment as soon as possible. Although the situation was extremely advantageous to Fan Yuan, Celestial Court would definitely send reinforcements. Once reinforcements arrived, it would be a disaster for Fan Yuan. In fact, some Gu immortals had come together with Thunder Ghost True Monarch, but they had left their companions far behind. This was a possibility. Without any hesitation, Fan Yuan retreated, but before he left, he added many more myriad dragon and directional confusion fog. Retreat! Fan Yuan immediately moved towards the regional wall. The 5 regional walls were relatively safe for Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan moved while deducing and modifying Ghost Official Garment. But soon, he found that Ghost Official Garment was still limited to rank 7 no matter how much he modified it. It was better to dig out the connection between it and Ghostly Concealment. Ghostly Concealment is a rank 9 killer move. Even though it is Theft Path, it has the word ghost in it, it blocks the soul's senses, so it is closely related to Soul Path. Yama's idea is correct. With Ghostly Concealment, I can raise Ghost Official Garment's level to a higher level. After finding the correct direction, Fan Yuan used every second he had to deduce. He had rich Wisdom Path methods and sufficient attainment level, especially his Theft Path attainment level. It gave him the most crucial support. After fleeing for several days and nights, Fan Yuan finally finished his deductions and activated Yama again. The new Yama killer move allowed Ghostly Concealment and Ghost Official Garment to be even more closely connected. Originally, these 2 killer moves were repelling each other, but now, they were fusing together. The repelling effect had completely disappeared. Success! Fan Yuan sensed carefully and clenched his fists excitedly. He blocked the Celestial Court's deductions and location again. This time, the danger was averted. But if he deactivated Yama, he would be exposed to the Celestial Court's deductions again. Fan Yuan quickly moved towards Northern Plains. Maintaining the new Yama was not a small expenditure. In this battle with Thunder Ghost True Monarch, he had expended a lot of immortal essence. Fan Yuan's original immortal essence reserves were almost empty. In this battle, Fan Yuan had used Myriad Dragon the most times. Other than that, he had also used direction confusion fog the most in history. These immortal killer moves all expended immortal essence. Moreover, deducing the new Yama also expended a lot of immortal essence. Fan Yuan had suffered huge losses in this battle, but it was not without gains. His greatest gain was preserving his life. Other than that, there was the new Yama and Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones. Chapter 1572. Celestial Court. In a grand palace, Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes and stopped her deductions, sighing. This Fan Yuan's wisdom path attainment is already extraordinary. He was able to defend against my method again. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Chinyi had been using Karma Divine Tree to help Fairy Myrtle make deductions. At this moment, he had a complex expression as he spoke. Lady Ziwei, there's one more thing I need to report. What is it? Chinyi had only been assisting from the side, but Fairy Myrtle was fully focused on deducing Fan Yuan, so Chinyi was the first to notice Fan Yuan's actions. He immediately answered. Jewel Yellow Skies has sold 3 rib bones of Lady Thunder Ghost True Monarch. What? Fairy Myrtle's expression changed. She immediately contacted Jewel Yellow Skies and saw that the 3 rib bones had indeed caused a huge commotion. Many Gu immortal wills had gathered. It is hard to imagine that this demon Fan Yuan already has such battle strength. Sigh, his growth is too fast. He is already a demonic path overlord of the current generation. Fan Yuan is an otherworldly demon. He also has spring-autumn cicada and has been reborn. He naturally has a huge advantage in cultivation. I recognize her. This is Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Thunder Ghost True Monarch. To think that she was actually suppressed by Fan Yuan. Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan, this is an old senior. She is actually still alive. Central Continent's Celestial Court is only SOSO. They are the #1 human force in Bane. They have been searching for Fan Yuan all along and even sent a rank 8 Gu Immortal, but they were still beaten to such a sorry state by Fan Yuan. The Gu Immortal wills continued to converse. Fairy Ziwei's body started to tremble. This was because of anger. This was because not only was Fan Yuan selling the sternum, but he was also using a method to continuously replay the scene of his battle with Jinglan. Of course, he only chose the part where he successfully counterattacked and beat up Jinglan. My lord, should we inform Thunder Ghost True Monarch about this? Chinyi asked. By the time Jinglan defeated myriad flood dragons and dispelled the directional confusion fog with great difficulty, Fan Yuan had long since disappeared without a trace. Although Fairy Myrtle was still able to calculate Fan Yuan's position at that time, Jinglan's combat strength had been weakened to rock bottom. Her condition was extremely poor, and she urgently needed to recuperate. Later, reinforcements arrived and met up with her. She once again set out to kill Fan Yuan. Unfortunately, the distance between her and Fan Yuan had already widened. Fan Yuan had been in the depths of the boundary wall all this time. Jinglan kept chasing after them, but her helpers didn't have the means to go so deep into the boundary wall, so they could only coordinate from outside the boundary wall. Jinglan was unwilling to accept her failure. Her heart was filled with anger and humiliation, so she kept chasing after them. But just now, Fairy Myrtle couldn't calculate Fan Yuan's position, so Jinglan lost her target and direction. Ziwei! Where is that demon, Fan Yuan? Jinglan transmitted to ask. She was flustered and exasperated. Her tone was very aggressive. She had thought it would be easy to capture him, but in the end, she ended up seriously injured and in such a sorry state. How could the proud Jinglan accept this reality? She gritted her teeth, urgently hoping to capture and kill Fan Yuan to avenge her humiliation. Fairy Myrtle was silent for a moment before slowly informing Jinglan. What? Even you can lose him? Jinglan was furious and extremely dissatisfied. Fan Yuan's wisdom path attainments are no longer the same as before. But he has to go to Langya Blessed Land in the end. We have already made arrangements there. Although we didn't capture this scoundrel in this battle, we still made great gains. Not only did we consume a large amount of his immortal essence, we also forced him to expose countless trump cards. How can a Gu immortal like him be killed in one battle? Fairy Myrtle advised Jinglan in a gentle tone. Jinglan was silent, standing on the spot without moving. After a long while, she heaved a long sigh. The anger on her face had already completely faded. I underestimated him. This person is shockingly talented, worthy of being the successor chosen by Providence, and the one that Shadow Sect had no choice but to choose. In the next battle, I won't make the mistake of underestimating the enemy. Jinglan was not an impetuous person. After being awakened by Fairy Myrtle, she immediately regained her composure and calmly admitted her mistake as a celestial court expert. Compared to Fan Yuan, there is another more troublesome matter. Fairy Myrtle tactfully told Jinglan about the matter of Fan Yuan selling the breastbone in jewel yellow skies. Jinglan's mind, which had just calmed down, immediately surged with great waves of anger. What? This guy actually took my sternum out to sell? Preposterous! Simply preposterous! Jinglan immediately communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies, and sure enough, when she saw her breastbone, she flew into a rage and her eyes turned bloodshot. Soon after, Jinglan saw the scene of Fan Yuan beating her up, and she gritted her teeth so hard that they almost shattered. Damned guy, if you fall into my hands in the future, I will definitely pull out your tendons, flay your skin, and grind your bones to ashes. However, this kid Fan Yuan actually took it out to sell. He is really cautious. He only took a small portion of the image. He is simply shameless to the extreme. He has no shame at all. Jinglan breathed roughly through her nostrils, trying hard to calm down as she pondered. He definitely consumed a lot of energy in this battle. Taking out 3 of my breastbones to sell, isn't his foundation greatly damaged and he urgently needs to replenish it? Then I will do as you wish and buy it. First, if Jinglan bought her breastbone, she could completely reattach it, and it would have an extremely significant effect on her injuries. Second, the longer this image and breastbone were hung in jewel yellow skies, the deeper the blow to the celestial court. Since ancient times, the celestial court had always been recognized as the #1 power of humanity. Now that Fan Yuan was selling Jinglan's 3 breastbones, it was like a slap to the celestial court's face. Fairy Myrtle couldn't make the first move. After all, Jinglan was the person involved. Jinglan also understood Fairy Myrtle's meaning. She urged out a will, hid her identity, and swallowed her anger. She then asked Fan Yuan's will. How much are you selling these breastbones? Who are you? I come from the Eastern Sea. Jinglan gritted her teeth. She didn't expect the Grand Thunder Ghost True Monarch to be so anonymous. I am very interested in these 3 breastbones. Fan Yuan's will smiled. There are many people who are interested. Jinglan's will gritted her teeth. But there aren't many people who are willing to pay such a high price. Fan Yuan's will, however, didn't ask for the price as she expected, instead shaking his head. No matter how high the price is, I won't sell. You won't sell? If you won't sell, then why are you hanging it? Jinglan immediately had a very bad feeling. Fan Yuan's will sneered. I'm hanging it for fun. What can you do about it? Guh. Jinglan couldn't bear it anymore. She coughed out a mouthful of blood. Fan Yuan! If I, Jinglan, don't kill you, I am not human. More than 10 days later, Langya Blessed Land's immortal formation shone brightly, soaring into the sky. The light slowly dissipated, and Fan Yuan slowly walked out of the immortal formation. After defeating Jinglan, Fan Yuan had been using the immortal killer move Yama, traveling day and night without rest until he finally returned to Langya Blessed Land. Because Fan Yuan did not know the true location of Langya Blessed Land, he had to rely on the immortal formation to directly teleport back this time. Inside the immortal aperture, I won't need Yama to conceal myself. Fan Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, dispelling Yama. Elder Fan Yuan, you are finally back! Land Spirit of Langya was already standing outside the immortal formation. Seeing that Fan Yuan had dispelled Yama and revealed his true appearance, he immediately welcomed him with a smile. This time, when Langya Blessed Land was invaded, Fan Yuan did not contribute much, but why was Land Spirit of Langya so enthusiastic? Fan Yuan, however, knew clearly that it was because he had sold Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones in jewel yellow skies. Fan Yuan did not sell them. On one hand, he wanted to deal a blow to Celestial Court's reputation. On the other hand, he wanted to obtain Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land was invaded by Feng Jioga's group. It was in a pathetic state, and they had offended Celestial Court. These last days, the Northern Plains Variant Human Alliance's higher-ups were under immense pressure. They were in a constant state of anxiety. After all, these Variant humans had once dominated a region, suppressing the human race beneath their feet. It was Celestial Court that led the human race to defeat these Variant human races, creating the current era of humanity. Thus, these 4 races Variant humans were actually afraid of being beaten by the humans. They were hiding in one place and surviving secretly. Now that they had offended Celestial Court, it was easy to imagine how much pressure they were under. At this juncture, Fan Yuan beat up Thunder Ghost True Monarch. The battle was displayed in jewel yellow skies for the whole world to see. Jing Lan was a famous rank 8 expert in history. Such a person was also defeated by Fan Yuan. This was extremely good news to the Variant human Gu immortals. Once the news spread, it was like sunlight shone upon them, dispelling the gloominess in their hearts. Elder Fan Yuan, you did well this time. Previously, when I asked the Stone Golem tribe to borrow the primordial rock dragon, the Stone Golem tribe was always evasive and ambiguous. But when your news came, their attitude clearly changed. Land Spirit of Langya secretly transmitted to Fan Yuan, winking. Now that you are back, with you around, we can force the Rockman tribe to lend us the immemorial rock dragon. By then, we will have 3 rank 8 battle strengths. It will not be a problem to relocate Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya was excited. Fan Yuan glanced at the Land Spirit. He was not as optimistic as the latter. Celestial Court definitely had a lot of arrangements. Relocating Langya Blessed Land was not a simple matter. But at this moment, he was not in a hurry to explain the details to Land Spirit of Langya. Fan Yuan turned his gaze towards the group of Variant humans behind Land Spirit of Langya. These people were the Gu immortals of the 4 races. Fan Yuan had returned this time to create a commotion, thus they came to welcome him with smiles on their faces. Snowman Gu Immortal Bing Yuan praised. Elder Fan Yuan, you are truly a heavenly genius. Even the Grand Thunder Ghost True Monarch is not your match. This battle has already established your throne as the number 1 rank 7 of humanity. Bing Yuan was overjoyed. Fan Yuan was engaged to a female immortal of the Snowman tribe. He could be considered half a snowman. This was her political opinion. The stronger Fan Yuan was, the happier she would be. All along, Fan Yuan and Feng Jioga had been mentioned together. After all, they both had rank 7 cultivation level but were special existences that could fight rank 8s. But now, Fan Yuan's battle video showed that he was able to beat Thunder Ghost True Monarch into such a pathetic state. Everyone was shocked and shocked. Chapter 1573. Battles depended on who the opponent was. If Fan Yuan defeated rank 6 or 7 Gu immortals, nobody would be surprised. But his opponent was the famous rank 8 Gu immortal in history, Thunder Ghost True Monarch. That was a different story. Actually, Fan Yuan was in a pathetic state in this battle, but it was this battle that established his reputation as the number 1 rank 7 in the world. He suppressed Feng Jioga. One could say, this was the battle that made Fan Yuan famous in the world. Just from this battle alone, even those rank 8 Gu immortals would have to pay attention to this rank 7 monster, Fan Yuan. Of course, this was all part of Fan Yuan's plan. Even though Fan Yuan lost this battle and retreated, it was not like he did not gain anything. Victory or defeat in a battle was not important in essence. What was important was the losses and gains after the battle. Even though Fan Yuan lost this battle, his gains were not small. The value of the 3 rib bones was not in themselves, but the meaning behind them. Fan Yuan used these spoils of war to the extreme. The 5 regions Gu immortal world was in an uproar because of this. Not to mention Chu Du's complex emotions, Wu Yong's ashen expression, and Lu Wei Yin's sigh. After Fan Yuan returned to Langya Blessed Land, he immediately felt a huge difference. These variant human Gu immortals, including Land Spirit of Langya, had a huge change in attitude towards him. They were truly in awe of him. Especially when the celestial court was watching them, Fan Yuan became the pillar of support for these people. After all, the immemorial rock dragon was only an immemorial desolate beast, even though the ancient battle formation heavenly giant solar had rank 8 battle strength, it could not match a true rank 8 Gu immortal. But now, Fan Yuan beat up such a rank 8 Gu immortal, especially when Thunder Ghost True Monarch was publicly recognized as an expert among rank 8s. At this time, who cared about Fan Yuan's rank 7 cultivation level? The battle results were right in front of them. Because of this, when Fan Yuan returned to Langya Blessed Land, these people eagerly came to welcome him. Fan Yuan's attitude was slightly cold. He only said a few words to the land spirit of Langya, Bing Yuan, and the others before nodding at Shuer. Shuer immediately lowered her head shyly, while the snowman Gu immortals smiled happily. The variant human Gu immortals suggested setting up a banquet to welcome Fan Yuan, but Fan Yuan rejected them without hesitation. The current situation is not good. We need to make full use of our time and get through this crisis. Fan Yuan said plainly, but the variant human Gu immortals agreed with him. Fan Yuan's status was really different now. These variant human Gu immortals were truly treating him as a rank 8 Gu immortal. Earlier, they were on equal footing with Fan Yuan, but now, they were lowering their heads and speaking in a submissive manner. On one hand, Fan Yuan had great battle strength, he could beat up Thunder Ghost True Monarch. On the other hand, they were facing a strong enemy, they needed help from Fan Yuan. Everyone please leave, I want to speak to First Elder in private. Fan Yuan did not stand on ceremony, he waved for the immortals to leave. Fan Yuan secretly transmitted to the land spirit of Langya. I am Langya Sect's Supreme Elder First, I am also a member of the Alliance. These words were said with sincerity. Langya land spirit's mood immediately became joyful. Thinking that Fan Yuan had not forgotten his roots, he was still one of them. Earlier, when Fan Yuan forcefully persuaded him to ask for the refinement path true meaning, the mood of the immortals lessened by a lot. The group of immortals naturally would not be insensible and dispersed. Land spirit of Langya grabbed Fan Yuan's arm, vanishing on the spot. At the next moment, the two of them appeared in First Cloud City. Using your perceivable Tao immortal Gu, we found that their method was indeed planted in the Blessed Land. To relocate Langya Blessed Land, we need to get rid of these harmful Tao marks first. Land spirit of Langya was deeply worried. Fan Yuan felt strange. With First Supreme Elder's refinement path attainment, refining these Tao marks should be your specialty, right? Land spirit of Langya was troubled. Celestial Court is truly worthy of being the Celestial Court. Their method this time is very special. I have used almost all of my methods, but I am helpless against these Tao marks. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. The Celestial Court was truly well prepared, they had deep foundations. Since they could plant this method, they were not worried about being discovered or broken. Maybe Fairy Myrtle had already calculated Land Spirit of Langya's ability. I wonder if my self-cleansing killer move will work? Fan Yuan was quite confident in this method. After all, an extinguishable star target had been successfully broken by Fan Yuan using this move. But at this moment, Fan Yuan did not want to take it out to test. He said to Land Spirit of Langya, since that is the case, I will say it directly. First Supreme Elder, please take out the refinement path true meaning for me. After I become a refinement path quasi-supreme Grand Master, I will definitely be able to resolve this problem. Langya Land Spirit's expression immediately changed. This refinement path true meaning was the most precious treasure in his heart. Now that he had to take it out and give it to a human Gu immortal like Fan Yuan, he was in an awkward mood and was extremely reluctant to part with it. However, since he had already promised Fan Yuan, and with the grim situation in front of him, even if he was unwilling, he could only nod. Thus, after a while, Fan Yuan finally saw Long Hair Ancestor's refinement path true meaning. True meaning was also a type of will, but it was very special. This was also the first time Fan Yuan had seen the existence of true meaning. This true meaning had the appearance of Long Hair Ancestor sitting cross-legged, but its body was shining brightly and was translucent. It did not have a physical body. it was as if it was made of pure diamond. Most wills could move on their own, expending themselves to think and do other activities. But the true meaning was completely still. It was like a statue, not moving at all. But precisely because of this characteristic, this true meaning could exist until now. If it was like other wills that could move on their own and think continuously, it would have been used up long ago. You take it! Lan's spirit of Lang's expression was extremely complex. He stared at long hair true meaning for a long while before sighing bitterly and saying to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan nodded. He took a step forward and stared with his eyes. Immediately, a suction force appeared out of nowhere and sucked this long hair true meaning into his mind. Long hair true meaning entered Fan Yuan's mind, immediately bursting out with endless radiance. The diamond-like radiance shone on Fan Yuan's mind, forming a grand scene of light. Fan Yuan immediately sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. His expression was solemn. He started to use many wisdom path methods. Immediately, there were huge waves in his mind, countless thoughts and all kinds of wills rushed towards long hair true meaning, colliding with it, absorbing, learning and comprehending it. Everything went smoothly. After several hours, Fan Yuan completely digested this long hair true meaning, converting it into his own accumulation. These were all long hair ancestors' understanding of refinement path, and now they had all become Fan Yuan's cultivation resources. Fan Yuan's refinement path attainment had always been ordinary, but now it had leaped up, becoming a quasi-supreme Grand Master in one go. This is simply ascending to heaven in one step. Even when dream realms appeared, during the 5 regions chaotic war, and I explored dream realms, I did not have such an effect. Even Fan Yuan himself was deeply moved. His gains this time were extremely huge. Although he had completely digested the refinement path true meaning, Fan Yuan still sat on the ground, not moving, wholeheartedly comprehending his advancement. Refinement path. This was a special path. Gu immortals who cultivated this path were most proficient in Gu refinement. Gu cultivation, from start to finish, had 3 basic elements. That was nurturing Gu, using Gu, and refining Gu. Right now, Fan Yuan was already an outstanding expert in Gu refinement. Among all the Gu immortals in the 5 regions, in terms of refinement path understanding, almost no one could match the current Fan Yuan. However, attainment level alone is not enough. What I lack now is experience in Gu refinement, refinement path immortal Gu, and refinement path killer moves. Fan Yuan still had a clear understanding of himself. But as long as I practice these contents, my progress will definitely be extremely rapid. After all, I am already a quasi-supreme Grand Master. To think that my theft path attainment, which was only Great Grand Master not long ago, has now surpassed me in refinement path and become a quasi-supreme Grand Master. Fan Yuan closed his eyes and pondered, carefully comprehending the changes brought about by his refinement path attainment. He casually flipped through any Gu recipe. Mortal Gu recipes were easy to understand. With just one glance, Fan Yuan could see through the profundities contained within, and with just a thought, he could raise this Gu recipe to its optimal level. Next, he flipped through Immortal Gu recipes. Immortal Gu recipes were naturally much more abundant than Mortal Gu recipes, and the difficulty was also much higher. But this was not a problem for Fan Yuan. He found that as long as he focused on learning, he only needed to think about some difficult problems, and he would be able to understand the logic behind them. For some of the more complex rank 8 Immortal Gu recipes, Fan Yuan needed to use wisdom path methods to think about them continuously. But because he had quasi-supreme wisdom path attainment as a foundation, he would not think wrongly. Sometimes, he did not even need to deduce. He could refine Immortal Gu with just this intuition in his heart, and determine whether an Immortal Gu recipe was correct or not. Facing an Immortal Gu recipe that he understood completely, he could instantly think of a large number of modification plans, and the more he thought about it, the more modification plans he could come up with. As for remnant recipes, in the past, he needed to use the light of wisdom to deduce them, but now, the difficulty had greatly decreased. Of course, he was not omnipotent in this aspect. Many remnant recipes' deductions still required the attainment level of that path. In history, There were only 3 Supreme Grand Masters in Refinement Path. I have quasi-Supreme Grand Master attainment now, not to mention the current era. Even in the long river of history, just based on Refinement Path attainment, I am definitely in the top 10. Although Fan Yuan's battle strength did not change, his vision was completely different. It had almost risen to the highest level of Gu cultivation. Standing at this height, Fan Yuan was simply overlooking the entire Gu cultivation process. Countless comprehensions surged in his heart. Gu paths nurturing, usage, and refinement are actually one. Gu worm nurturing contains refinement techniques, refinement contains usage techniques, and usage also contains the profundities of nurturing and refinement techniques. The current Fan Yuan could completely deduce how to raise a Gu worm and what effect it had from a complete and correct Gu recipe. By drawing parallels, he could also deduce how to refine Gu worms from nurturing and usage techniques. Wait, I understand. Actually, any killer move, be it mortal killer moves or immortal killer moves, can be considered a Gu refinement remnant recipe. Chapter 1574. This was one of the highest pursuits of Refinement Path, to combine all kinds of killer moves into a single Gu worm. For example, mortal killer move Self-Strength. This move was a Strength Path killer move, created by Northern Plains Gu immortal Su Xian Heir for her daughter He Lulan. Its core was Strength Path, but it also involved Soul Path and Chi Path. Once it was activated, it could create a human phantom. The phantom was lifelike, it was a depiction of the Gu Master's subconscious. Moreover, this Strength Path phantom could chase after the enemy on its own, it had intelligence. There were a total of 40 to 50 Gu worms that formed this killer move. According to Fan Yuan's current understanding of Refinement Path, any killer move, be it mortal or immortal, could be considered an incomplete recipe for Gu refinement. That is to say, the contents of Self-Strength killer move could be continuously deleted and added in all kinds of Gu materials, perfecting it until it formed a Gu recipe for Self-Strength Gu. When the Gu recipe is perfected and Self-Strength Gu is refined, just by activating this Gu worm, it could create a Strength Path phantom. The benefits of this were obvious. The killer move would be condensed into a Gu worm, the number of Gu worms would be reduced to 1. When the Gu Master uses it, not only would it be convenient and fast, the primeval essence expenditure would also be much lower than the previous killer move. Another example was Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self. This move was created by Fan Yuan in this life, Enslavement and Strength Path. It was raised from the fusion of Dragon Horse Spirit, 3 heads 6 arms, Rat Plague, Lightning Storm, Leopard Rush, Horse Stamp, 3 Hearts Combination Soul, Beast Phantom Encirclement, 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, and other killer moves. The core Immortal Gu were Self-Strength, Pulling Mountain, Pulling Water, and Cleanse Soul. The supplementary Gu were All-Out Effort Gu, Bitter Strength Gu, Borrow Strength Gu, Self-Reliance Gu, Refine Essence Spirit Gu, Amplify Effect Gu, Earth Strength Gu, Fire, Water, Wind, Lightning, and other Gu, Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus Gu, Lurking Soul Coat Gu, Breath Concealment Gu, Group Strength Gu, and all kinds of Soul Path Mortal Gu. Evidently, this killer move had a lot of contents. It was very troublesome to activate. It was also because Fan Yuan was very familiar with it, it had already become an instinct of his body, he could use it freely in battle. But in fact, it contained countless things, it was very complex. What if this killer move was improved and refined into a Gu? Myriad Self-Immortal Gu. Evidently, this was very convenient. It was too convenient. As long as Fan Yuan instilled his immortal essence and activated this Gu worm, he would be able to create tens of thousands of Strength Path phantoms. It was convenient and fast. In the past, Fan Yuan wasn't qualified at all. But now that he had become a Refinement Path quasi-supreme master, he had the ability to reach this level, refining all kinds of killer moves into Gu worms. Fan Yuan's heart palpitated with excitement, but he did not lose his cool. He remained calm and continued to think deeply. I already have the ability to turn killer moves into Gu worms. However, some killer moves can be condensed into a Gu worm, like Myriad Self. But some killer moves cannot, like Purple Blood River Formation, Ignited Thought Flying Rock, and others. If these killer moves are condensed to the limit, they will need several immortal goo. In the future, when I activate these immortal goo, I will be able to coordinate them and activate killer moves successfully. However, there are pros and cons to this method. The advantage is that it's much faster and more convenient. The drain on my mind and spirit is greatly reduced, but there are also disadvantages. Firstly, for example, after myriad self is condensed into a single myriad self immortal goo, other immortal goo might be used as goo materials to be used during the goo refinement process. Moreover, activating myriad self immortal goo alone might not be as powerful as the killer move myriad self. The killer move myriad self required so many immortal goo and supplementary mortal goo, but there was only one myriad self goo worm. If it was only rank 6 or 7, it would have limited down marks and would not have enough power. And there is another point: if there is only one goo worm, it will be easy to target. Killer moves might be complex, but it will be much harder for others to deduce and decipher them. Killer moves could be continuously modified and upgraded. For example, Myriad Self Killer Move had variation moves like Strength Path Giant Hand and Reverse Flow Protection Seal. But if there was only one Myriad Self Goo Worm, there would be no such upgrade. Of course, in general, condensing it into a single goo worm has more benefits, because it can be used as a core immortal goo to construct killer moves. This way, the power can be raised and it will not be easily countered. Even if some immortal goo are used as goo materials during the refinement process, I can refine them again. This ability would be of great help to Fan Yuan. Ignoring everything else, just Myriad Self Killer Move alone, Fan Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal was a variation of this killer move. All along, it was very troublesome for Fan Yuan to activate Reverse Flow Protection Seal. He needed some time to prepare the killer move, the steps were complicated, and if there was a slight mistake, the killer move would fail and he would be heavily injured. But if he had Myriad Self Immortal Goo, Fan Yuan could modify Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The steps would be greatly simplified and he would be able to activate Reverse Flow Protection Seal quickly. That way, his battle strength would rise by a huge margin. Fan Yuan calculated, he had a lot of killer moves, but only a few were truly useful. Myriad Self Killer Move could be condensed and refined. Purple Thought Insight Starlight could be condensed into several immortal goo. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation could also be condensed into one goo worm. By then, Myriad Self Immortal Goo and Ancient Sword Dragon Immortal Goo would be able to unleash the killer move Myriad Dragon with just 2 immortal goo. Divination Tortoise Transformation, Self-Cleansing, 180 Slaves, Enslavement After Victorious Battle, and others could all be condensed and refined. As he researched and thought about this, Fan Yuan had a new understanding. Wait, be it killer moves or goo refinement, they are all using Tao in essence. Doesn't my Reverse Flow Protection Seal use the Reverse Flow River? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's Orderly Well Killer Move, didn't it use City Well? City Well and Reverse Flow River are not goo worms, why can they be used? Isn't it because they are secluded domains of heaven and earth, they contain a lot of Tao marks, we can use them? Fan Yuan thought about it again, the nurturing, use, and refinement of goo worms were all Tao in essence. There were too many goo cultivation paths: fire path, water path, metal path, wood path, strength path, wisdom path, soul path, rule path, poison path, theft path. These paths talk about the nurturing, use, and refinement of goo worms. They are actually describing a type of Tao in this world. Suddenly, a classic phrase of the goo cultivation world flashed in Fan Yuan's mind. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Goo are the essence of heaven and earth. There had never been a moment where Fan Yuan had such a deep understanding of this phrase. I want to condense killer moves into goo worms. I need to reduce the goo worms and add goo materials to fuse them into one. Immortal goo are fragments of the great Tao. Goo materials are the accumulation of Tao marks. As long as the paths are the same, they can replace each other. Looking at Reverse Flow Protection Seal and Orderly Well, the reason why they can be used as killer moves is because Reverse Flow River and City Well have too many Tao marks. They can replace the effects of goo worms. From this point, these 2 killer moves have already transformed from killer moves to goo recipes. Many of his doubts were cleared up as Fan Yuan continued to ponder. Refinement path was actually quite special. Although it was a single path, it involved all kinds of paths. Fan Yuan's attainment of quasi-supreme Grand Master and refinement path gave him much deeper and deeper insights than any other path. Think about it. If I use landscape as before immortal goo to repair Dang Hun Mountain on the surface, it looks like a goo worm is working, but it can also be seen as the killer move, landscape as before activating. Any killer move can be seen as a goo refinement remnant recipe, thus changing the angle. This is also goo refinement. It is just that I am not refining a goo worm, but a rank 9 immortal material, Dang Hun Mountain. Fan Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, but he could actually refine a rank 9 immortal material? Don't forget, the most crucial thing here was orderly well, it was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's creation. And back then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had used orderly well on Dang Hun Mountain. It was a rank 9 killer move. Understanding this, Fan Yuan had many new ideas about repairing Dang Hun Mountain. Since Dang Hun Mountain can be repaired, I can use it as the core to imitate Reverse Flow River and form an immortal killer move. Oh, I understand now. In Spectral Soul's true inheritance, the peak of soul cultivation is the 3-6 joint thousand arms demon souls. Isn't this a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth? There is also Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment. It has countless Tao marks. They work together, and can be activated without any immortal essence. This is also a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth. All along, Fan Yuan did not understand why Ghostly Concealment did not need immortal essence, and could be activated without stopping. But now, he realized. Did Dang Hun Mountain need immortal essence? No. Did Luopa Valley need immortal essence? It also did not. Spectral Soul Venerable resisted calamities and tribulations with his soul strength, even though he used immortal essence to activate killer moves. In essence, he did not need immortal essence to have absolute battle strength. But there was one point: it did not mean that by casually stacking all sorts of down marks together, as long as there was enough of them, they could form a secluded domain of heaven and earth. They could form a killer move like Ghostly Concealment. Down marks also needed to be matched. Wasn't this matching goo refinement? The required goo materials needed to be carefully selected. Wasn't it just nurturing goo? The required ingredients also needed to be of a certain standard. Wasn't it just using goo? The coordination between goo worms was the coordination of down marks. Thinking like this, after a long while, Fan Yuan slowly opened his eyes. 3 days and 3 nights had passed. He had only taken a few hours to digest the refinement path true meaning, but he had used 3 days and 3 nights to comprehend it. Fan Yuan's black eyes were shining brightly. They were deep and unfathomable. You. Seeing Fan Yuan's gaze, Lan's spirit of Langya became uncertain. What's wrong with me? Fan Yuan asked. Lan's spirit of Langya sighed. At that moment, your aura made me feel like I was looking at the former Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, any Gu Venerable was a publicly recognized Supreme Grand Master in the world. Fan Yuan's refinement path quasi-Supreme Grand Master attainment level was already at the edge of their level. He was no longer looking at the towering mountains, he could see the scenery at this level. Chapter 1575. Slumbering Lightning Python! Lan's spirit of Langya shouted angrily. At the next moment, lightning flashed and interweaved like water, forming a huge lightning python that resembled a dragon. Lightning was yang, python was yin. The lightning python contained yin and yang. It dispelled the berserk nature of the lightning, making it look gentle. Thus, the lightning python was not sinister, it was elegant and cute instead. It slithered and slowly coiled around a stone mountain that resembled an elephant. The python's body continued to rub against the stone, grinding it into the finest powder. In Refinement Path, there were 4 publicly recognized immortal moves that were most suitable for processing immortal materials. Slumbering Lightning Python was one of them. Lan's spirit of Langya originated from long-hair ancestor, he naturally had a good grasp of it. This killer move was at rank 8 because it used a rank 8 refinement path immortal goo. Without a rank 8 slumbering lightning python, this rank 8 immortal material, elephant armor mountain, could not be processed. This was an information path immemorial immortal material. Land Spirit of Langia had been processing immortal materials for several hours already. More than 10 rank 8 immortal materials had been processed in front of Elephant Armor Mountain. These immortal materials were of all kinds, they were all information path immortal materials. Slumbering lightning python gradually dissipated, Elephant Armor Mountain was also completely crushed into powder. These powder and other immortal materials fused into a lump. Under the effect of Land Spirit of Langia's method, it formed a constantly rotating rainbow whirlpool. All right, disperse the immortal formation. Land Spirit of Langia let out a breath of turbid air and said with extreme fatigue. Immediately, a hairy man goo immortal took the lead and dispersed this refinement path immortal formation. Once the immortal formation was gone, the aura of the rainbow whirlpool spread. Wisdom goo was like a cat that smelled fish. It immediately flew over and plunged into the rainbow whirlpool, immersing itself in it. So Wisdom goo has such a characteristic. Fan Yuan saw this and sighed. Rumors say that the goo recipe for refining Wisdom goo contains a large number of information path immortal materials. In nature, wild Wisdom goo can only complete its advancement in places filled with information path Dao marks. Land Spirit of Langia said. With that said, Fan Yuan immediately understood. As for Wisdom goo's recipe, be it Spectral Soul's true inheritance or Langia true inheritance, they did not record it. Only in the Celestial Court. Fan Yuan could not control the wild Wisdom goo, but he could move this rainbow whirlpool remotely. As for that 4,000-year lifespan goo, it was already in place after refinement path true meaning. Great Elder, thank you for taking action personally this time. I will repay the debt I owe you, Fan Yuan said sincerely to the Land Spirit of Langia. The method to teleport Wisdom goo, although simple, had a high price. All sorts of rank 8 immortal materials were used to create this temporary rainbow whirlpool. Not long after, the whirlpool would gradually dissipate. Other than deceiving the Wisdom goo into shifting its position, there would be no benefits. Of course, Fan Yuan would pay for this. After discussing with the Land Spirit of Langia, both sides came to an agreement. Fan Yuan would owe them for now, there was no need to repay them now. After all, Fan Yuan had just gone through a huge battle. His immortal essence was almost depleted, he needed to replenish it. This was also the reason why Fan Yuan's status was rising. If it were before, he would not have such generous benefits. But now, after he beat up Thunder Ghost True Monarch, he had the upper hand in the negotiation with the Land Spirit of Langia. The situation is urgent. I need to go into closed cultivation and deduce with all my strength. I need to find a way to get out of this predicament as soon as possible. Fan Yuan said. Then I will not disturb you. Land Spirit of Langia had a look of joy, the exhaustion on his face lessened by a lot. Fan Yuan returned to his cloud city. Speaking of which, Feng Jioga and the rest had invaded Langia Blessed Land. They had also taken away several cloud cities. Fan Yuan's cloud city was lucky enough to avoid this calamity, it was preserved. Of course, this might also be related to Fan Yuan's strong luck. Fan Yuan was in closed cultivation in his cloud city. The other variant human goo immortals wanted to get in touch with him, but Fan Yuan did not want to meet them, even the snowmen were the same. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Immortal Killer Move, Strength Reversing Life and Death. This move is a Strength Path Killer move. It is not suitable for the Time Path clone. I can modify it into Time Path in the future. Fan Yuan's Time Path clone instantly turned into an immortal zombie, arriving in front of Wisdom goo. A moment later, Wisdom goo burst out with the light of wisdom. Fan Yuan's Time Path clone sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, bathing in the light as he thought rapidly. The Dao marks that Feng Jioga left behind in Langia Blessed Land were placed aside by Fan Yuan. Compared to Langia Blessed Land's safety, the latter was naturally more important. Right now, the most important thing is to raise the killer move Yama. Otherwise, once I leave the immortal aperture, I will need to maintain Yama. The immortal essence expenditure will be too huge. If Yama was not raised, Fan Yuan would be too passive. If his location was exposed and the Celestial Court continued to make deductions, more secrets would be exposed. This was not a situation that Fan Yuan wanted to see. Earlier, Fan Yuan had thought about it. Rather than using Ghost Official Garment to resist the Celestial Court's deductions, he might as well use ghostly concealment. Yama was a successful attempt. But now, the Celestial Court had too many clues about Fan Yuan. The current Yama could no longer protect Fan Yuan. This calculation went on for more than a month. Of course, the light of wisdom did not always exist during this period. The entire process was very smooth. Because Fan Yuan was a great Grandmaster in Theft Path Attainment level, his Refinement Path Attainment level was Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, Ghostly Concealment, Ghost Official Garment, and other killer moves were completely grasped. Only his Soul Path Attainment level was lacking. It was a hindrance. The biggest obstacle was in the middle and late stages. But after Fan Yuan added rank 8 Immortal Gu's Soul Beast token, it was resolved. Yama's killer move changed greatly. Fan Yuan renamed it Yama Emperor. Yama Emperor's killer move had 4 main components. One was Ghostly Concealment, one was Ghost Official Garment, one was Soul Beast token, and the last was Myriad Self. Even though Yama Emperor deduced it, it can only be considered a preliminary creation. I still need to try to activate it and make adjustments. I will let my main body do this. As for the clone, I will continue to deduce how to deal with the Dao marks left behind by Feng Zhouge. Just like this, from the time Fan Yuan returned, half a month had passed in Langya Blessed Land. Fan Yuan finally came out of seclusion. The clone's deduction task was completed. Fan Yuan found a way to deal with the Dao marks left behind by Feng Zhouge. He handed this method to Land's Spirit of Langya. The latter's expression changed when he saw it. He scolded Celestial Court for being sinister and crafty. It turned out that if these Dao marks were removed using refinement path methods, it would instead strengthen these Dao marks. Self-cleansing was also ineffective. Celestial Court was inferior to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in terms of soul path, but its refinement path foundation was not weaker than Langya sect. After all, among the 3 supreme grandmasters in history, only Long-Hair Ancestor was a hairy man, the other 2 were humans. Their inheritances were mostly taken away by Celestial Court. Fan Yuan was a quasi-supreme grandmaster. He knew about this plot and provided the simplest method to deal with it. When Langya Blessed Land moved, these Dao marks could be quickly removed using Fan Yuan's method. Other than that, other methods would take more than 10 years. Thus, the problem returned to the original point, that was Langya Blessed Land's relocation. What do we do? Maybe Celestial Court is purposely making this arrangement to force us to relocate our blessed land. Land Spirit of Langya was very worried. Fan Yuan also had such worries. Celestial Court had not made a move during this period of time, but it did not mean they had given up. It was highly likely that they had already made arrangements, and were waiting for Langya Blessed Land to expose its location. But if they did not relocate, Celestial Court would find its location sooner or later. It seems we can only prepare to forcefully relocate. This is Myriad Self-Immortal Gu's recipe. If I refine it, it will be a huge help to my battle strength, Fan Yuan said as he handed a Gu recipe to Land's Spirit of Langya. This was naturally the result of his most recent deductions. Relying on his refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment, Fan Yuan was confident this was already the best plan in the world. Myriad Self-Immortal Gu? Land Spirit of Langya took a look and his attention was immediately attracted. Even though his obsession was different, it still originated from Long-Hair Ancestor. If you refine this Immortal Gu recipe, it will be at least rank 7. However, there are several immortal materials inside that are also very rare in Langya's treasury. Even Jewel Yellow Skies will not be able to purchase them in a short period of time. Land Spirit of Langya smiled bitterly. No matter, I will make arrangements for these immortal materials. Fan Yuan waved his hand and smiled with a deep gaze. With the brand new killer move Yama Emperor, he planned to use this chance to test the power of this move in battle. Chapter 1576. In the southeast of the northern icy plain, north of Ingman's city, northwest of Poison Grassland, and south of Ming tribe's territory, there was a place called Autumn Blade Plain. The terrain here was flat and barren. It was a wondrous land that was naturally formed. Meng-Tu walked on Autumn Blade Plain step by step. He was tall and sturdy. His skin had a copper luster, he wore a vest that exposed his shoulders and his pants were rolled up, revealing his calves. He was walking barefoot without shoes. Step by step, the flat ground was as sharp as a blade. As Meng-Tu stepped on this layer of silvery white soil, it was like he was walking on a mountain of blades, every step leaving behind bright red footprints. But his expression was like a stone statue. There were no changes. He was silent like iron. His eyes were shut and his brows were slightly furrowed. He had doubts in his heart. This Autumn Blade Plain is filled with blade path down marks. It naturally gives birth to countless edge-gu. I have been walking here and there for several years. What am I lacking that I cannot break through to blade path attainment level? Blade path was a very small path. It could not be compared to metal path, fire path, earth path, and others. Speaking of blade path, one had to talk about sword path. These two paths had deep grudges, but they also intertwined with each other. Because the source of these two paths was the same, edge-gu. Regarding edge-gu, the legends of Renzu had clear records. Renzu walked in ordinary abyss. Some places here were muddy swamps. It was easy to get stuck in the mud and the stench was overwhelming. Some places were filled with thorns and thorns. Renzu's body was full of injuries from the thorns. There were also places underground where edge-gu were buried. When Renzu stepped on them, the soles of his feet were cut by the sharp edges, the wounds were wide and blood flowed out. It was extremely painful when he walked. Edge-gu was the source of blade path and sword path. The natural world also produced many wild edge-gu. Autumn Blade Plain was one of the few edge-gu production areas in the 5 regions. It was controlled by the super-force Meng tribe. Meng-Tu cultivated blade path. He had rank 7 cultivation level and peak battle strength. He was a genius when he was young. He grew rapidly and was a famous expert in Northern Plains Gu Immortal World, one of the pillars of Meng tribe's battle strength. Several years ago, he had taken the initiative to request the clan's Gu Immortals to guard this Autumn Blade Plain. On one hand, it was to look after this important resource point for the clan. On the other hand, it was for his own cultivation. His Saber Dao realm was stuck at the quasi-great Grandmaster level. Meng-Tu wanted to borrow the power of Autumn Blade Plains to imitate the actions of the human ancestor, and allow his Saber Dao realm to truly step into the ranks of great Grandmasters. But in these last few years, although he had some gains in his heart, there was always a layer of gauze that prevented him from stepping into the ranks of great Grandmasters. Meng-Tu had a persevering temperament. Although he had not seen any results for several years, he did not have the slightest thought of giving up. Sigh, how difficult is breaking through to the great Grandmaster realm. The Grand Supreme Elders in the clan all praised me as a rare saber genius that only appears once in 1,000 years, but with my talent, I've only been a quasi-great Grandmaster for several hundred years. Although it feels like there's a layer of gauze between us, it's so close yet so far away. It's harder than ascending to the heavens. However, I still have to continue walking. This method is still effective. One day, I'll definitely become a Saber Dao Grand Master. Who are you? Right at this time, the Gu formation that covered the whole of Autumn Blade Plains suddenly collapsed, revealing the clear blue sky. A figure that was like a demonic god charged towards Meng-Tu without saying a word with a vast demonic aura. Such guts! Meng-Tu's hair immediately stood on end in anger. He roared like thunder and did not dodge. His hands were like blades as he brazenly counterattacked. With a loud sound, the newcomer was unmoving like a mountain, while Meng-Tu was sent flying by the huge force. This immortal killer move of mine might not have any aura, but its power is restrained to the extreme. Even the defenses of rank 7 Gu Immortals can be destroyed by it. To think that this person is completely unharmed after taking my attack head-on. This is a great enemy. Meng-Tu was inwardly shocked. He quickly stabilized his footing and stared at the newcomer, shouting angrily. State your name? You dare to invade my Meng tribe's territory. Ha! Fan Yuan laughed wildly. His tone had already changed. Meng Tu, of course you don't know me, but you don't need to know me, because dead people don't need to know much. Myriad self-immortal Gu's recipe required a vast number of edge Gu, and even more, a special rank 7 immortal material deep under autumn blade plane, drinking blade wine. This wine was not naturally produced, it was formed from Meng Tu's bloodstains over the years. After they seeped deep into the ground, they merged with the blade path Dao marks here and gradually formed into this wondrous item. In Fan Yuan's previous life, in order to break through and enter blade path Great Grand Master realm, Meng Tu cultivated here day and night without sleep, but he did not find an opportunity. Meng Tu could not break through, so he wanted to imitate Renzu. He wanted to stab edge Gu into his heart and comprehend blade path more deeply. When the killer move he created was not complete and had a hidden and serious flaw, Meng Tu's mentality gradually changed and he often fell into a state of madness. Meng Tu also knew that this was not appropriate, but he was obsessed with it and continued to cultivate, hiding it from others. When the 5 regions chaotic war started, Meng Tu participated in it, but the flaw in the battlefield erupted. He fell into madness and killed his own tribe's Gu immortals. After Meng Tu woke up, he destroyed the corpses and made up a reason to hide it from the tribe. But the matter was too sudden, Meng Tu's handling of it was limited, the truth could not be concealed. Northern Plains Gu immortals gradually found out about it. Meng Tu was under immense pressure. This was someone from the Celestial Court. They were secretly instigating him. Meng Tu was initially hoping to get lucky. He wanted to use the Celestial Court to establish merit and make up for his mistakes. But how could the Celestial Court allow a blade path Gu immortal to scheme against them? Meng Tu was instead schemed against by the Celestial Court. After one wrong step, he continued to make mistakes. He had no choice but to rely on the Celestial Court. In order to assist this chess piece, the Celestial Court deduced the opportunity to advance to Great Grand Master. It was this drinking blade wine deep underground. Meng Tu followed the Celestial Court's instructions and came to Autumn Blade Plain. He dug deep underground and excavated a large amount of drinking blade wine. He drank a small mouthful. His organs felt like they were being cut by blades. He drank a large mouthful. The pain was unbearable. He drank a third mouthful and advanced to Blade Path Great Grand Master. At this point, he wholeheartedly served the Celestial Court. He became the second highest ranked trader in Northern Plains after Prince's Impatience. Later on, his identity was exposed by Ma Hongyun by chance, and that was another story. Fan Yuan deduced that there was drinking blade wine here. Even though there was not much, he did not need much. As for this Meng Tu, Fan Yuan had carefully chosen him. He was a suitable opponent for him to test Yama Emperor's killer move. Fan Yuan could not find a rank 8 Gu immortal to test Yama Emperor's killer move. That would be asking for trouble. Fan Yuan did not care about ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals. Meng Tu, who had rank 7 peak stage battle strength, had been famous for a long time, and was also a Blade Path quasi-great Grand Master. He was very suitable. Thus, Fan Yuan traveled a long distance to Autumn Blade Plain to find trouble with Meng Tu's day. That attack just now was Meng Tu's trump card killer move. It has great power, but I used Yama Emperor's killer move to block it. This defensive power is quite good. Fan Yuan evaluated inwardly. Right now, he had already activated Yama Emperor. His whole body was covered in a yellowish-brown imperial robe. He had turned into a giant that was over 3 meters tall. The giant wore a crown on his head, and beaded curtains hung down from both his front and back. His face was deep and eerie, as if shrouded in a layer of fog, or like a whirlpool of darkness. His sleeves were wide, a jade belt was tied around his waist, and there was a layer of bronze armor on his chest and back. On the surface of his robe, there were thousands of ghosts drawn in golden lines. They were arranged in an orderly manner. They were unmoving like a forest, giving off a solemn aura. Meng Tu's attack earlier was not completely ineffective. The bronze armor on Yama Emperor's chest caved in a little. But soon, after Fan Yuan's soul foundation fell a little, this curve immediately swelled up and returned to its original state. This was the uniqueness of Yama Emperor's killer move. Rank 9 ghostly concealment did not consume anything, it could operate on its own, while Ghost Official Garment relied on Soul Foundation. The combination of the two, Yama Emperor's killer move did not require immortal essence, it only consumed Fan Yuan's Soul Foundation. A mere Meng 2 is only SOSO. You have been in secluded cultivation here for so many years, what new killer move did you create? It would be a pity if you don't use it before you die. Fan Yuan provoked. Meng Tu laughed wildly in anger, then he looked at Fan Yuan with a pitiful gaze. No matter who you are courting death by challenging me here. This place was once protected by an immortal formation, but do you know why I made the decision to convince the clan to take back the immortal formation? Because as long as I am here, there is no need for an immortal formation to protect this place. Saying so, Meng Tu stomped his right foot on the ground. Chapter 1577. In the blink of an eye, Fan Yuan was already surrounded by countless blade path phantoms. Not just that, even the sky was filled with countless blade lights, isolating the inside from the outside. No matter who you are, your defensive killer move is indeed powerful. Meng Tu was protected by layers of blade path phantoms. He looked at Fan Yuan with a dark gaze. He smiled as he rubbed his hands to soothe the numbness from that attack. But Meng Tu raised his head slightly and looked up at the towering Yan Di, but there was a look of pity in his eyes. You shouldn't have come to the Autumn Blade Plain to find trouble with me. Actually, it is not impossible for you to find trouble with me here. It is just that you chose the wrong time. If I had just come here, you might still have a chance to live. But now Meng Tu laughed as he shook his head with his hands behind his back. At the next moment, Fan Yuan continued his words. But now, this place is filled with your traces. For many years you have been comprehending Blade Path here, attempting to break through the bottleneck and become a Blade Path Great Grandmaster. Because of this, you can greatly influence the Dao marks here, creating an environment that is close to an immortal battlefield killer move. That is the scene I am seeing now. Meng Tu's expression changed. He thought that no one knew his trump card, but to think that Fan Yuan was not only not shocked, he even spoke of his trump card like he was familiar with it. Fan Yuan's voice became deep. Do you know why I am finding trouble with you? It is because you have such a method that you can create such a battle environment. Right now, this place is close to an immortal battlefield, but it is not a true immortal battlefield. There is a difference in essence, that is, your influence has already been displayed to the maximum, you cannot control it as you wish. So on one hand, this place is trapping me, but on the other hand, isn't it trapping you here as well? Meng Tu's pupils shrunk as he heard this, his smug expression completely vanished. Who are you? He had a nervous expression as he asked Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan laughed as he looked around. Even though there are many Blade Path Phantoms, their quality is lacking. Coincidentally, my killer move also has a similar method. Let's spar first. With that, countless roars came from the yellowish-brown imperial robe that Fan Yuan was wearing. Then, the monsters drawn on the surface of the robe came to life and began to move. Then, one by one, from small to large, they jumped out from Fan Yuan's Yama Emperor robe. These ghosts were all humanoid in appearance, but they were hideous and ferocious. They had green faces and sharp fangs. Their claws were like knives, and their eyes were blood-red. They looked terrifying and horrifying. Kill! Meng Tu's eyes narrowed as he mobilized his saber Dao shadows to attack the ghosts. These Blade Dao phantoms all resembled him, but their faces were blurry. Compared to the towering ghosts, they were like mice compared to the wheels of a carriage. The monster howled and stretched out its huge arms, which were like the trunks of a towering tree, sweeping in all directions. Bang! 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 Along the way, all the saber Dao phantoms collapsed. The ghosts let out frenzied roars as they moved in all directions. They were invincible. The saber Dao phantoms were all crushed and trampled on. None of them were a match. These ghosts are so strong. Each of them has rank 7 battle strength. Meng Tu had rich battle experience. After observing for a while, his heart felt heavy as a mountain, and his eyelids were twitching. But it doesn't matter, my saber Dao phantoms originate from the natural Dao marks of Autumn Blade Plane, they are almost endless. Even though the quality is lacking, I can use quantity to make up for it. Meng Tu calmed down immediately. These Yama children have pretty good battle strength. Fan Yuan observed for a while and evaluated inwardly. He was quite satisfied with this result. These ghosts were the ancient soul beasts that Fan Yuan had collected from Green Ghost Desert. When Fan Yuan activated Yama Emperor, he could modify these ancient soul beasts and turn them into human forms, turning them into Yama children. This effect came from the Blood Deity Immortal Gu recipe. Fan Yuan had Grandmaster attainment level in Blood Path, and with the help of the Light of Wisdom, he had already deduced the Blood Deity Immortal Gu recipe. Right now, Fan Yuan was a Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. Any Immortal Gu recipe could be turned into an Immortal Killer move after his deductions. Thus, Fan Yuan also had the Blood Deity Immortal Killer move. Yama children were designed with reference to the Blood Deity Killer move, but it was not just the Blood Deity Killer move, it also incorporated some of the essence of Spectral Soul's true inheritance. For example, Soul Beast Modification. Spectral Soul modified the Soul Beasts in the Door of Life and Death, making them extremely loyal to Spectral Soul. Even when facing Duke Long, they would fight to the death. There was also a Soul Path Immortal Killer move, Death Return. This Immortal Killer move was created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable when he was still alive, after comprehending the secluded domain of heaven and earth, the Door of Life and Death. What kind of place was the Door of Life and Death? After any living being died, their soul would return to the Door of Life and Death. But after Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate Gu, the Door of Life and Death's power fell by a lot. Countless souls were left in the world and gradually turned into soul beasts. The killer move Life and Death Return allowed Gu immortals to have the ability to retrieve their souls from the Door of Life and Death. Fan Yuan had perfectly fused this move into Yama Emperor's killer move, allowing Yama children to have the ability to instantly return. Soon, a Yama child gave a miserable cry. Its leg was broken, it fell to the ground with a loud sound. Countless Blade Path phantoms immediately swarmed over and submerged it. But Fan Yuan willed return. At the next moment, this Yama child turned into a lump of fog. With a whoosh, it shot back to Fan Yuan's imperial robe, turning back into a ghostly picture. It was motionless, it was riddled with injuries, and its leg was broken. There was such a transformation? Meng Tu was shocked again. His hands that were behind his back subconsciously loosened. He looked at Fan Yuan with a dazed gaze. This Yama child was too shameless. Meng Tu had originally planned to rely on numbers to kill these Yama children, but he had not expected them to have a method to return. Although in theory, any killer move could be broken, Meng Tu was a Blade Path Gu immortal. He was not a Wisdom Path Gu immortal. Even if he was a Wisdom Path Gu immortal, this rank 8 Yama Emperor, if he was not a Wisdom Path Great Expert, how could he break it on the spot? Even if it was Fairy Myrtle, she could not break it on the spot. Against Reverse Flow Protection Seal, she had to repeatedly gather clues on the battlefield, accumulating them to have some results. Fan Yuan's Yama Emperor Killer move used Ghostly Concealment as its foundation. This rank 9 killer move was a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was on the same level as Reverse Flow River. How could Meng Tu break it? Meng Tu could not break it. He could only brace himself and continue to fight against Fan Yuan. The number of Yama children was limited after all. Although they killed a large number of Blade Path phantoms, their injuries accumulated and they fell into a state of heavy injuries. They were retrieved by Fan Yuan one by one. On the battlefield, the number of Yama children was decreasing, while the Blade Path phantoms were emerging endlessly. After all, Fan Yuan's time was limited. He could not modify enough soul beasts. With just this battle, Autumn Blade Plane's foundation is likely to weaken by more than half. Meng Tu's expression was gloomy. The price he had to pay for this was very high. He was using the entire Autumn Blade Plane, Meng tribe's future profits, to engage in a war of attrition with Fan Yuan. But no matter how much he had to sacrifice, Meng Tu resolutely carried out this tactic. Fan Yuan's earlier words had truly frightened him. In his heart, he had already regarded Fan Yuan as the strongest enemy in his life. Meng Tu was very careful, using any method he could to deal with Fan Yuan. However, this was also the result that Fan Yuan wanted to achieve with his words. Only such a Meng Tu was the best stepping stone for him to test the quality of Yama Emperor's killer move. There were only a few Yama children left. They guarded beside Fan Yuan, while countless blade path phantoms surrounded them, surging over like a tide. The recovery speed is also acceptable. Fan Yuan's expression did not change. He stood on the spot like a 1,000-year-old ancient tree, unaffected by the wind and rain. At this time, the first Yama child that he retrieved back to the surface of Yama Emperor's imperial robe had already recovered from its injuries. It had recovered to its most complete state. These soul beasts that were modified into Yama children, once they returned to Yama Emperor's side, they would be continuously healed. Of course, it would also consume Fan Yuan's soul foundation. This contained the profound meaning of Gu refinement. Yama children were still soul beasts in essence. The healing of Yama children, in other words, was the process of Gu refinement. If I release these recovered Yama children, I wonder what expression Meng Tu will have. Fan Yuan smiled to himself, but he did not do it. He used another method instead. Let me see the offensive power of Yama Emperor. At the next moment, Fan Yuan shouted in his mind. Soul explosion! Yama Emperor suddenly opened his arms. His body shook as a surging black air wave surged out. The Yama children were unscathed in the black air wave. They were unstable as if they had encountered a strong wind. But those blade path phantoms were like weak candlelight in a storm. They were extinguished instantly. In an instant, the entire battlefield was cleared. The countless blade lights were also destroyed. Meng Tu was forced back several hundred steps by the soul explosion. He half knelt on the ground. His whole body was shining with a dazzling light as he activated his defensive killer move to its greatest power. Such power! Meng Tu raised his head and quickly stood up. He looked at Fan Yuan with an expression of shock. This killer move is so powerful. It should be a compound move that combines both offense and defense. Its defense is extremely strong, and it has the powerful method of using clones and weapons, but its true strength lies in its offense. I have never seen or heard of this killer move. Was it created by this person? If so, who in the world is he to be able to create such a killer move? This soul explosion's effect is not bad. Fan Yuan smacked his lips. One of his Yama children had been completely expended. It had the power of a peak rank 7 killer move, but it was still not at rank 8 level. Defense, Yama children, recovery, soul explosion, these are all at the peak of rank 7. But Yama Emperor's true strength lies in 2 other aspects. Now let me try this move. Just as Fan Yuan was thinking, Meng Tu had already charged over, shouting, Come, have a taste of my heaven and earth blade! Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. In an instant, a ghostly hand as large as a cattail leaf fan appeared behind Meng Tu and directly entered his body. Then, it shrank back and disappeared from sight once again. Puff! Meng Tu coughed out a mouthful of blood. The core immortal goo of heaven and earth blade was stolen. The killer move's activation failed. The backlash actually caused him to be heavily injured and on the verge of death. Chapter 1578. Earlier, in Green Ghost Desert, Fan Yuan had used Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal rank 8 Immortal Goose Soul Beast token. Great Thief Ghost Hand was only rank 7, its core was rank 7 Great Thief Immortal Goo. But with the help of Yama, its power soared and he could steal a rank 8 Immortal Goo from the legendary immemorial Soul Beast Qin Cho. But back then, Great Thief Ghost Hand's range was very short. Fan Yuan's main body had to make a move personally. Fan Yuan modified Yama and fused Great Thief Ghost Hand into it, creating a brand new killer move, Yama Emperor. Right now, Fan Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand not only had a longer range, it could also conceal itself. It was not strange that Meng Tu got hit. It would be abnormal if he did not get hit. This is your Blade Path Immortal Goo. Oh, white-winged butterfly, fist-sized, is this Blade-wing Immortal Goo? Fan Yuan retracted Great Thief Ghost Hand, and a rank 7 Immortal Goo was sealed in his hand. The butterfly wings had layers of cloud markings on them. They were extremely exquisite. Cold sweat dripped down Meng Tu's forehead. He was lying on the ground. His pupils shrunk to pin size as he stared at Fang Yuan, his voice hoarse. You actually stole the immortal goo I hid in my immortal aperture? Did you obtain Thieving Heaven's true inheritance? Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. You guessed right. I did obtain one of them. Fan Yuan sneered. In front of Meng Tu, he stored Bladewing immortal goo in his immortal aperture, suppressing it in Heaven's sealing mountain. Meng Tu's eyelids twitched. Bladewing immortal goo was not his vital goo. He had advanced it from a rank 5 mortal goo to this goo. He had failed dozens of times, expending a lot of resources, time, and energy, to think that it would be snatched away today. Anger surged in Meng Tu's heart. But even more than anger, he felt fear. What did Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable rely on to wreak havoc in the world back then? Wasn't it this rogue method of stealing immortal goo? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could even steal things hidden in immortal apertures. And now, Fan Yuan had reused Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's methods. The latter's shadow that suppressed an entire era was like a heavy dark cloud that shrouded Meng Tu's mind. Meng Tu healed his injuries with all his strength as he spoke with a nervous expression. Since you are a theft path goo immortal and have also inherited Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritance, then you should know the rules set by your sex founder, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Thieves have their own path. Always leave a way out and never go to extremes. Since you took my Bladewing immortal goo, what else do you want? If you want anything else, I can lend it to you. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable roamed the world unhindered. No one could stop him. But Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was not evil in nature. He was kind and respected glory. He only wanted to return to his homeland. All of his cultivation and stolen resources were used here. After the 5 regions goo immortals understood his goal, they also knew that they could not guard against Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's methods. If Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable needed anything, as long as it did not endanger their lives, they would lend it to him. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was not greedy. After getting what he wanted, he would let the goo immortals go and keep their lives. In most situations, he would only take what he needed. He did not care about the other immortal goo or immortal materials, no matter how valuable they were. Since Fan Yuan had inherited Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritance, he was Thieving Heaven's inheritor. Meng Tu knew that he had no chance of winning. The situation was extremely bad. He directly asked for mercy. Fan Yuan frowned, saying, "If you really want to, it is not impossible." Saying so, Fan Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. He pushed with both hands. Immortal killer move, soul explosion. A surging black chi wave surged towards Meng Tu like a tide. Meng Tu did not dodge, he laughed loudly. "Do you really think I, Meng Tu, am someone who easily begs for mercy?" The moment he said so, he was engulfed by Fan Yuan's soul explosion black wave. But immediately, his body shone with dazzling blade light. He actually self-detonated. Boom! An intense explosion with vast and terrifying power overturned the whole of Autumn Blade Plain. After the explosion, Meng Tu's corpse was obliterated, while Fan Yuan's Yama Emperor was mostly destroyed. It was in a sorry state. The quasi-immortal battlefield that had enveloped the whole of Autumn Blade Plain had completely collapsed. The whole of Autumn Blade Plain had sunk by 5 to 6 feet. Fan Yuan used his investigative killer move to scan the battlefield. After several times, he finally confirmed that Meng Tu was truly dead. This Meng Tu actually self-detonated! Fan Yuan was shocked. He had a strange expression. He had not expected Meng Tu to be so brave and straightforward. This was clearly not the same as Fan Yuan's previous life's memories. If Meng Tu looked down on life and death so much, why would he side with the celestial court? Precisely because of this, Fan Yuan had always felt that Meng Tu's bones were soft, so when Meng Tu begged for mercy, Fan Yuan subconsciously chose to believe him. Of course, Fan Yuan had never thought of letting Meng Tu go, but just as he was about to attack, Meng Tu was one step ahead of him. He self-detonated. This decisiveness and willpower was truly too straightforward. Maybe Meng Tu's nature gradually changed through all sorts of events. After all, people change. Also, in the 500 years of my previous life, the Celestial Court was the one who took action. The Celestial Court naturally used an exceptional method to instigate Meng Tu's rebellion. Fan Yuan shook his head. He took one last look at Autumn Blade Plain before flying into the sky, rapidly retreating. Almost all of the Edge Gu in Autumn Blade Plain had been destroyed in this battle. But the potential for future development was even greater. Because Meng Tu's final self-detonation had engraved all of his blade path down marks here. Fan Yuan, however, had very few gains in this battle. Other than testing Yama Emperor's killer move, he only obtained a rank 7 Bladewing Immortal Gu. He had expected Meng Tu's Immortal Aperture and Soul, but he did not obtain them. Meng Tu's decisiveness caused Fan Yuan's gains to fall sharply. He achieved his goal. Even if he died, he would not let the enemy obtain any benefits. After Fan Yuan used Great Thief Ghost Hand, Meng Tu knew that his Immortal Gu would be stolen by Fan Yuan one after another, and because he was heavily injured and was trapped here, he had no hope of escaping, thus he self-detonated. From his perspective, it was a very wise move. Since ancient times, the hardest path is death. This Meng Tu has courage. In the 500 years of my previous life, he sided with the Celestial Court and was spurned by Northern Plains Gu Immortal World and his clan. He was labeled as a disgrace. Although he died in this life, he will definitely have the honor of a martyr after death. Fan Yuan sighed inwardly. However, during the battle, his original goal was achieved. Long before he stole Bladewing Immortal Gu, he had secretly taken out the drinking blade wine from the depths of the ground. Along the way, he had also taken away several hundred Edge Gu. It was better than nothing. Fan Yuan retreated very quickly. Autumn Blade Plain was within Meng tribe's territory. When Meng Tu saw Fan Yuan attacking, he had definitely sent the information to the tribe. Thus, not long after, Meng tribe would sense Meng Tu's death and send a large number of Gu immortals to the scene of Autumn Blade Plain. He had already obtained the items. Fan Yuan was still hoping that in the future, Northern Plains would become an obstacle to the expansion of the Celestial Court. Thus, there was no need to slaughter these Northern Plains Gu immortals now and weaken Northern Plains' strength. Wouldn't that be helping the Celestial Court? When not fighting, Yama Emperor's imperial robe gradually shrunk, eventually turning into a silk cloth, with a thin layer of bronze armor covering his chest and back, sticking closely to Fan Yuan's skin. Oh? Someone is deducing about me. After a while, Fan Yuan flew in the sky. His expression suddenly changed. Meng tribe was a superforce. They specially nurtured a wisdom path Gu immortal. Now that Meng Tu was dead, Meng tribe was shaken. They would definitely find the culprit. Fan Yuan held his breath, carefully observing Yama Emperor's killer move. He saw that Yama Emperor's imperial robe gradually expanded, expanding along with the Meng tribe wisdom path Gu immortal's deductions. Fan Yuan resisted the other party's deductions while simultaneously calculating the expenditure of his soul foundation. After deducing for a while, Meng tribe's wisdom path Gu immortal stopped with no results. Fan Yuan, however, nodded in satisfaction. Yama Emperor's killer move can resist wisdom path deductions. Its power is even stronger. It is at rank 8 level. Even if the Celestial Court's fairy myrtle deductions, I can resist them. To sum it up, Yama Emperor's killer move's defense and offense had reached the peak of rank 7. Yama children were very difficult to deal with. Not only could they be used freely, they could also recover quickly. Even if there were losses, they could be easily replenished by the Soul Beast's modification. Even more amazing was Great Thief Ghost Hand. This method could steal rank 8 Immortal Gu. In this battle, with just one move, it had completely established victory, forcing a rank 7 expert like Meng Tu to self-detonate. Similar to Great Thief Ghost Hand, Emperor Yama killer move's defense against wisdom path deductions was also at the same level. This was also what Fan Yuan needed the most. However, Yama Emperor's killer move still has room for improvement. I can design an immortal battlefield killer move with Yama Emperor as the center. This time, I use his method to seal the battlefield and isolate it from the outside world. If he had not shot himself in the foot, he would have been able to escape freely, and it would have been much more troublesome for me to kill him. Moreover, if I have an immortal battlefield, I would be able to detect Meng Tu's self-detonation in my territory. Chapter 1579. Two Gu immortals were flying in the sky. They had rough appearances and muscular bodies. They were Meng tribe's Gu immortals Meng Zizai and Meng Zhao. Just as Fang Yuan had expected, when he first appeared, Meng Tu immediately spread the news of an enemy invasion. Later, Meng Tu activated his blade path Dao marks and placed the whole of Autumn Blade Plain in an environment similar to an immortal battlefield. Until his death, news of him could not be spread. With an enemy invading so openly, Meng tribe naturally would not take it lightly. They immediately mobilized a rank 7 Gu immortal, Meng Zizai, and a young rank 6 Gu immortal, Meng Zhao, to provide support. Uncle, who do you think is so blind as to want to provoke my Meng family? In my opinion, it might be those demonic path Gu immortals who have lost contact with the outside world after entering closed cultivation. Meng Zhao said to Meng Zizai with a smile as they flew. Meng Zizai's expression was stiff, but this was his normal state. His gaze also revealed a relaxed expression as he nodded. Your analysis is reasonable, but we need to make some preparations for the worst. In the current situation, Longevity Heaven has appeared and is ruling over all the Huangjin tribes of Northern Plains. Old ancestor Shui who has disappeared in defeat. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu has turned into a righteous path cultivator. The righteous path is extremely prosperous, but there is still someone who dares to risk universal condemnation and find trouble with our Huangjin tribes. He is either a lunatic or has something to rely on. That is why the tribes send us to reinforce them, in case of any mishaps. Uncle is right. But... Meng Zhao paused for a moment before laughing. That person is really unlucky. He actually bumped into Lord Meng Tu who is guarding Autumn Blade Plain. Lord Meng Tu cultivates Blade Path and has quasi-great Grandmaster Blade Path attainment level. He is one of the top 3 rank 7 Supreme Elders in our tribe. He might not be a quasi-great Grandmaster. Meng Zizai sighed. Meng Zhao's eyes immediately brightened. Uncle, you mean? Meng Zizai smiled. This brother of mine is the person I admire the most in my life. No one in the tribe can match his talent in Blade Path. He has been cultivating in Autumn Blade Plain all these years. With his talent, he might already be a great Grandmaster. Blade Path Great Grandmaster. As expected of Lord Meng Tu. Meng Zhao sighed. Ah, yes. Meng Zizai also smiled. He had been taken care of by Meng Tu many times in his cultivation, so he respected Meng Tu the most. Therefore, when Meng Tu informed them of the enemy attack, Meng Zizai took the initiative to come and support Meng Tuesday. In fact, deep in his heart, he was also very confident in Meng Tuesday. This time, the main reason why he was going was to catch up with Meng Tu and then introduce Meng Zhao to him. Meng Zhao was carefully chosen by Meng Zizai to be a Gu Immortal Junior nurtured by the tribe. In this Meng family, there are also various factions, each representing their own political interests. Meng Tu and Meng Zizai belonged to the middle faction, while Meng Zhao was chosen by Meng Tu to add fresh blood to this faction. Meng Zhao also knew the importance of this trip, so he was very excited. Autumn Blade Plain isn't far. I'll be able to see my clan brother soon. Sigh, I haven't seen him for many years. If he can become a Blade Dao Great Grandmaster, it will be of great benefit to our sect. Meng Zizai pondered. But right at this moment, his body suddenly shook, and then his expression changed drastically. His eyes opened wide and were filled with extreme shock. What's wrong, uncle? Meng Zhao saw Meng Zizai's change in expression and was very puzzled. Ever since he came into contact with Meng Zizai, this was the first time he had seen this steady uncle in such a state. But soon Meng Zhao saw Meng Zizai lose his composure even more. Unknowingly, Meng Zizai had slowed down his speed until he hovered in the air, motionless like a stone statue. His expression turned pale and his eyes turned red. There were actually tears in them. Meng Zhao was even more shocked. Something big must have happened. But he did not dare to continue asking. He could only stay beside Meng Zizai, planning to accompany him in the cold wind in the air. Meng Zizai was dazed for a while, but suddenly, his expression changed again, becoming sinister and terrifying. His red eyes were filled with blazing anger. Meng Zizai let out a loud roar that was like a thunderclap that shook 1,000 miles, and then he shot out explosively and charged forward like a sudden clap of thunder. Meng Zhao was caught unprepared by this sudden change, but after he reacted, he quickly chased after him. But how could his speed compare to the rank 7 Gu immortal Meng Zizai? Very soon, he was left far behind. Meng Zhao had many questions in his mind. What is going on? He had a strong ominous feeling. Wait a minute! The place Uncle was heading towards was the direction of Autumn Blade Plain. Could it be that Lord Meng too has met with misfortune? Thinking of this, Meng Zhao shuddered and shuddered. If that was the case, then it would be a nightmare for him, and also a very bad news for the whole Meng tribe. If Meng too, who had peak rank 7 battle strength, died, it would be a huge loss to Meng tribe. Meng Zhao chased after him with all his strength, finally arriving at Autumn Blade Plain. What happened here? Meng Zhao was shocked. He had not even arrived at Autumn Blade Plain, but he could already feel the surging blade path down marks in the air. Autumn Blade Plain's terrain had been completely destroyed, replaced by millions of blade marks, crazily slashing on the ground, forming crisscrossing tunnels and long trenches. Meng Zhao soon found Meng Zizai. The latter was kneeling on the ground, silent like a statue. Meng Zhao carefully landed on the ground. This place was filled with dense blade path down marks, piercing his skin and making him feel pain. Meng Zhao came to Meng Zizai's side and was shocked to find that there were 2 trails of tears on the latter's face. He came to Autumn Blade Plain and only saw Meng Zizai, but not Meng too. The guess in his mind became many times clearer. Meng Zhao's expression involuntarily became somewhat frightened. Meng Zizai slowly raised his eyes, looking at Meng Zhao. His voice was deep and hoarse. Anyone who heard it would know that he was suppressing the intense pain and anger in his heart. Meng Zizai slowly said, "My brother Meng too died in battle." Meng Zhao's body shook, even though he had already guessed it. When Meng Zizai confirmed it, he could not help but be extremely shocked. Meng too actually died in battle? Who was it that could kill him with such battle prowess? Meng Zhao opened his mouth. He struggled for a long time before saying, "Uncle, Lord Meng too has great battle strength. How can he die so easily? Maybe he is still alive, he just changed the battlefield." But Meng Zizai slowly shook his head. "When you and I were on the way, the clan sent me news that Meng too's soul lamp was extinguished. But I still had a trace of hope until I came here." Saying so, he choked with sobs. Tears flowed down from his red eyes again. Men do not easily shed tears, only when they are not deeply hurt. Meng Zizai stuttered. "I know he has a killer move called Leaving Blade to take life. It explodes his body, destroying his immortal aperture, immortal goo and so on, erupting with unprecedented power. Once this move is used, he will definitely die. There is no chance of survival. That means..." Meng Zhao quickly looked at the whole battlefield. This time, he was even more shocked. Meng too died in battle. Such a powerful Gu immortal actually died. He was forced to self-detonate in such a short time. Who was the other party? All sorts of past events and memories surfaced in Meng Zizai's mind. Meng too died in battle. This was also something he had never expected. Meng Zizai cried for a while before slowly standing up. He became expressionless, saying to Meng Zhao, "Go back, Meng too died in battle. My Meng tribe will not let this matter rest. But this time, the enemy's strength has reached an unimaginable level. When Meng too was attacked, he immediately sent a message back and we immediately set off without stopping. In such a short time, Meng too could not hold on and was forced to self-detonate by the enemy. I know his nature, he probably wanted to use this move to drag the enemy down with him. But now, there are no traces of him. This means the enemy is dead. This is a strong enemy that Leaving Blade to take life could not kill. I will definitely pursue him, even if I have to use up my entire life. I will capture the true culprit. But this matter is already beyond your ability. Go back to the tribe and cultivate properly. Don't leak this information." Meng Zhao's heart was extremely heavy. He nodded. I understand, uncle, you must be careful. Meng Tu died in battle. Meng tribe lost a powerful general. It was not a light loss. At the same time, they also provoked a strong enemy with a mysterious origin and unknown motive. Meng tribe's higher-ups chose to seal off this information for the time being to maintain stability. As for Meng Zhao, his cultivation level was too low. He did not receive any message from the tribe informing him of this. Don't worry. This time, Second Supreme Elder will personally take action, along with the Immortal Gu House Investigation Courtyard. Meng Zizai patted Meng Zhao's shoulder. Meng Zhao nodded, feeling at ease. He left without any hesitation. With the Immortal Gu House Investigation Courtyard, he would not be afraid even if he encountered a rank 8 existence. Meng Zhao stayed on the spot. He did not have to wait for long before Investigation Courtyard appeared in the horizon. Not long after, Investigation Courtyard stopped. Meng tribe's second supreme elder walked out of the courtyard and nodded at Meng Zizai with a heavy expression, before impatiently inspecting the battlefield. But how could Fan Yuan have left any clues? After Meng tribe's second supreme elder inspected the battlefield, his expression became even more gloomy. Meng Zizai said, This mysterious enemy is extremely clean. He is very experienced in dealing with traces. I have already investigated it. Meng tribe's second supreme elder nodded. No worries, I brought Investigation Courtyard this time. Investigation Courtyard was an information path Immortal Gu House. It was most proficient in gathering information. Meng tribe's second supreme elder immediately activated a killer move. They really did find some clues. Chapter 1580. The clues end here. Meng tribe's Immortal Gu House Investigation Courtyard floated in the air and did not move forward. Meng tribe's two Gu immortals looked at each other. Meng Zizai looked ahead and saw a lush valley, in stark contrast to the surrounding grassland. According to the laws of nature, such a valley would not form, but Meng tribe's two Gu immortals were not surprised. Meng tribe's second supreme elder said in a low voice, This is Sleeping Lady's Divine Needle Valley. Meng Zizai frowned. Don't tell me it's her? Meng tribe's second supreme elder was silent. Sleeping Lady was a rank 7 lone cultivator who cultivated Sound Path. She did not have outstanding battle strength, but she controlled an immemorial desolate beast Divine Hedgehog. This Divine Hedgehog was a sword path immemorial desolate beast. It had one ability: it could shoot out spikes all over its body, making it impossible for people to dodge. It could slaughter gods and kill immortals. Sleeping Lady created Divine Needle Valley and lived in the middle of Meng tribe and Murong tribe, becoming an overlord of a region. Not only did she have brilliant methods to control immemorial desolate beasts, she also had outstanding political wisdom. She lived in the middle of two superforces, borrowing strength from both sides, making it so that neither side dared to deal with her. Because if she did so, Sleeping Lady might defect to the other superforce at any time. Meng tribe's two Gu immortals were silent. This matter was somewhat difficult. They had followed the clues, but did not obtain any concrete information about Fan Yuan. Sleeping Lady's own battle strength might not compare to Meng Tu, but if she sent the Divine Hedgehog, there was a possibility of killing Meng Tuesday. In this case, she was indeed suspicious. But this matter would be very troublesome to deal with. For a long time, Meng tribe and Murong tribe had been expressing goodwill towards Sleeping Lady. They had a good relationship with her, trying to win her over and prevent her from siding with the other side. Meng tribe and Murong tribe's relationship was clearly not good. Any superforce had the instinct to expand. Meng tribe and Murong tribe were so close, how could their relationship be good? If Sleeping Lady was the culprit, how could she have such courage alone? Because of this, it was very likely that she had already defected to the Murong family. And the Murong family was a superpower, a Huang Jin tribe of the Righteous Path. It was impossible for them to kill another Righteous Path superpower for no reason. Using Sleeping Lady as a weapon was also very reasonable. If Sleeping Lady was not the culprit, how would Meng tribe's two Gu immortals investigate her? If they were not careful, it was likely that Sleeping Lady would have other thoughts and fall to Murong family's side. Then, Meng family's loss would undoubtedly be even greater. The two Ming tribe Gu immortals thought for a long time before Ming tribe's second supreme elder finally spoke. Let's go, we will visit Sleeping Lady and tell her about Meng Tu's death. Only like this, by being frank, can Sleeping Lady understand my Ming family's motive and determination. After all, the clues stopped at her divine Needle Valley. Courtyard. Investigation courtyard did not conceal their tracks. The arrival of Ming tribe's two Gu immortals had already alerted Sleeping Lady. Gu Ling tribe, Gu clans, immortal tribe, Gu clans, dragon tribes. Immediately after they explained the matter, Gu's immortal Ling tribe's spirit. After Ming tribe's two Gu immortals arrived, they immediately explained the situation. Sleeping Lady understood the situation, and immediately knew the severity of the situation. First, she quickly expressed her innocence, and proved it to Ming tribe's Gu immortals. Secondly, she was also worried about the disappearance of the clue in Divine Needle Valley. This mysterious culprit was able to kill Ming Tu. His methods are definitely high, and his battle strength is terrifying. I would like to ask you to follow me and search the whole of Divine Needle Valley. Help me with this. Sleeping Lady took the initiative to request. Ming tribe's two immortals were overjoyed. This was what they wanted. They immediately nodded and agreed. The three immortals moved together and searched Divine Needle Valley very carefully. Sleeping Lady was also afraid. She had some understanding of investigation Gu Ling's power. Since the clue disappeared in Divine Needle Valley, it was very likely that the culprit was hiding in her own valley. Since this mysterious culprit could attack Ming Tu and even viciously kill him, why couldn't he deal with her? The three immortals searched for a while but did not find anything. Ming tribe's two immortals glanced at each other. Ming tribe's second supreme elder purposely said, Divine Needle Valley has almost been searched. Is the culprit really not here? Meng Zizai pretended to be unintentional as he said, Isn't there still one place that hasn't been searched? Sleeping Lady knew that the two of them were acting, but she wasn't the culprit and sincerely wanted to search carefully, so she nodded and said, This Divine Needle Valley was specially designed for the Divine Hedgehog. Now only the depths of the valley haven't been searched. Please follow me. Meng tribe's Gu immortals followed Sleeping Lady to the bottom of the valley. In the dark bottom of the valley, there was a huge hedgehog that was as white as snow resting. It was lying on the ground, curled up into a ball, appearing to be in deep sleep. It breathed for a long time. The spikes all over its body were extremely sharp and filled with sword path down marks. The divine hedgehog was as large as a hill. Meng tribe's two Gu immortals slowly flew towards it like ants facing a wheel. What a divine immemorial desolate beast! Meng tribe's second supreme elder softly praised. Sleeping Lady's expression softened. This was the most important asset that allowed her to contend with two super forces. Meng tribe's second supreme elder carefully observed for a while before saying, It seems that the quality of the front-back divine sniping needles this time is very high quality. Sleeping Lady, when are you going to pick them? The spikes on the divine hedgehog's body were rank 8 immortal materials that could be plucked out. Each spike was a front-back divine sniping needle. Every time the divine hedgehog encountered danger, it would shoot out the spikes on its body to kill the enemy. Naturally, these spikes that were shot out would not return. When the divine hedgehog slept, its body would regrow its spikes. Sleeping Lady's method was unique. She could make the divine hedgehog sleep at all times. After feeding it, Sleeping Lady would have a new source of income, that was to sell front-back divine sniping needles. Most of the front-back divine sniping needles that she produced were distributed to Ming tribe and Murong tribe. The remaining small portion was sold at Jewel Yellow Skies. Sleeping Lady thus had ample funds. Northern Plains was a place with poor natural resources, but Sleeping Lady relied on this divine hedgehog to live a much better life than most Northern Plains Gu immortals. Let's pick them soon. There will be 436 this time, Sleeping Lady said solemnly. The divine hedgehog had over 1,000 spikes on its body, but Sleeping Lady wanted to keep those short spikes to continue growing. What she harvested were the spikes that had grown to the longest. At the same time, she could not sell all the spikes, because without the protection of these spikes, the divine hedgehog's battle strength would fall sharply. Let's begin, Meng Zizai suggested. Please do as you wish. I will make the divine hedgehog continue to sleep. Sleeping Lady said. Ming Tribe's two Gu immortals wanted to search for clues. They activated Investigation Courtyard and caused a huge commotion. But Sleeping Lady's Sound Path Killer move kept the divine hedgehog asleep. If the divine hedgehog was startled awake from its sleep, it would definitely be furious and vent its anger on others, attacking randomly. Sleeping Lady had not completely subdued this beast and controlled it. After all, she was not an enslavement path Gu immortal. I found a new clue! After searching for a long time, Meng Zizai suddenly spoke with an excited expression. Sleeping Lady was horrified. This person actually infiltrated to the bottom of the valley. I couldn't sense him at all. Following the traces, the three immortals continued to search. They found that the traces went all the way down into the ground. The three immortals followed the clues and unknowingly went deep underground. The clues also became more and more numerous. Not long after, the traces changed directions and meandered upwards. The three immortals followed the traces and carefully moved forward for a while before coming to the surface. This is already Murong Tribe's territory. It is hundreds of li away from Divine Needle Valley. Meng Tribe's second Supreme Elder frowned. The clues completely disappeared here. Meng Zizai's gaze flickered. Sleeping Lady was silent. She would not express her opinion at this crucial moment no matter what. The three immortals searched for a long time but did not find any clues. Sleeping Lady suggested that they go to her valley to rest. Ming Tribe's two immortals had no clues. They thought about it and agreed. But when they returned to the valley, the three immortals made a shocking discovery. The divine hedgehog, which had been a divine steed, was still sleeping soundly, but it was completely naked. All the front-back divine obstruction needles had disappeared. What's going on? My divine obstruction needles! I spent 100 years guarding Divine Needle Valley without leaving, consuming a large amount of food to feed the divine hedgehog, and even repeatedly using killer moves to coax it to sleep. I was able to nurture it to such a scale. Sleeping Lady turned pale with fright. She cried out involuntarily in pain. Meng Tribe's two immortals looked at each other, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. Because they suddenly realized that they had been used by someone. Chapter 1581. I need Meng Tribe to give me an explanation now. Otherwise, even though I am a lone cultivator, I will not let this matter rest. Sleeping Lady turned her head and stared at the two Meng Tribe immortals. Her loss this time was really too heavy. Thus, she was extremely furious. Even though the other party was Meng Tribe, she still went up against them. Unlike Fan Yuan lost the Gutsku trade, but he still had the Dragonfish trade, Spirit Snake trade, Regretful Spider trade, Eerie Fire Dragon Python trade, and so on. After Sleeping Lady lost this front-back divine obstruction needle, she lost her economic pillar. Even though the divine hedgehog was still around, to nurture the front-back divine obstruction needle again, not only would it take time, it would also require a huge investment of funds. Sleeping Lady did not have a long-term vision. Every time she harvested the front-back divine obstruction needle, she would not kill the goose that laid the golden eggs, she would leave most of them to grow. But the person who stole the front-back divine obstruction needle was truly too vile. He did not even leave a single hair for Sleeping Lady. Sleeping Lady's losses this time were huge. Not only were the hairs that had grown to their limits close to harvest, but also her future prospects. It is a pity that I do not have the methods to move this immemorial desolate beast divine hedgehog into my immortal aperture. Outside, it is truly not safe. Sleeping Lady's hands were shaking, she even had the thought of dying. But actually, even if she moved it inside, it would be very troublesome. Firstly, she could not completely control the divine hedgehog. If this immemorial desolate beast caused trouble in her immortal aperture, she would suffer disastrous losses. Secondly, if Sleeping Lady underwent tribulation, Providence's perception might aggravate her tribulation and target the divine hedgehog even more. Finally, the divine hedgehog was Sleeping Lady's trump card in dealing with Meng Tribe and Murong Tribe. If it was placed in her immortal aperture, she might not be able to let it out in time to fight in battle. Sleeping Lady, calm down, please calm down. Meng tribe's second supreme elder quickly persuaded. Calm down? How do you want me to calm down? You said there was a murder case, Meng Tu died in battle. Alright, I trusted your Meng tribe, I let you in without investigating and warmly welcomed you. You said there were traces, but I could not find them. It was all because of investigation courtyard. Later, there were indeed traces, but were they really left behind by the culprit? Does investigation courtyard not have the ability to do anything? As she spoke, cold sweat dripped down Sleeping Lady's forehead. She calmed down and looked at the two Ming tribe immortals with a vigilant expression. A large number of goo worm auras spread out from her body. Sleeping Lady stared at the two Ming immortals and slowly retreated. The two Ming family immortals smiled bitterly, but at the same time, they understood Sleeping Lady's thoughts very well. Now, the divine hedgehog had lost all of its spikes, and its combat power had fallen to rock bottom. This was equivalent to Sleeping Lady's combat power being reduced to its limit. Most of the trump cards she had been using to deal with the superpowers had been destroyed, so how could Sleeping Lady not be vigilant? Meng Clan's second supreme elder bitterly sighed. Sleeping Lady, if this was really our clan's scheme to scheme against you and secretly steal the divine hedgehog's quills, why would we bother to come back here with you? We should have tricked you into a trap with the excuse of tracking the murderer, for example in the Immortal Dial battlefield. What do you think? Sleeping Lady became silent. She raised her eyes and said, That is probably because your Ming family is of the righteous path and has to follow the rules, so it is not good for you to directly attack me. On the other hand, I have already made an alliance with your Ming family, so you schemed this matter to first reduce my combat power, and then use clever words to trick me. The two Ming family immortals could not help but look at each other when they heard this. Sleeping Lady's words were not without reason. The two Ming family immortals were quick-witted, but they did not know what to say. Humph! Sleeping Lady continued. You think I don't know what your righteous path is playing? This matter started because of you. If your Ming family does not give me an explanation, then fine, I will expose this matter and let the world judge. Wait! The expressions of the two Ming family immortals changed drastically. Ming Clan's second supreme elder hurriedly shouted. But it was already too late. Sleeping Lady directly exposed this matter in the jewel-yellow skies, and then hurriedly informed Murong clan of this matter through her connections. In an instant, the scandal that Meng family had painstakingly covered up, Meng Tu's death, the failure in chasing after the murderer, and even implicating Sleeping Lady in losing the front-back god-blocking needle, was completely exposed. You! Meng Zizai pointed at Sleeping Lady. His eyes were practically spewing fire. He was extremely furious. Ming Clan's second supreme elder also had an ashen expression as he narrowed his eyes at Sleeping Lady, even having murderous intent. Sleeping Lady's expression was cold, but she was smiling bitterly in her heart. Of course, she knew that her actions will greatly damage her relationship with the Meng family. But there was no other way. She had to do this. Any alliance agreement had the possibility of being broken unilaterally. Today's matter was too important. Sleeping Lady had to protect herself. Her battle strength had fallen to rock bottom. How could she protect herself? Even if Meng Tu died, as a superforce, Meng family was still not something a rank 7 lone immortal like Sleeping Lady could resist. In Sleeping Lady's opinion, the best way was undoubtedly to borrow the strength of other Gu immortals, to make Meng family's competitor, Murong clan, pay attention to this matter and support Sleeping Lady to a certain extent. Even if Meng family had ill intentions, they had to stop. After all, they were a righteous path force. Sleeping Lady, at this point, there's no point in saying any more. But I can tell you clearly that you don't need to worry. We might have been used by that person. Meng tribe's second supreme elder said in a low voice. The current situation was actually very clear. Even if Meng tribe's two immortals did not cultivate wisdom path, they could deduce. The culprit was extremely vicious. Not only did he mysteriously kill Meng Tu, he even deliberately left behind clues to lure Meng tribe's pursuers into Divine Needle Valley, and then used Meng tribe to lure Sleeping Lady away. Afterwards, he made his move and actually pulled out all of the Divine Hedgehog's spines. Our Meng tribe will give you an explanation. Before leaving, Meng tribe's second supreme elder left behind these words. Once Meng tribe's two immortals left, Sleeping Lady immediately started to set up a gu formation around the immemorial desolate beast divine hedgehog. Meng tribe lost their clues and could only return. Even if they obtained the clues now, they would be suspicious. Was this another scheme of the other party? While investigation courtyard was flying, Meng Zizai suddenly spoke with an ominous glint in his eyes. This culprit is so crafty. Now that the matter has been exposed and the whole world knows about it, we might as well make Sleeping Lady the culprit. Regardless of whether Sleeping Lady was the culprit or not, if Meng tribe killed her and claimed that she was the culprit, they would be able to restore their tribe's prestige and resolve this crisis. They might even be able to obtain the immemorial desolate beast divine hedgehog. Meng tribe's second supreme elder sighed. I have also thought of this. But firstly, investigation courtyard might not be able to deal with Sleeping Lady and the divine hedgehog in a short time. This place is also close to Murong tribe. I have no confidence. Secondly, we have an alliance agreement with her. If we rashly make a move, we will suffer a severe backlash. Thirdly, the current situation in Northern Plains is not the same as before. Right now, Longevity Heaven had appeared, Yao Huan had taken over as South Desolation Immortal, and Longevity Heaven was leading all the Huangjin tribes. During this period of time, they had been working hard to integrate the forces of Northern Plains Gu Immortal World. The Righteous Path forces were basically all Huangjin tribes. There was almost no need to integrate them. The first step of Longevity Heaven's plan was to integrate the Lone Cultivator forces with the Righteous Path forces. It was just that Celestial Court had used a scheme to disguise as Fan Yuan and destroyed this plan once, so there were some obstructions. However, Longevity Heaven did not give up and had been working hard in this area. Thus, as a Huangjin tribe, if Meng tribe rashly dealt with the lone immortal Sleeping Lady, if they did not handle it well, Longevity Heaven might investigate and reprimand them. This was what Meng tribe's second supreme elder was most worried about. Meng tribe returned, while Fan Yuan was also on the way. Inside his sovereign immortal aperture, there was a pile of front-back divine obstruction needles. Indeed, it was his plan. He was also the one who did it. Fan Yuan knew a lot about Meng tribe's information. He also had wisdom path attainment. The trap he designed was simple but effective. Adding on his strong luck, Sleeping Lady was really lured away. Fan Yuan succeeded in his first attempt. Ordinary Gu immortals might not be able to get close to the divine hedgehog. After all, their auras were not right. But Fan Yuan had familiar face. He perfectly disguised himself as Sleeping Lady. Even when the divine hedgehog slowly opened its eyes, he did not panic. The divine hedgehog slowly fell asleep again. Fan Yuan plucked all of its spines. After succeeding, Fan Yuan did not do anything to the sleeping divine hedgehog. He directly left. In the 500 years of his previous life, Sleeping Lady was also one of the experts who resisted the Celestial Court. As for the divine hedgehog, why did he steal it? This was of little value to Fan Yuan. He might as well keep it with Sleeping Lady. And when Sleeping Lady nurtures a new batch of spines, Fan Yuan could steal it again. Fan Yuan did not feel any psychological burden when slaughtering others, not to mention stealing. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is truly amazing. He actually created Theft Path. After tasting the sweetness, Fan Yuan reflected on it and sighed inwardly. In the battle between Fan Yuan and Meng Tu, it was Great Thief Ghost Hand that determined the outcome. If things went according to plan, Fan Yuan would not have been able to take Meng Tu's head so easily. Before Theft Path appeared, Gu immortals fought with their lives on the line, but they might not be able to obtain much loot. But with Theft Path, there is no need to fight to the death to obtain resources. The cost is lowered and the efficiency is raised. This is simply amazing. It is a pity that now is not the best time for me to go around stealing. Firstly, Theft Path Immortal Gu are rare. I only have rank 7 Great Thief Gu. Secondly, I already exposed my identity as the Grand Thief Ghost Hand in the Western Desert. If I go around committing crimes, people will probably connect the dots and figure out my true identity. Myriad Self-Immortal Gu's recipe is still lacking a crucial immortal material. After this, I will stop and return to Langya Blessed Land to refine myriad self-immortal goo. Even though Fang Yuan had some theft path methods, he could not go overboard at the moment. Because soul cultivation was the most important matter at hand. Once his soul foundation rose, Jama Emperor would be able to use it more efficiently, and Fan Yuan's battle strength and plans would have a guarantee. But soul cultivation required guts goo and soul cores, which meant he needed supplies from Green Ghost Desert. Swan Bujin's identity also had to be kept a secret. This was a chain of needs. Oh right, I can't let this matter be exposed easily. Fang Yuan chuckled and immediately spread a rumor in Jewel Yellow Skies, saying that Sleeping Lady had embezzled and schemed against Ming tribe, but she had actually obtained the front-back divine obstruction needles to prepare for tribulation and advance to a higher cultivation level. With the truth being mixed up like this, it was even easier for Fang Yuan to conceal himself. As for Sleeping Lady, after she learned of this rumor, she immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood from anger. Chapter 1582. Jewel Yellow Skies. A large lump of transparent fire was quietly burning, emitting a thick and grand treasure light. Once the fire appeared on the market, it attracted the attention of many goo immortals. A large number of wills and some divine senses were attracted. Black Heaven Temple's goo immortal Zhangji smiled lightly. He was the owner of this transparent fire. To think that I would obtain such a rare batch of rank 7 immortal materials in this exploration. After selling them, I can replenish my immortal essence reserves, he thought as he responded to others' inquiries. The price he offered was just a little bit higher than usual, so many people wanted to buy it. I want all of these goods. One of the divine senses contacted Zhang Ji and stated a high price straightforwardly. Zhang Ji was moved, he could not believe it. You want all of these? This price. Let's trade. The other party was very straightforward, directly sending a large number of immortal yuan stones. Okay. Seeing this huge amount of immortal yuan stones, Zhang Ji's eyes shined, he immediately agreed. The transaction was quickly completed. The goo immortals who were paying attention were caught unprepared. Don't be anxious, I still have more goods. Zhang Ji's divine sense fluctuated. He quickly took out a lump of transparent fire and placed it into Jewel Yellow Skies. It was just that this ball of transparent flame was much smaller than the one he had sold. Because of the first transaction, other goo immortals were interested in buying it. After all, this transparent fire was rare in the market. Normally, they could only buy it continuously, and each purchase would be in fist-sized or basin-sized lumps. But now, the transparent fire was as big as a carriage. After this, there would be no more opportunities like this. But this time, I will raise the price. Zhang Ji's smile became wider. He did not know much about the transparent fire. This was the first time he was selling it. He did not know the market price. The enthusiasm of the other goo immortals was beyond his expectations. He raised the price higher and higher, but the surrounding goo immortals rarely backed out of the competition. Their bids also became higher. Oh no, I seem to have sold it wrongly. When Zhang Ji saw this scene, he felt some regret in his heart. At the same time, he admired the buyer's decisiveness. Zhang Ji was not stupid. He divided all the transparent flames into 3 parts. The first set was to test the waters, and the one being sold now was only the second set. The more transactions he made, the more accurate his grasp of the market situation became. Floating life fire! Fan Yuan looked at this transparent fire in the sovereign immortal aperture with a joyful mood. He was the one who made the first move and bought Zhang Ji's goods. This kind of floating life flame was transparent, and it burned silently without any heat. However, when it burned a life to death, the past of that life would turn into an image and continuously reappear in the floating life fire. At that time, the floating life fire would emit a multicolored luster and would no longer be transparent. The storage of the floating life flame required a special method. Zhang Ji, on the other hand, had obtained a large amount of floating life fire by chance and did not have the means to do so. After Fan Yuan succeeded, he immediately used his methods to preserve the floating life flame. This method was not the content of Spectral Soul's true inheritance, but Langya's inheritance that Fan Yuan exchanged with Spectral Soul's true inheritance. I originally wanted to travel a long distance and find trouble with others to obtain this floating life flame. To think that someone would suddenly sell it in jewel yellow skies, and in large quantities. My luck is really good this time. Fan Yuan smiled. There were definitely many Gu immortals who wanted to buy the floating life flame. But Gu immortal wills could not make decisions, they could only act according to the orders left behind by the Gu immortal. And to take out so many immortal yuan stones at once was not something ordinary Gu immortals could do. Even if they had funds, these spectating Gu immortals would want to haggle. After all, they did not need a lot. With all these factors, Fan Yuan took advantage of the situation and immediately acted, gaining the initiative. As for the risk? Even though this Zhang Ji was a Gu immortal of Black Heaven Temple and a member of Celestial Court, he did not know that the buyer was Fan Yuan, and Fan Yuan also did not know his identity. The transactions of Jewel Yellow Skies had always been very safe. If Celestial Court could use this to scheme against Fan Yuan, and even infiltrate Jewel Yellow Skies to such an extent, then Fan Yuan might as well just surrender. All in all, this possibility was very small. Drinking Blade Wine, Edge Gu, Front-Back Divine Obstruction Needle, and Floating Life Flame, these 4 immortal materials were basically all gathered. He still needed to buy some Edge Gu, but Jewel Yellow Skies could satisfy them. If he could not, Western Desert's Shao Clan was also a channel. There was no meaning in staying outside. Fan Yuan set off and rushed back to Langya Blessed Land. Using the teleportation immortal formation, Fan Yuan returned to Langya Blessed Land. The process was very smooth, there were no dangers. Fan Yuan returned much earlier than planned. This made Land's spirit of Langya very happy. Since you are back, I will start refining. Land's spirit of Langya was very proactive. The pressure that Celestial Court placed on him was too great. This time, I need to thank First Supreme Elder and the Gu Immortals of the other 3 races for lending me so many immortal yuan stones. Fan Yuan expressed his gratitude. Without their help, how could Fan Yuan have such a huge amount of funds? No need to be polite. We are all on the same side. If you become stronger, Langya Blessed Land will be safer. If Langya Blessed Land is in danger, they will not be able to escape due to the alliance agreement. Land's spirit of Langya's reply was very frank. Indeed, the current reality was that Langya's sect, the Snowmen, Rockmen, and Inkman City were all in the same boat. If anyone got into trouble, the others would not be able to escape. Fan Yuan handed these 4 immortal materials to Langya's sect to process. The processing of these immortal materials would take at least half a month. The process was very complicated. And this was the result of all the hairy man Gu immortals of Langya's sect working together. From this, one could see the excellence of myriad self-immortal Gu's recipe. Fan Yuan had become a refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster. The myriad self-immortal Gu recipe he designed was very outstanding. It could be said to be the limit of the world. It had almost reached a stage where it could not be improved. The crucial steps of the Gu refinement were reduced to the limit. There were only 3 steps. The other steps had over 10,000 steps. Most of them were processing the immortal materials. Fan Yuan processed the immortal materials to their optimal state. He spent most of his effort on this. Even if the consumption of immortal materials increased greatly, he did not care. Because these steps could be controlled by Gu immortals. And the crucial steps of the Gu refinement could only be controlled by the collision and conflict of down marks. They were not controlled by the Gu immortals. Through this method, combined with Langya's sect's Gu refinement ability, Fan Yuan's myriad self-immortal Gu recipe had a success rate of 50%. That was to say, Fan Yuan had a 50% chance of success, the other 50% chance of failure. A 50% success rate was too terrifying. For the vast majority of Gu immortals, if they had a 1% success rate in Gu refinement, they would be happy. However, this was mainly because he was a refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster. How many refinement path quasi-supreme grandmasters were there in the world? Throughout history, people like Fan Yuan could be counted on one's fingers. There were only 3 people who surpassed his attainment level. And in the world, there were very few Gu immortals who cultivated multiple paths. How many of them cultivated refinement path? Looking at it from another angle, most Gu immortals were like amateurs when it came to refining immortal Gu. If the success rate of Gu refinement could be raised, that would be absurd. In fact, even Fan Yuan did not dare to believe the 50% success rate when he deduced it. However, he immediately thought of Long Hair Ancestor. Long Hair Ancestor had refined many immortal Gu in his life. There was no lack of rank 7 and even rank 8 immortal Gu. He was a refinement path supreme grandmaster. If he did not have such a success rate, would Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable ask him for help? Also, I borrowed Langya Sect's strength to refine this Gu. In the current world, in terms of Gu refinement attainment, Langya Sect is without a doubt the number 1 sect. Besides this, the third reason is my strong luck. First was his refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level. Second was the help of the number 1 Gu refinement force in the world. And third was his strong luck after inheriting Giant Sun's true inheritance. These 3 reasons contributed to the 50% success rate of myriad self-immortal Gu's refinement. There is finally such a day. I am free from the curse of refining immortal Gu. Fan Yuan was deeply moved. He had the urge to cry. He knew that the main reason was that he had achieved refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level. The other 2 reasons were also helpful, but they were more or less present when he refined Gu. The 50% success rate was mainly brought about by his refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level. This is only the immortal Gu recipe that I deduced and modified. In the future, if I make up for my foundation in Gu refinement and personally lead the refinement, the success rate will increase by a lot. Chapter 1583. Langya Blessed Land, Cloud Cover Continent. Land Spirit of Langya breathed in deeply, before chanting. Formation activate! Like countless bees dancing wildly, there was a loud buzzing sound as the refinement path super formation was activated. Soon, a large area of white gold light spread out, filling this area. Enter the formation! Land Spirit of Langya ordered again. At the same time, he entered the immortal formation. Next, 6th hair, 3rd hair, 4th hair, 7th hair, and other hairy man Gu immortals also entered the formation. Fan Yuan stood at the periphery of the immortal formation as a spectator. This Gu refinement was not done by him. It was handed over to Langya Sect's Land Spirit and hairy man Gu immortals. Even though Fan Yuan had quasi-supreme refinement path attainment level, his refinement path foundation and actual control could not compare to Langya Sect's Gu immortals. If it were during normal times, I might be able to participate in the Gu refinement. But this time, Land Spirit of Langya did not hesitate to use the refinement path immortal formation that Long Hair Ancestor had personally set up back then. This immortal formation cannot be used by hairy man Gu immortals. I am a human Gu immortal. If I enter, I will be refined and killed by the immortal formation. Langya Blessed Land had a deep foundation. This time, it even used the long hair refinement path formation. Of course, with Fan Yuan's methods, he could use his transformation path attainment to turn into a hairy man Gu immortal. But Langya Sect probably wanted to keep this a secret and did not want to reveal it to Fan Yuan. Earlier, I used Spectral Soul's true inheritance to exchange for Langya true inheritance with Land Spirit of Langya. However, it was clear that this long hair refinement path formation was the core of Langya's true inheritance and would not be traded. Just like Spectral Soul's true inheritances lead Soul into Dream and other killer moves, I also value them highly. Fan Yuan observed from the side, his eyes shining with uncertainty. Even though the Langya sect excluded Fan Yuan was actually very satisfied with this. Facing the immense pressure from the Celestial Court, Langya sect was anxious. They did not hesitate to activate the long hair refinement path formation to refine myriad self-immortal Gu for Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had joined the Langya sect, so he could be considered as one of them. Increasing Fan Yuan's combat power now would greatly benefit them in moving Langya Blessed Land. The long hair refinement path grand array was slowly activated. The radiance kept changing. First, it was white gold, then it turned orange gold, and finally black gold. Specks of starlight began to flicker amidst the inky gold radiance, dazzling and resplendent. The buzzing sound of the immortal array gradually became softer. After a few breaths, it became extremely quiet, without a single sound. Several hairy man-goo immortals and land spirit of Langia who entered the formation stood still, forming a large circle. Land spirit of Langia was the first to make a move, activating the immortal formation and opening the door, letting out a lump of processed immortal material. This immortal material was like a sunflower that had been hit by frost. The moment it appeared in the center of the immortal formation, it turned into smoke and fused into the inky gold radiance. Fan Yuan's gaze was solemn. This was the first crucial step. The smoke had to fuse perfectly with the inky gold radiance before the next step could be carried out. Fan Yuan did not feel too much pressure. If this step failed, he would not suffer a huge loss, he could start again. However, an hour later, the immortal material turned into smoke. It fused perfectly with the inky gold radiance. In the immortal formation, the inky gold radiance condensed and condensed. From the size of half the sky earlier, it condensed to the size of a house. It was restrained at the center of the long hair refinement path formation. When the inky gold radiance turned into ice stars, the land spirit of Langia activated the immortal formation and started the second step. Time continued to pass. Immortal materials were thrown into the immortal formation by Langia Sect's hairy man-goo immortals in an orderly manner. They fused into one. 3 days and 3 nights later, Third Hair opened his palm and started to throw goo worms into the immortal formation. He first threw in the self-reliance goo. This goo worm was only rank 3. It was shaped like a cockroach. It was flat and dark brown in color. It had long antennae and a pair of wings. Self-reliance goo was a strength path goo worm. It had healing properties. The stronger the goo master, the better the healing effect. This was a rare goo worm. Mortal goo masters could not even find one, but now, Third Hair threw in several hundred. The amount of self-reliance goo was strictly regulated. Because it involved the amount of Dao marks, when refining immortal goo, one had to be careful in this aspect. After all the self-reliance goo were thrown in, Land Spirit of Langia gave a loud shout, activating the long hair refinement path formation. At once, pillars of fire rose in the formation. Hundreds and thousands of pillars of fire were tens of meters tall. They burned brightly in the inky gold radiance. Intense air currents spread in all directions, but they were perfectly blocked by the refinement path formation. The hairy man-goo immortal standing at the edge of the immortal formation could not feel the temperature rising at all. The long hair refinement path immortal formation was very outstanding. The orange-red pillar of fire burned for 48 hours before it slowly came to a stop. The inky gold radiance was completely burned. Even the self-reliance goo had turned into a strange stone the size of a horse carriage. After waiting for a while, Fan Yuan let out a sigh of relief when he saw that the stone had solidified. The second crucial step of myriad self-immortal goo refinement had been passed. Next, Land Spirit of Langia and the rest started to rest and recover. Fourth Hair and Sixth Hair did not stop. They continued to activate the immortal formation and carve the stone. After 3 minutes, the stone was completely ground down. It turned into a pile of rock fragments that scattered on the ground. Third Hair stopped to rest. He took out drinking blade wine and started watering these rock fragments. This drinking blade wine was obtained by Fan Yuan from killing Meng Tu not long ago. Now that Shaoqin used it, he immediately melted all the rubble into clumps of gray smoke. These smoke floated in the air. They did not fuse together. They condensed into balls of smoke that floated in the air like small lanterns. Fourth Hair and Sixth Hair started to rest, while Third Hair took out all-out effort goo. These goo worms were like horned immortals. They were all mortal goo. They were the size of an adult's palm. They were heavy. They were oval in shape. They had an armored shell on their back. Their spines were arched. There was a strong horn on their head. It looked heavy and mighty. It had several pairs of long legs. They were strong and had a dark brown body. It gave off a shiny metallic luster. One look and one could tell that this goo was not an ordinary one. Fan Yuan had not refined all-out effort goo's immortal goo yet. These were all mortal goo. They ranged from rank 1 to rank 5, they were of all ranks. The goo worms charged into the smoke, but they did not fuse. At this time, Land's spirit of Langia started to sell. He opened the door and took out the processed immortal material floating life fire. In this transparent fire, large numbers of all-out effort goo and the gray smoke started to fuse. This step took a long time. Half a month later, the fusion was completed. Be it the floating life fire, all-out effort goo, or the gray smoke, they were all gone, replaced by a drizzle. This drizzle was restricted by the refinement path immortal formation. It was trapped at the center of the formation. It continued to fall. At this step, the third crucial step was completed. Time was pressing, the drizzle was not stable, it was decreasing rapidly. All of the hairy man goo immortals and Land's spirit of Langia took action. Each of them had different methods. They were in charge of different goo refinement tasks. Front-back divine obstruction needles and other immortal materials were thrown in one after another. Other than that, there were large numbers of mortal goo. The myriad self-immortal goo recipe that Fan Yuan deduced this time did not expend any immortal goo. He used large numbers of immortal materials and mortal goo as substitutes. This way, there would be no loss of immortal goo, but the consumption of immortal materials and mortal goo would increase by dozens of times. The amount of goo refinement work would also increase rapidly. This was also one of the reasons why Langia sect did not hesitate to activate the long hair refinement path formation. With the passage of time, the crucial steps were passed without any surprises or danger. Langia blessed Land's time lasted for over 2 months. The refinement of myriad self-immortal goo was finally at the final hurdle. Fan Yuan naturally had time path methods, but he could not condense time. Time path's reduction of time was essentially imprinting time path Dao marks and influencing it. And during the goo refinement process, the addition of time path Dao marks would greatly affect the result of the refinement. Condensing time to 2 months was already the limit of Fan Yuan's current abilities. He had already used time path methods. He even used the added time path Dao marks as goo refinement materials, perfectly cleaning them up. The immortal formation rumbled intensely. Colorful lights filled the sky. Land's spirit of Langia let out a long sigh of relief. The other hairy man goo immortals had tired expressions, but they also showed joy. The final step was a success. The colorful lights converged and condensed into a rank 7 immortal goo. This goo worm was long and slender. It was dozens of feet long. It looked like a centipede. It looked like it was made of red copper. Its body was shining with a metallic luster. Its mouth was ferocious. There was a pair of long whiskers on its forehead. There were 5,000 legs on the left, and 5,000 legs on the right. There were 10,000 legs in total. Rank 7 immortal goo myriad self. To think that the first goo refinement succeeded. Haha, we finally succeeded. The hairy man goo immortals cheered. Their faces were filled with joy. Myriad self-immortal goo was restrained at the center of the refinement path formation. Because Fan Yuan was not in charge of the refinement, it was ownerless. But soon, Fan Yuan easily refined it with the help of the refinement path immortal formation. A rank 7 immortal goo was refined in one go, haha. Fan Yuan was also filled with joy. He would not have dared to imagine such a thing in the past. A success rate of 50% was simply too high. Fan Yuan tried to inject immortal goo. After myriad self-immortal goo obtained immortal essence, its body shined with light. Countless strength path phantoms of Fan Yuan shot out from the light. It was like the previous myriad self-killer move. The power is only slightly weaker. After all, myriad self-killer move needs too many goo worms. Fan Yuan sensed the changes. The immortal essence expenditure is greatly reduced. It is also very convenient to use. I only need a thought. And the previous killer move, no matter how familiar I was with it, needed time to activate it. It also expended a lot of mental energy. Chapter 1584. Langia blessed land, cloud cover continent. Immortal killer move, myriad self giant hand. Fan Yuan floated in the air as his aura burst out. With a loud sound, a huge palm appeared out of nowhere and slammed towards the ground with great force. In an instant, air currents rumbled as the huge palms slammed onto the cloud-soiled continent like a collapsing mountain. Cloud Cover Continent was personally designed by the land spirit of Langia. It was made of cloud soil. It was a mystical land that could float in the sky and never fall. This cloud soil was not thick enough. Fan Yuan's myriad self-giant hand was a rank 7 offensive method. This palm could shatter the cloud soil in the surrounding 100 li, causing it to fall into the vast ocean below. Fan Yuan was not testing his killer move to destroy Cloud Cover Continent. Thus, when the huge palms slammed onto Cloud Cover Continent, the super immortal formation that enveloped Langia Blessed Land activated, a layer of flowing silver light covered Cloud Cover Continent. Myriad self-giant hands slammed onto the cloud soil, the silver light shined brightly before being shattered. After a muffled sound, cloud soil splattered everywhere, the terrain of the surrounding li changed drastically. A huge hand-shaped crater was created under the giant hand. It was about 3 meters deep. Fan Yuan willed and the giant hand disintegrated, vanishing without a trace. Seeing the effect, he nodded in satisfaction. With myriad self-immortal goo, it is much easier to use giant hand killer move. In the past, when Fan Yuan wanted to use myriad self-giant hand, he had to first activate myriad self-killer move and store countless strength path phantoms in his immortal aperture. Next, on the basis of these phantoms, he had to use group strength goo and so on before he could use the strength path giant hand. The entire process was very complicated. If he did not store a large number of strength path phantoms in his immortal aperture, it would be very difficult to use strength path giant hand in an intense battle of life and death. However, things like strength path phantoms could not be stored for a long time. There was a time limit. Once the time was up, they would naturally dissipate. Prepared battles were fine. After all, they could be prepared in advance. But unprepared battles, or ambushes, myriad self-giant hand would be very inconvenient. Fortunately, Fan Yuan was intelligent and cautious. He paid attention to this aspect, and did not encounter any awkwardness here. In the past, just using the killer move myriad self required self-strength immortal goo, bitter strength goo, borrow strength goo, self-reliance goo, refine essence spirit goo, amplify effect goo, earth strength goo, fire, water, wind, lightning, and many other mortal goo. But now, I only need to use myriad self-immortal goo. And now, myriad self-giant hand has been modified by me. It only needs myriad self-immortal goo as the core, with some group strength goo and other mortal goo as support. The total number of goo does not exceed 30. The degree of simplification is simply a huge drop, from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. The myriad self-great palm imprint from before obviously couldn't be used. After myriad self-immortal goo was refined, Fan Yuan modified myriad self-giant hand into a new version, using myriad self-immortal goo as the core. The core self-strength immortal goo was abandoned by Fan Yuan. This way, self-strength immortal goo could be used in other aspects. Of course, it could also be added to myriad self-giant hand to increase its power. This would depend on how Fan Yuan improved it. Actually, myriad self-giant hand has a lot of room to be modified. For example, it is not fast enough. I can add in many mortal goo to make up for this weakness. Or I can add in soul path immortal goo to allow giant hand to forcefully grab souls. Or the power of giant hand is limited by my strength path down marks. It can be increased continuously. Right now, myriad self-giant hand only has rank 7 battle strength. It is not at its peak. That is because my sovereign immortal body's strength path down marks are not enough to withstand greater power. As for myriad self-giant hand, Fan Yuan had only modified it initially. He replaced the core immortal goo. There was still a lot of potential to be unearthed in the future. In the past, the killer move's content was too heavy and complicated. Activating it required a lot of thoughts and time. If he added in goo worms, its practicality would fall. But now, myriad self-killer move was condensed into one goo worm. The steps were extremely simple. He could add in more mortal goo and immortal goo to form an even stronger and more powerful giant hand. Fan Yuan's test this time was not just on strength path giant hand, he also targeted the super immortal formation that defended Langia sect. This immortal formation had made a huge contribution during Feng Jioga's invasion. It allowed many variant human goo immortals to protect themselves and help Langya sect get through the crisis. Feng Jioge used Separation Song on the immortal formation many times, but Fan Yuan had already predicted his methods. The immortal formation had many layers. Feng Jioge dismantled one layer after another. He almost coughed out blood. This time, Fan Yuan returned and not only modified Myriad Self-Giant Hand, he also modified this immortal formation, allowing its power to cover every corner of Langya sect. Earlier, when the Strength Path Giant Hand landed on Cloud Cover Continent, it was because of this super immortal formation that the destructive power was greatly reduced. After testing the Strength Path Giant Hand, the next step was the main point. Immortal Killer Move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This killer move determined the upper limit of Fan Yuan's battle strength. It was also the only thing Fan Yuan could rely on to resist rank 8s. Right now, the core of the killer move was the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth Reverse Flow River, Myriad Self-Immortal Goo, Perseverance Immortal Goo, Pulling Water Immortal Goo, and 100 Supplementary Mortal Goo. Even though it was much more complex than Myriad Self-Giant Hand, compared to the previous Reverse Flow Protection Seal, it was much simpler. After the killer move was simplified, the success rate of activating it increased greatly. It became much more practical. Earlier, during the battle with Green Ghost, I was ambushed and could not activate Reverse Flow Protection Seal in time. But now, I can activate it at any time. The preparation time is greatly reduced. I can easily deal with normal sneak attacks. But I cannot use Reverse Flow Protection Seal as a disguise now. Earlier, I deceived the Celestial Court and set up a trap to harm Thunder Ghost True Monarch. I can only do it once. Fan Yuan felt it was a pity. Even though Reverse Flow Protection Seal had Myriad Self-Immortal Goo and was much more practical, it had already reached the limit of Fan Yuan's modifications. Even if he added some other immortal goo, it would be difficult. Setting up a trap earlier and activating a brand new Reverse Flow Protection Seal was impossible in a short period of time. After some testing, Fan Yuan went into closed cultivation again and started to deduce other killer moves. Even though Fan Yuan looked calm and collected, he was actually feeling a lot of pressure internally. Facing the threat of a colossal force like the Celestial Court, who would not feel pressure? The refinement of Myriad Self-Immortal Goo was not just the enhancement of a few killer moves. Fan Yuan's true goal was the third variation move, Luo Pasil. I fell into Lu Wei Yin's immortal killer move and experienced the dream realm of 3 lifetimes. This dream realm was very mystical, especially the third life. It gave me inspiration for Luo Pasil. But when deducing Luo Pasil earlier, I encountered many obstacles. There was a huge gap that I could not cross. Now that I refined Myriad Self-Immortal Goo, it is like I obtained a bridge. I might be able to cross this gap. Fan Yuan was very excited. He was looking forward to it. Even though he used the battle with Thunder Ghost True Monarch to raise his reputation to a higher level, surpassing Feng Jioge. But Fan Yuan knew his own limits. He knew that he was inferior to Feng Jioge in many aspects. Feng Jioge could fight rank 8s because he had extremely dense sound path Dao marks. They were at rank 8 level. Even without a sound path rank 8 immortal goo, his immortal killer moves could have quasi-rank 8 power through the amplification of his own Dao marks. And Fan Yuan could fight rank 8s mainly because of the vast number of Dao marks in the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth, Reverse Flow River. Some of his own path Dao marks were at rank 7 level, but he was still far from rank 8. Even if he annexed all the immortal apertures in Citywell, he was still far from rank 8. Comparing Fan Yuan and Feng Jioge, what they lacked was not talent. Feng Jioge created assimilation wind song. He became the first Goo immortal in history to be able to use the winds of assimilation. Fan Yuan, on the other hand, designed Myriad Self-Killer Move, Enslavement, and Strength Path. He created a new chapter in history. The two were on the same level. Right now, Fan Yuan created a killer move to refine Myriad Self-Immortal Goo. His level was slightly higher than before. Because if he continued to develop at this starting point, he might be able to create a brand new Goo cultivation path. Compared to the original killer moves, there would be much more room for development. Gu cultivation paths develop like this. Some were created through the fusion of two paths, some were created through the division of a single path. The difference between Fan Yuan and Fengjioga was the accumulation of time. How many years had Fan Yuan cultivated since rebirth? As for Fengjioga, he had already cultivated for hundreds of years. Fan Yuan had not even cultivated for 50 years. It was not easy for him to be able to compare to Fengjioga. Compared to others, he was even more monstrous. His cultivation level rose by leaps and bounds. It was unheard of and could not be evaluated with common sense. After all, Fan Yuan had obtained countless fortuitous encounters after rebirth. Actually, Fan Yuan placed great importance on his accumulation of Tao marks. But currently, Providence had ill intentions. It made his tribulation the lightest. He obtained few Tao marks. Annexing immortal apertures was a good method, but the upper extreme heavenly eagle had not been found yet. Other methods required specific immortal goo that needed to be refined. It was troublesome. Using food path methods to use snack immortal goo to create killer moves like eat strength to increase Tao marks was also a good method, but the efficiency was low. Distant water could not quench immediate thirst, thus Fan Yuan turned his attention to other secluded domains of heaven and earth. Fan Yuan had many secluded domains of heaven and earth. Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, Reverse Flow River, and City Well, for secluded domains of heaven and earth. Among them, Reverse Flow River had already been used to form Reverse Flow Protection Seal. It allowed Fan Yuan to resist rank 8 existences. As for Danghun Mountain, it was broken and was still being repaired. City Well was used to raise variant humans, and in terms of rule path, Fan Yuan's attainment level was low. The most suitable place was Luopa Valley. Fan Yuan's soul path attainment level was ordinary, but he had Spectral Soul's true inheritance. This was the number one soul path inheritance in the world, nobody could deny this. With such a foundation, along with the inspiration that Fan Yuan gained from the 3 lifetimes in the dream realm, and now myriad self-immortal goo. Chapter 1585. Time passed quickly. Half a month went by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Fan Yuan's figure flew out of the cloud city like a bolt of lightning. The immortal formation that enveloped the whole of Langya blessed land activated and shot out a golden light that enveloped Fan Yuan. The golden light flashed. Fan Yuan vanished on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already 1,000 li away on a desolate land. These last days, Fan Yuan had modified the super-immortal formation again, giving it the ability to teleport objects. This was because Fengjioga had attacked Wei to save Zhao, massacring hairy men everywhere. Land Spirit of Langya felt heartache but could do nothing about it. Land Spirit of Langya thus remembered this painful lesson. After refining myriad self-immortal goo, he suggested this modification to the immortal formation to Fan Yuan. Langya sect refined myriad self-immortal goo for Fan Yuan. They even sacrificed the long hair goo refinement immortal formation. Fan Yuan naturally had to return the favor by modifying their defensive immortal formation. Fan Yuan's formation path attainment level was quite high. With the help of the light of wisdom, he had already deduced the modification plan several days ago, completing the modification of the immortal formation. Arriving at this empty space, Fan Yuan breathed in deeply as he started to practice his killer move. Immortal killer move, Yama Emperor. Instantly, he changed his form. He was tall and mighty. He wore a crown on his head. His face was hazy and unfathomable. The number of ghosts embroidered on his robe was no longer the previous number. It had increased by a lot. There were more than 1,000 of them. This was the result of Fan Yuan's closed cultivation during this period of time. Immortal killer move, Soul Explosion. Fan Yuan pointed his finger, and immediately, a pitch-black air current shot out, exploding everywhere it went. But under the protection of the immortal formation, cloud-covered continent's surface flickered with silver light. It resisted the power of the soul explosion to a large extent. Even so, a peak rank 7 killer move was not something the silver light could defend against. Amidst a series of booms, the ground around Fan Yuan was blasted into a mess. Clouds and mud splattered in all directions, and a large number of craters covered several miles in circumference. The black gas dissipated and the soul explosion ended. Above Fan Yuan's imperial robe, a Yama monster slowly disappeared. After a few breaths of time, it disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. This was the price of using Soul Explosion. Fan Yuan did not feel any heartache. Instead, after carefully sensing it, his eyes flashed. Immortal Killer Move, Yama Battlefield. Who? A strong gust of wind blew, and the world changed. In the time of 3 blinks of an eye, an area of 500 kilometers in the surroundings had been enveloped by Fan Yuan's immortal battlefield, and it isolated the outside world from the outside world and formed a hopeless situation. Inside this battlefield killer move, there was a pale greenish-yellow color. One's vision was blurry, there seemed to be fog. The chilly wind blew, emitting a mournful sound. It was cold and desolate. Fan Yuan let out the Yama monsters. They laughed cruelly and flew freely in Yama battlefield. After getting amplified, they were like fish in water. After testing it for a while, Fan Yuan took back the Yama monsters and stopped activating Yama battlefield. The world became clear again. He returned to Langya Blessed Land. Yama battlefield was the main achievement of Fan Yuan's closed cultivation. Fan Yuan had already deduced that Zichen Life Destruction Immortal Battlefield was constructed from the Wisdom Path Immortal Gu left behind by Zishan Makoto. Fan Yuan used it to kill Yu Chan and Qin Bai He. But Zichen Life Destruction Immortal Battlefield's advantage was in concealment. It was isolated from the outside world. It was very strict. The disadvantage was that it needed time to set up, so preparations were often needed. Gu Immortals were not fools to use it in battle. By the time they succeeded, they would have already escaped. As for Yama Battlefield, Fan Yuan used many battlefield killer moves in Spectral Soul's true inheritance, as well as his own situation to create it. Yama Battlefield was inferior to Zichen Life Destruction Immortal Battlefield in terms of concealment and isolation. Its advantage was that the time needed to set it up was very short. It only took 3 blinks of an eye. During this period of time, even though Fan Yuan could not move, he could already use it in battle. In 3 blinks of an eye, as long as Fan Yuan could grasp the opportunity, Gu Immortals would not be able to escape from this trap if they were caught off guard. After being enveloped by Yama Battlefield, Fan Yuan's advantage was much greater. Right now, against most rank 6 and 7 Gu Immortals, I can kill them and take their lives. Fan Yuan sighed. Gu Immortals could be defeated, but it was very easy to capture or kill them. Firstly, there were all sorts of escape methods. It was hard for Gu Immortals to cultivate many of them. Against other paths, some escape methods were easy to use. Secondly, Fan Yuan was alone. He was wanted by Longevity Heaven, Celestial Court, and other righteous path forces. He had to end the battle quickly. Thus, Fan Yuan had been very careful when choosing his opponents. If not for Meng Tu having an immortal battlefield method that could trap himself and his enemies in Autumn Blade Plain, Fan Yuan would not have chosen such an enemy. After Yama Battlefield was formed, Fan Yuan first thought of his other method, Great Thief Ghost Hand. His theft path attainment level was Great Grandmaster. Using Great Thief Immortal Gu and Ghostly Concealment as the foundation, he deduced the Great Thief Ghost Hand killer move that could steal rank 8 Immortal Gu. This move was modified by Fan Yuan and became even sharper. He only used it twice. One was to steal rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token, the other was to steal rank 7 Immortal Gu Bladewing. It caused the battle situation to change instantly. Meng Tu was quickly defeated. It could be said to be an outstanding achievement. Previously, I could not use Great Thief Ghost Hand too much. It would expose my identity. If news spread, people would be alerted and try to break Great Thief Ghost Hand. It would endanger my arrangements in Green Ghost Desert. But now, with Yama Battlefield, I can completely trap people and use Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal Immortal Gu. Even if the enemy wants to escape, there is little chance. I can silence them and quickly accumulate cultivation resources. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with a fierce light. Killing intent surged in his chest. With Yama Battlefield, a bloody path of kill and steal Gu, then devour apertures to gain Dao marks was presented to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan did not feel any guilt in slaughtering innocent people. He did not feel any guilt. Fan Yuan licked his lips, shaking his head. It is a pity, now is not the time. If Langya Blessed Land was not exposed, without Celestial Court's pressure, Fan Yuan would have left and killed people everywhere. But the urgent matter now was to protect Langya Blessed Land. At this moment, Langya Sect's existence was far more helpful to Fan Yuan than if Fan Yuan stole immortal goo. There was no doubt about this. As time passed, the pressure in Fan Yuan's heart increased. Celestial Court would not let this go. Once it made a comeback and invaded Langya Blessed Land, even if Langya Blessed Land made ample preparations, it might not be able to defend itself. This was because Langya Sect's trump cards and secrets had been exposed in the last battle. And Celestial Court's foundation was deep and unfathomable. If they used some trump cards or schemes to deal with Langya Sect's situation, Langya Blessed Land would be in danger. The best situation was to relocate Langya Blessed Land before the second Celestial Court's invasion. But during the relocation, Celestial Court would definitely ambush it. It might be Prince's impatience. Fan Yuan had already deduced this clearly. Against a rank 8, Fan Yuan had enough defense but not enough offense. His situation was quite awkward. Right now, he had two paths in front of him. One was to use a secluded domain of heaven and earth to create a rank 8 offensive killer move. The other was to use a rank 8 immortal goo to create an offensive method. Among the secluded domains of heaven and earth, Luopa Valley was the best choice. It was almost the only choice. Fan Yuan also had the inspiration to deduce Luopa Seal, but unfortunately, there was little progress these days. Even after using the light of wisdom, the result was the same. Fan Yuan was very vexed. In terms of rank 8 immortal goo, Fan Yuan had 4. They were Attitude Goo, Wisdom's Sword, Years Flow Like Water, and Soul Beast Token. Attitude Goo was the core immortal goo of Familiar Face, while Years Flow Like Water produced Year Goo. It was not suited for battle. Soul Beast Token had to be used in Yama Emperor's killer move. It could not be used. After thinking about it, there was only Wisdom's Sword immortal goo left. Speaking of which, Fan Yuan had already obtained this rank 8 immortal goo for some time. In order to raise it, Fan Yuan had spent a lot of effort and resources. Unfortunately, he could not use it. Activating Wisdom's Sword immortal goo required rank 8 immortal essence. This was an immortal goo that Zishan Makoto had designed for Bo Qing. Unfortunately, Fan Yuan only had rank 7 red date immortal essence now. This was a hard rule, it could not be changed. Actually, most rank 8 immortal goo needed rank 8 immortal essence. The other 3 in Fan Yuan's hands were a special case. Attitude goo could be activated by expending mental energy. Years Flow Like Water could be activated with any immortal essence, but its power would fluctuate. Soul Beast Token expended Soul Foundation. Just in this aspect, these 3 immortal goo were all top tier among rank 8 immortal goo. Thinking about it, even though Fan Yuan had many immortal goo and countless inheritances, to have a rank 8 offensive killer move, he had to start with Luopa Valley. I was able to think of Reverse Flow Protection Seal earlier because my Water Path attainment level was at Grandmaster. This time, when I thought of Luopa Seal, my Soul Path attainment level was only at Master level. It was a huge obstacle. Fan Yuan had Grandmaster attainment level in many paths. Theft Path and Refinement Path were Great Grandmaster and Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. It would have been better to allocate these attainment levels to Soul Path. But fate played tricks on people. His Soul Path attainment level was only Master. But thankfully, I have the Light of Wisdom. Even though the progress is small, there is still progress. At this rate, I can forcefully deduce it. This method's greatest weakness is time. I hope I can make it in time. Right at this time, heaven and earth shook. A huge black whirlpool appeared out of nowhere. Oh no! Fan Yuan's expression changed. He recognized that the culprit of this black whirlpool was the Dao marks left behind by Feng Jioga. Fan Yuan had already investigated these Dao marks. Before him, Land Spirit of Langya had done the same. But both of them thought that this was a method to mark the location. It was very troublesome to get rid of it. But currently, Langya Blessed Land was isolated from the outside world. These Dao marks did not pose any threat. But to think that without anyone controlling them and instilling immortal essence, these down marks actually gathered on their own, forming a black whirlpool. "Quickly destroy it!" Fang Yuan shouted. Almost at the same time, Lan's spirit of Langia also gave a similar order. Fang Yuan's modified defensive formation activated immediately. But in the blink of an eye, 4 starlight beams shot out of the black whirlpool. The red lotus emitted a loud sound. The black whirlpool was destroyed. As the starlight faded, 4 Gu immortals appeared. Feng Jioga, Qin Yi, and Thunder Ghost True Monarch were among them. The leader was a female immortal. She looked around before fixing her gaze on Fang Yuan, smiling. "Fang Yuan, I finally caught you." Chapter 1586. When the celestial court invaded and saw 4 Gu immortals, Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. Even with his vast knowledge and experience, he still found it hard to believe. There is such a method? 4 rank 8 Gu immortals were teleported in at once. If we did not destroy that dark spiral immediately, even more Gu immortals might have entered. Even though Feng Jioga was not a true rank 8, his down marks were already at rank 8 level, thus, it was not wrong for Fang Yuan to consider him a rank 8 Gu immortal. Rank 8 Gu immortals had incomparably vast down marks. There were very few methods to teleport them. It was very difficult. Even the immortal killer move rank 7 immortal door that Feng Jioga exposed earlier could not teleport rank 8 Gu immortals. If rank 8 Gu immortals wanted to teleport, they usually had to fly. If they wanted to cross regions, they had to use immemorial white heaven or immemorial black heaven. Only great experts who cultivated space path had the ability to teleport. But even so, these space path great experts could only teleport themselves. They could not teleport other rank 8 existences. Like the method that the Celestial Court used to teleport 4 rank 8 Gu immortals, they seemed to have come from Central Continent. Such a method was simply unimaginable. Even in the 500 years of my previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, I have never heard of the Celestial Court using such a method. Teleporting 4 rank 8 Gu immortals at once, it seemed like they could teleport more, they could even target them. This method was simply too powerful, it could easily tear apart any defense. The advantage in battle tactics could be raised to a strategic level. Think about it, during the 5 regions chaotic war, each rank 8 Gu immortal was suppressing one region. At this time, the Celestial Court secretly mobilized several rank 8 Gu immortals. They would suddenly teleport to an enemy rank 8 Gu immortal and gang up on him. They would have a huge advantage and victory was in their grasp. After so many times, who could resist them? Any region would be in a terrible situation, they might even be helpless. In the 500 years of my previous life, why did the Celestial Court not use this method? Was it because the conditions were not ripe, or was it not the right time? I'm starting to understand. The thoughts in Fang Yuan's mind flashed like lightning, and he suddenly understood. Once this method is used by the Celestial Court, after the rank 8 Gu immortals of the other 4 regions die, they would immediately be alerted and link up, forming an alliance to encircle and attack the Celestial Court. This was very obvious. If they did not cooperate, and allowed the situation to continue, any rank 8 Gu immortal's life would be in danger at any moment. No matter how many rank 8 Gu immortals there were, the Celestial Court would defeat them one by one. Rank 8 Gu immortals were not fools, only by working together and defeating the Celestial Court could they be safe. Of course, the Celestial Court wasn't stupid. It had always kept this method hidden, and no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't be used. He was worried that this method would be too powerful and easily incite the other region's rank 8 Gu immortals to unite against a common enemy, and then form a 4 regions alliance against the Celestial Court. But now, in order to encircle Fang Yuan, the Celestial Court did not hesitate to use this method in advance. It could be seen how determined the Celestial Court was to invade Langya Blessed Land. No, not just me, I'm afraid there is also the temptation of rank 9 Wisdom Gu. At the same time, taking over Langya Blessed Land will be of great help to the Celestial Court in repairing Fate Gu. Fang Yuan could only smile bitterly in his heart. The Celestial Court's attack was too sudden. Even though Fang Yuan had made ample mental preparations, there was no helping it. The celestial court's method, in truth, had already surpassed Fan Yuan's imagination. That is why such an enemy is the scariest. Because it has too many trump cards, its accumulation is too deep. Fan Yuan sighed bitterly in his heart. Scoundrel! At the same time, the other celestial court Gu immortals did not move. Thunder Ghost True Monarch directly charged at Fan Yuan. She hated Fan Yuan to the core. Fan Yuan sold her 3 rib bones on jewel yellow skies. He even played that video non-stop. It was the greatest humiliation she had ever suffered in her life. Thus, Thunder Ghost True Monarch directly charged at Fan Yuan. She attacked while emitting intense killing intent that could make one's heart palpitate. But at the next moment, golden light flashed as Fan Yuan vanished on the spot. Thunder Ghost True Monarch missed. She immediately raised her head and stared at the sky. That was the foundation of the super formation. Bam! Fan Yuan was inside the super immortal formation. He controlled it personally. The first thing he did was to activate the formation and bring in the variant human Gu immortals scattered all over Langya Blessed Land. Just as he made his move, the Celestial Court also made their move. Immortal Killer Move, Separation Song. Feng Zhouge used his signature killer move, Separation Song. It countered all the immortal Gu houses and immortal formations in the world. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He split his mind and activated the immortal formation, causing it to burst out with a lump of reddish-brown light. Within the red light, the Separation Song weakened rapidly. Its voice became fainter and fainter. To deal with Separation Song, Fan Yuan had modified this aspect of the immortal formation. Now that he used it, he received great results. Feng Zhouge had once destroyed several layers of this immortal formation. He had relied on Separation Song to succeed. But now, before Separation Song could even attack the immortal formation's foundation, it was weakened and destroyed. He frowned slightly. Let me do it! Fairy Myrtle stretched out her finger, shooting out a starlight rainbow. The starlight rainbow was like an arrow. It pierced through the wind and clouds. It shot into the super immortal formation and turned into a field of star sand. It was dazzling and dazzling. The faster the immortal formation was activated, the more this star sand mixed and moved along with the immortal formation, showing all sorts of wondrous forms. Sometimes it was like clouds or mist, sometimes it condensed into the shape of a water jar. Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly. Thoughts surged in her mind like huge waves in the sea. Oh no! This Wisdom Path Killer move not only helps the enemy deduce the pattern of my immortal formation, it can also obstruct the coordination of Gu worms, causing the immortal formation to become more and more sluggish. Among the variant human Gu immortals who arrived, some noticed something amiss. What do we do? What do we do now? Almost all of the variant human Gu immortals were sweating profusely. They had panicked expressions. Their hearts were filled with the fear and pressure of the apocalypse. Celestial Court's lineup was too strong. It could be said to have 4 rank 8s. Even excluding Feng Zhouge, the other 3 were all elites among rank 8s. Any one of them could pose a huge threat to Langya Blessed Land, not to mention the fact that there were 3 of them. Strange, why is Fairy Myrtle not using Star Constellation chessboard? Fan Yuan had already calmed down. There was a trace of doubt in his eyes. He had fought with Fairy Myrtle once before. It was during the Battle of Southern Border's Dream Realm. It is a pity that Star Constellation chessboard was left in Celestial Court to support Starcast. Otherwise, with its help, it would be dozens of times easier for me to decipher this super immortal formation. Fairy Myrtle sighed to herself, but her hands did not stop moving. Another Wisdom Path Killer move was used. It was silent, colorless, formless, and traceless. Fan Yuan did not know how to defend against it, but the formation was hit again. The star sand that entered doubled in size. This is troublesome. Fan Yuan frowned deeply. Celestial Court, do you really think my Langya sect is easy to bully? Kill them all. Chapter 1587. The silver giant was tall and mighty. It opened its arms and swept towards the 4 central continent Gu immortals, creating a huge shockwave. Qin Yi's eyes shined with bright light. He snorted coldly. Let me do it! Compared to the silver giant, his body was small and weak, but his aura surged out, instantly contending against the silver giant. Immortal killer move, immortal binding vine. Chinyi pointed with his finger, and countless jade-green rays of light quickly attached themselves to the silver giant. The silver giant's fist was powerful, but due to the obstruction of the jade-green lights, its speed fell and its direction changed. It crashed into the cloud soil, creating a huge pit as soil splattered. In contrast, Chinyi watched coldly. He did not move, he floated in the air and pointed at the silver giant with one finger. The jade-green lights on the silver giant became more and more numerous, wrapping around it. Next, the light became denser and turned into thick vines that coiled around the silver giant. Within Heavenly Giant Soulless battle formation, Land Spirit of Langia roared in anger. After being hit by this immortal binding vine, he felt like he had fallen into a swamp. Even though he had strength, he could not use it. He felt very sullen. Sixth Hair! Land Spirit of Langia shouted. Sixth Hair immediately attacked, using an immortal killer move. Heavenly Giant Soulless body shined with golden light. It cut the immortal binding vines inch by inch and started to recover. Chinyi smiled coldly, using a new killer move. Countless vines were cut off and fell into the cloud soil. Under Chinyi's reinforcement, they grew rapidly. In a few breaths of time, they turned into giant trees. The towering trees stood to the left and right of the silver giant, forming a large circle that trapped the silver giant in the center. Land Spirit of Langia sensed something amiss, but the silver giant was still bound by the immortal binding vines. It could not move for a while. At this time, between the giant trees, the branches and leaves started to intertwine. The roots under the cloud soil also formed into a ball, spreading out of the ground. With the tree trunk as the center, the branches, leaves, and roots intertwined, forming a giant cage. Immortal killer move, ancient tree prison cage. The silver giant finally tore apart the divine binding vine that was binding it, but it was once again trapped in the ancient wood prison cage. Land Spirit of Langia roared in anger. He gave orders as the hairy man-goo immortals attacked, unleashing killer moves one after another. But this ancient tree prison cage was actually able to endure it. It could even use the immortal killer move as nourishment to strengthen itself. The Land Spirit of Langia realized that something was wrong and quickly stopped. He tried again and found that tearing with his bare hands was the best way to break through. The hairy man-goo immortals were helpless. They could only use Heavenly Giant Solar to attack the ancient tree prison cage. Damn it! The Land Spirit of Langia cursed fiercely. His forehead was filled with cold sweat. Since he was trapped here, he could not help Feng Yuan. He could only watch as Feng Jioga and Fairy Myrtle attacked the super immortal formation. Without a choice, Land Spirit of Langia could only communicate with the Rockman Goo immortal. Quick, release that old dragon! Roar! With a dragon's roar, a huge figure flew out, appearing in front of the immortals. Immemorial Rock Dragon. Its entire body was made of rocks. It was filled with dense earth path Dao marks. Its body was thick and its dragon teeth were like a forest of rocks. It was majestic and powerful. The rock dragon seemed to be moving slowly but was actually very fast. It flew into the sky and cast a huge shadow on the ground. The four immortals of the celestial court were also shrouded in the shadow. They raised their heads and showed expressions of shock. To think that there's a primordial stone dragon hidden in Langia blessed land! Feng Jioga sighed. Fairy Myrtle smiled. This does not belong to Langia blessed land. It is likely to belong to those variant human goo immortals. As a wisdom path great expert, she instantly deduced the truth. Let me tear this rock dragon apart! Thunder Ghost True Monarch licked her lips. Her fighting spirit surged. No need! Chinyi shouted as he pointed with his finger, using the same move. Immortal killer move, immortal binding vine. The immortal vine spread and bound the immemorial rock dragon. Its movement was obstructed but it still charged towards the four central continent immortals. The four immortals dodged. The immemorial rock dragon fell to the ground as Chinyi used ancient tree prison cage again, restraining it. How can this be? The variant human goo immortals saw this and felt deep shock and disappointment. They could not express it in words. Even Land Spirit of Langia took in a deep breath. His body felt cold. The immemorial rock dragon that they had placed their hopes on was actually restrained like this. In contrast, over at the celestial court's side, Chen Yi was displaying his might. Fairy Myrtle and Feng Jioga had been suppressing the super-immortal formation. Thunder Ghost True Monarch had not made a move yet. Fan Yuan's expression was ugly, but he was not too surprised. The strength of the immemorial rock dragon lies in its strong defense and fearlessness. Once it gets injured, it can quickly recover from the sacrifice of the rockmen. This healing method is extremely powerful. It was very troublesome for Gu immortals to get injured. It was very difficult to get rid of the injury. The higher their cultivation level, the more trouble they would face if they got injured. If it were a rank 8 Gu immortal, after getting injured, they would need to spend some time to heal themselves. But the immemorial rock dragon's healing method could be healed in an instant in battle. Thus, it was a huge headache for its opponents. The immemorial rock dragon also gained a great reputation because of this. But now was different. It was facing Celestial Court's rank 8 Gu immortal, Chen Yi. Firstly, Celestial Court suppressed and slaughtered variant human Gu immortals. It was established on the corpses of variant humans. It knew about the Rockman tribe's rock dragon very well. Secondly, the immemorial rock dragon did not have any rank 8 wild immortal Gu to use. While Chen Yi used rank 8 killer moves with the most accurate battle tactic, he surrounded it but did not attack, he suppressed it but did not injure it. The immemorial rock dragon's greatest advantage could not be used. Finally, Chen Yi's killer moves were truly exquisite, especially Ancient Tree Prison Cage. It did not fear immortal killer moves, it was very troublesome to destroy. It was not strange that the immemorial rock dragon lost to Chen Yi so easily. Even though the rock dragon resisted and struggled, it was getting more and more restrained by the immortal binding vines. Without external help, it had no hope of breaking out of the immortal binding vines, not to mention the outer layer of Ancient Tree Prison Cage. "Brothers, we need to rely on ourselves!" Langya Land Spirit shouted loudly. The silver giant finally smashed a hole in the Ancient Tree Prison, breaking through the heavy encirclement. Heavenly Giant Solar is indeed the number 2 ancient battle formation. Chen Yi commented plainly. He suddenly smiled as he muttered, "But do you think my Ancient Tree Prison Cage is so easy to break out of?" The silver giant's movements stopped. Land Spirit of Langya was slightly stunned. It turned around and saw that a wooden hand was grabbing onto the silver giant's right leg. "What is this?" The silver giant turned around and raised its hands. Its arms turned into 2 axes as it slashed down. The wooden hand was hit by the axes, but only half of it was cut. It did not break completely. The silver giant wanted to attack again, but at this time, a wooden giant came out of the soil. The wooden giant let go of its hand and lowered its head, using its shoulder to ram into the silver giant's chest, causing the silver giant to fall to the ground. Langya Sex Gu immortals were caught off guard. They wanted to get the silver giant up, but the wooden giant's attacks were relentless. It suddenly jumped into the air and with a loud sound, it pressed down on the silver giant. Under the immense pressure, one of the hairy man Gu immortals made a mistake. He used an immortal killer move on the wooden giant. The wooden giant was immediately nourished. The injuries on its arm healed. At the same time, its body collided. It was slightly shorter than the silver giant earlier, but now it was on par with it. Chen Yi snorted smugly. This was his immortal killer move. Giant wood divine statue. It inherited the characteristics of Ancient Tree Prison Cage. It was not afraid of any killer moves, only physical attacks were effective against it. This is the power of Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's eyes shined with bright light. At this moment, Chen Yi displayed his invincible might, suppressing both the silver giant and the ancient stone dragon by himself. This was his true strength. As the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect, he had inherited Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. He had immense battle strength. It was extraordinary. Earlier, in Green Ghost Desert, he had a hard time. Most of the time, he fought in Divine Being Palace. He was afraid of destroying Divine Being Palace, so he kept his hands and feet tied. On the other hand, his main opponent, Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder, had a huge advantage. He restrained his strength and fought with his body, causing Chen Yi to be furious but helpless. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.